to one and a two. Amaze me, taking your turn in the spotlight, blinding us all 'cause you're so bright. Explosion of light everywhere. Tell me, how did you do what you're doing? You're gonna bring me to ruin, but I got some love I can share. Share, share, share. I'm gonna love sun starts shining when you wear your tired face. And when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace. Everybody who loves the body will say you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith. Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, silver
Patch 14.10 is live, and I'm here to address all of the balance implications it will bring into the competitive space with this weekend's upcoming Golden Spatula Cup number 2. The big boogeyman at the top echelons of the competitive ladder has been the newly discovered 5-faded 4-Dryad Syndra comp, which puts up enough EHP to stall out for Syndra to close out fights with surprising consistency, even at 1 star. Buffs to Ahri, Rek'Sai, and Kindred, and subsequently the comp's early game had us worried, but the recently released B patch with nerfs to Syndra and Ornn should leave this comp in a more healthy state leading up to this weekend's tournament. In an attempt to recalibrate player strategies between rerolls and 4-cost game plans, a blanket reversal in most of the HP added to 4-cost in patch 14.8 will be implemented. This opens the door for 2 and 3 cost reroll strategies to be much more viable against what should be slightly squishier targets, especially at 1 star. This change should also greatly impact the viability of 2 and 3 cost frontlines in stage 4 thanks to HP nerfs to units like Ornn, Annie, and Nautilus specifically. Could the buffs to 4 and 6 Wardens damage reduction alongside yet another mana buff to Garen finally be what this tanky boy needed to become the storied champion we have all been waiting for? Buffs to the Mythic trait will help both Kog'Maw and Bard reroll alike, but additional buffs to Sniper might bring Kog'Maw reroll into a menacing position in the meta, including a slightly stronger incentive for players to dip into vertical snipers from the right spots. With an emblem drop, players might want to slot in 4 Sniper alongside their Mythic units for the extra bit of damage. Patch 14.10 brings big damage buffs to some of the AP casters who haven't had a chance in the spotlight for most of Inkborn Fables. Teemo receives some sizable buffs to his spell damage, which might see the return of Teemo reroll as a viable strategy for players to chase. Zoe sees a slight rework in her kit, with her primary spell damage being nerfed but her ricochet damage increasing by 50%, a change which should really help her feel both stronger and more satisfying to play as a carry. Tune in on May 24th at 4 PM CEST for day 1 of Inkborn Fables EMEA Golden Spatula Cup number 2. And get ready to watch the region's best players fighting for ultimate glory and highly coveted GSC points, of course.
you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe, maybe, maybe I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality. Come take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Let me be your goddess and your queen. Everything I do, gonna make your body scream. Get me, like I got you so beguiled. Open up our souls, or the sides running wild. Take me now, I'm upside down. Just turn me on and inside out. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. No concession, your obsession, that is all I want to be. Get in me, all I see. Make me part of your fantasy. Your transgression, your obsession, that is all I want to be.
Ain't got no future if I carry this pain. Sometimes I wake up, think I'm going insane. And there's gotta be an answer for the way I feel. Ain't gonna give up, gonna spin that wheel. Don't get in my way, yeah, and have a nice day, sister. Say what you wanna say, yeah, and have a nice day, brother. I feel your pain, yeah, so have a nice day, sister. Go do your thing, yeah, and have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2 here in Inkborn Fables. My name is Still Makes and I'm here with Niberia and Wida. Now, I hope you guys came prepared. Matt, how are the scones looking? Are we prepared? Do we have them lined up? Are you nutriated enough?
We're running low, Makes. I have
No!
horrible news. I only have one scone left. I made the mistake of being magnanimous and giving my mother a scone, but that's depleted my own supply. But I have enough to get through the Golden Spatula Cup, and that's all that matters. You've got to be, nutrients up to here. Well, actually, I don't know how healthy blueberry lemon scones are. I'm going to say it's got fruit, and that's an important food group. So I'm going to say most healthy breakfast possible, because that's what I'm here for. I've heard also coffee, no health problems whatsoever. It's fantastic for you.
Yeah, especially if it's green screening like yours. Now, Wida, I'm not going to ask you. I'm not going to ask you about nutrients. I know you're a ketchup and pasta enjoyer, so we'll go in a different direction, Wida. I hope you're doing good today. How have the numbers been looking? I know you always follow the other regions as well. What's the deal? Any news that you can hint to us already that we'll be talking about later?
I think it's safe to say that every single TFT player is like living by the tagline, I challenge you to a duel right now. I think that's kind of like what's been going on when you look at the stats from our region, from APAC. I haven't dived into the NA numbers just yet from last night, but it does seem like that is what is at the top of the standings for the most part these days.
All right, we'll see what else is at the top of the standings in just a little bit, because we have our, well, it used to be our set list. Now it is going to be our journey for today mapped out here. First, we're going to be talking about yesterday. Then we'll have a lovely interview with two people I highly, highly cherish. Snoodyboo and Estanishing will be joining us here. We'll be telling you all about Slark, Electro, and Kenobi, and then we'll give you the breakdown on the stats, on all the numbers. And I heard there's even a tier list coming, as well as more info on the Madrid watch party for the Tacticians Crown the World Championship later this set. So lots and lots of good stuff. Getting to that first point, Niberia, yesterday I personally hit a set 3, but what happened in day 1 of Golden Spatula Cup?
I mean, unfortunately not that, because that would have been rad. But we did see an Ash 3 coming out of absolutely nowhere in the middle of one of our games, surprising not only us, but the players as well. That was probably one of my highlights. But also, we saw some really creative adaptations, like the many variants of Duelist, which I'm sure people are getting a little bit sick of by now. But getting to see, I think my favorite thing from yesterday was a very creative Aurelia setup. From Rebanav, who went for the Umbral Emblem, Runan's Hurricane, and the Vampiric Sector artifact. So Aurelia was just doing a billion damage, hitting everyone on the board and executing them. So that was just so much fun to watch. And I loved seeing how our players were using the new augments that I have absolutely no clue how to navigate.
Well, let's get to the duel right now and have that recap go on our broadcast here. We'll check back with you after the video. Welcome back to another Golden Spatula Cup here in Inkborn Fables. My name is Makes, and I'm here with Counterfeit and Impatches Panda. Well, Panda, you, of course, also have competitive experience as a player. You're always up there with all of the GOATs. Actually, our casters are ready to take us through game number 1 here. Wida and Niberia for you guys.
Unfortunately, her front line is not long for this world, and it will just be the Annie versus Ash. Somehow, she survives. Kane gets taken down by the Alune Executes, doing so much damage. Alune versus Alune into the backline. The ultimate takes down the entire field. Then it's Silas versus Alune. One more ultimate from both. Silas takes the win.
Still a pretty reasonable carry, even if only temporarily.
Kaspersky's here. I wish I could say I'm surprised. Does finally win a round.
Nothing is fitting the puzzle just right, and that front line, despite the Galio 2, just absolutely gets annihilated.
It's just absolutely unstoppable. The knockup stalls for a little bit longer, but there's just no damage to take him down, and Wonder, unfortunately, will be taken out in 4th place.
But you see Kiana, Barry Bannon predicted, and it's working out pretty damn well. She's standing in the center, surviving so much damage.
It's just absolutely unstoppable. The knockup stalls for a little bit longer, but there's just no damage to take him down. And Wonder, unfortunately, will be taken out in 4th place.
And I hope to see you guys tomorrow again. Thank you so much for chatting, for hanging out, and for engaging with our lovely, lovely players. And of course, a big thank you to all the players that played today, even the ones that didn't make it. You've been great. We love having you here. We hope to see you next time again. Bye-bye.
The Hanna-Barbera sound effects in the video. Not just the Kiana donks, but at the end, we got the xylophone for David waving. You know, our team keeps topping themselves. That's all I'll say.
The saddest part is David is currently not on his desk because obviously he's casting the first game, so he was watching. But you can just all like impatch his pana and give him the wave emote. I'm sure he's going to. Sorry, love that. Oh my goodness. This pre-show is all sorts of chaos, and honestly, I personally am here for it, but we will bring in two people that I'm sure have all the brain power and all the knowledge to share with us and maybe get us to a little bit of a more calm state. Snoodyboo and Estanishing are going to be joining us here today on the pre-show. Thank you guys both for coming here. I hope you're doing great. We're going to go straight into the questions because obviously we don't want to keep you too long. Snoody, good to see you here on the show again. Even though you're not casting this time, you will be casting the Madrid watch party for Tactician's Crown later this set, though. Anything that people should know?
Well, first of all, I'm really excited that actually it's happening because we've done so many events there, so I'm really hyped to get the chance to go back. And people should really get their tickets as soon as possible because there's not that much space and you don't want to be standing around. So yeah, get your tickets as soon as possible.
Very good. Very important call out. And while I'm being joined by Ari here, Estanishing, good to see you again as well, of course. You said on Twitter your goal for this Golden Spatula Cup was day number 2. You made it. Congratulations. You're taking it very slow with the goals. How are you feeling about today and getting that day 3 goal?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is my first appearance in a Golden Spatula Cup, so I was humble at first. Now I am a little more ambitious. I have a lot of respect for the other players because they are the toughest competition in all the region, but I want to show that I belong here. And if I play today like I played yesterday, I think I can move on to day 3.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Love to hear it. Snoody, I've got a question for you as I refuse to be one-upped by Makes. I've brought my own cat who's a little bit less participatory. For you, I was kind of wondering, I was watching through your VOD from yesterday. You got to follow all of the Spanish players a little bit at a time. What was that experience like getting to see them and track them throughout the day?
Well, it's always a bit rough because we're not the strongest country in TFT. So, there's a lot of debates going on. You can actually switch point of views pretty fastly. But yeah, I mean, usually you have to kind of balance between the very well-known players that are already established in the community and the new appearances that want to have the chance to make the best out of it.
That it seems like you enjoyed it, getting to follow along. Of course, with Safo's turnaround as well from the worst possible spot all the way, Estanishing making it through as well. So I think there's quite a few bright spots for Spain this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I saw double tap A for him, I thought he was totally lost. But I mean, his competitive experience was definitely helping him out at that point.
Yeah, and kind of like grabbing onto that competitive experience. I don't have a cat, so I just have a Pinko here instead, right? I'm sorry.
We count it.
If it works, right? You're the funny thing about you, Estanishing, right? You say this is your first GSC, but you have a lot of experience in the coaching aspect of the game. Yeah. How does that experience kind of differentiate from like playing yourself? Like how much of it can you use, for example?
Well, like the biggest difference is the muscle memory. Like you most of the time know what you should do, but sometimes your hands don't react, your brain doesn't deal well with the time pressure of the live game. So you need to keep yourself in check, like have those hands, those muscles ready to perform.
Awesome. Snoody as well, like we kind of touched on it already. We're used to seeing you either casting with us or playing in these Golden Spatula Cups. But now you're kind of you're in the co-streaming space. Are we going to see you continue to be there, or are you going to try to compete in the future as well? Or what's the status in the Snoodyboo land?
So I'm not really sure about it. I've been competing for 8 years. I just really needed to break this set. Maybe it happens again next day, maybe not. I was just putting in way too many hours, and I guess it's just time to enjoy other aspects of life. So for now, I'm going to be co-streaming on these kind of events, and we'll see what happens in the future.
Now, Estanishing, I have a question for you. You know, we've talked about the transition from coach to player a little bit, but something I'm always curious about is, you know, you're coming into this high stakes position, like you said, there's a little bit of like muscle memory to it. There's a little bit of nerves. What have you been doing to like calm yourself before, during the tournament and keep yourself, you know, your head in the game?
Well, precisely this set, I've been working with a lot of my players in those aspects, like mental fortitude, like the ability to perform. So a lot of what I showed them, I tried on myself, and it seems to have worked pretty well, pretty decently. I also studied psychology, so I have that background, and I try to just have my body, my brain working at its peak, at its best form, and just pay attention to those little details that help you perform.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to see it's working out for you, that experience in coaching really coming in big.
For sure. It's actually something I understand from like a martial arts kind of standpoint, where like if you set your brain to it, your body will follow. So really cool that you're doing that as well. But of course, we don't want to keep you guys too long. So you already know the deal. We're going to go to shout out. Snoody, I'll go to you first. You've done this so many times. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go off?
Oh, just thanks to my community, everybody who's supporting me daily, like my girlfriend, my family, and everybody out there. So yeah, have a blast. Enjoy GSC too.
And what about you, Estanishing? Anyone you want to shout out today?
Well, yeah, I've been preparing a lot with the Spanish squad, with Daleson, with Chuso and Safo that will play also today. And they helped me a lot. Also, I'd like to shout out Super Pino, a partner from the LATAM team from Infinity High Roller, that helped me a lot too these weeks. And really a lot of people, but we don't have all the time in the world. So thank you everyone for following me, and thank you for having me.
You know who you are. Just everyone gets a shout out. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today, Snoodyboo and Estanishing. We'll let you guys get to it. We'll see you out there for sure. And thank you for taking the time to talk to us. That was so lovely. You know, I love this kind of brain tuning into competition conversation. It's really interesting to me, as it's something I've been looking up a lot. Matt, why are you smiling like that?
You know, hey, like love to hear from the lads. I was kind of hoping to bait Estanishing into talking about his metal guitar past, but I didn't want to be like, tell me about guitar, because that's just a me question. But I am kind of curious. Maybe I'll DM him afterwards, be like, do you do that to relax, or are you just rawing through the entire tournament? Because I know things that calm people down, and when I play anything, I completely fail to execute on them. So clearly someone with a little bit more mental fortitude than I.
Yeah, but that's because like you play Wonderwall and people are tired of hearing that, so it doesn't calm them down, you know?
I would never play Wonderwall.
Anyway, here are the standings, and not Wonderwall, as we are going to be looking at all of our top 64 players for today. Kevin Parker just eking in there on that 61st placement. This is, as our producer likes to call it in the green room right now, the standings wall.
Well, you know, Makes, as they say, today is the day that they're going to split it into two. So that's going to be our cutoff for tomorrow's games. So we see heading into the top half of the players, couple familiar names not doing as well as we would have expected, but Double 61 and Canbiz, of course, two of our French stalwarts of the scene, are doing incredibly well. Solo Gasang, a name I am always happy to see, as he is the only reason that I survived solo queue. Highly recommend that tier list. And Kenobi, we'll be talking about him a little bit later as well.
Yeah, I had this obvious slog or something we're going to talk about in just a second. Like, I'm so annoyed that like we're not going right into like the meta talks questions here, right? Because like that was like another we could just like build on like the whole Wonderwall lyric thing, but like right now we're going to tell you like
no, we're going to drop it. Leave it right now.
All right, fine.
We tried, okay, we tried.
Mace doesn't want us to have fun, guys.
Somebody has to keep, us on track of what we're talking about. And I do have our next point of interest on my radar. We're going to be talking about players that you should have on your radar. Here are Slark, Electro, and Kenobi.
Yeah, and as I just alluded to a second ago, we are going to talk about a player coming out of Greece, right? Greece is a country that they've had a GSC winner in Charo. We have Orc do amazingly well over a couple of regional finals, right? But Slark is, as you can see right now on the screen, the most things I kind of know about him is just these numbers here. The first time we kind of saw him pop up was in an open qualifier like last set as well. So coming in now, having a strong day 2 in GSC 1, and now he might be on for another day 3 potentially even, right? So really strong to see someone like him come into the mix.
Yeah, Slark, incredibly impressive day number 1. And makes sense something in the green room that I'm going to bring up later that makes absolutely no sense. But what does make a lot of sense is Electro's appearance here has gotten first place in every single ladder snapshot in Turkey, but hasn't seen a huge performance in the Golden Spatula Cups previously. His best performance was 19th back in set 8. So hopefully we're going to see him eclipse that performance today now that he's gotten into that day 2.
Well, Slark and Electro are both great. There's no denying that, but they kind of, pale a little bit next to our absolute king Kenobi, who's third on this list here. He is, of course, not only a tremendously well-equipped player, but also a caster, a roundhouse gigabrain, an absolute jokester, and he shares all of that wisdom on his Twitter. It's in French, but there are translation options available to you, so you should follow him and use those. He's an absolute pleasure to be around, so we did want to highlight him here. We're definitely not biased. No, we wouldn't be.
Not at all. And brings up a really good point that I'm going to need you to explain what the hell you meant by segueing like an eel.
It's because eels are smooth, Matt. They're smooth.
They're like slippery. They're smooth. They're long. Long segues. Like what are we doing here, girl?
No. They're like smooth. Like try catching an eel. It's like pretty sharks. Hard. So you're like, what?
It's a very obscure meme reference. At least one person in the audience will get it and think it's hilarious, and that's the point of all of my jokes. I want to go as niche as humanly possible.
Okay, my brain is now going to be stuck on sharks, but we will need to talk about the Metadogs and the sharks that are in the stat water, waiting for you to pick them out or be eaten, frankly. Here are most played comps thus far.
Yeah, as you see, right, this is kind of what we expect here, right? The Warden Snipers with the playing around that Ashe has been a very, very popular and very potent composition. But for me, the real star of the show has been that duelist Lee Sin Irelia setup, right? Instead of being that reroll-centric line, you are just going to try to find that Lee Sin 2 absolute demon king in his own right. Really unkillable almost. Not quite Faker level, but almost there. And then Irelia in the backline doing her absolute damage, just blowing up entire boards as you were talking about earlier on, Matt.
Yeah, and Irelia has been one of those carries that we've seen in multiple compositions now, has really hit her stride as one of those legendaries. But one of the things that I really want to pull out from yesterday, I'm going to just hit Storied Champion very quick. Yes, Garen big, Garen scary, Garen strong. Anyways, Zyra actually performed incredibly well, and we saw it comboed with Storied Champion, much to the chagrin of everyone else in that lobby, because Zyra is incredibly strong. You normally see her in these compositions with Ghostly to give her that bonus damage for her plants. So it's been really cool getting to see that stability come out of a 2-cost reroll in a meta that is so focused towards getting towards level 8, getting towards level 9.
Well, I hinted about it earlier on already. There are some hero augments that are pretty good. I personally had the absolute pleasure of finding a Kabuko Lucky Paws augment in my first augment set yesterday, and I ended that game with not only a first place, but also a set 3 on my board. So very good, Little Bear. Very good, Garen. And then the other hero augments, also not too shabby, Matt.
Yeah, I want to clarify as well that when we were going through the segments this morning, Make said that she would not let anyone else do the Lucky Paws because she wanted the whole world to know about set 3. And that's fair. But I just wanted y'all to know how proud she is of it so you can congratulate her. I think she's earned it. And I want to talk a little bit about the Shen. You kind of alluded to it before. I was watching during my prep this week Balotelli and ran into that new artifact, the Ascension. 22 seconds it takes, but Shen really good at stalling. And then was able to completely one-shot every single unit there. So if we see Ethereal Blades and we see an artifact, it's time for everyone to run.
Also, Matt, I will say I am very surprised about you watching an Italian player as your prep.
I know, it's shocking. Listen, it's so easy to get my bias. Literally, all I did was I first interviewed Balotelli, and he was so nice. And then I was just like, maybe I talked to other Italian players. And then they invited me to their Discord to watch along with them once. And that's all it took. It took like 2 interactions, and I will be an Italian stan until the day I die. I'm so simple.
You know those cats where you give them like a treat and then they always come back to your doorstep?
Yes,
You're
that's me.
Players, but we will be talking about something that we do purely for content, as we do everything else. Honestly, we're great memesters. We prepared a tier list. Get ready to have the clippers out there, because surely there are going to be some hot takes. Anybody want to go first? Anything that right off you say that's an E or an S tier, or are we just going to be putting everything in B tier?
I mean, chain this straight to S tier. I don't care what anyone says. This makes half of a Titan's Resolve. It makes any strong frontline item. It makes Sunfire Cape. It makes Edge of Night. This component is by far the best component in the game.
Okay.
I'm unfortunately going to start serious on this one.
I did as well.
I'm gonna put BF Sword up that. I know, we got to start there, and then we've got to move into the more obscure things. This is how this has to work. BF Sword, really good. You want AD? You want to stab things? Great, fantastic. You want to go AP? There's this thing called Spear of Shojin. Check it out, you'll love it. So I really like the BF Sword, especially because I literally only play AD comps now. Duelist is pretty easy.
So where would you put it? Just S as well?
Gotta be S.
Okay, but
S for sword.
Guys,
it's that simple. No,
you
don't
guys
put it in A. I'm watching you, Carlos.
But if we put BF Sword in S tier, we kind of have to put tier up there too, right? You mentioned it, Spear of Shojin. You can always make a redemption if you play an AD comp. I feel like tier deserves some love.
Well, and makes I think even stronger than that. In the love of all of our ability to create terrible puns on demand, I think it should be top because it's the tier list. So clearly that's an S item.
I'm waiting for Wida to say something. He says, like, his face tells me he's disappointed right now.
All I'm gonna say is we're gonna put Spatula all the way down in E tier. I do not want to see the Spatula right now, and it's like again, E. I don't know, like you could also say it's S tier as in it's situational.
S for Spatula. S for
S
sword.
for Spatula. That makes sense.
S for Sabo. Oh, yeah. Our Spanish producer is helping us out. E for a spatula, of course.
Yeah.
Sounds
Okay,
like,
I'm gonna.
I don't even know if that's how it translates, but I'm gonna trust him.
Then we do C for cloak.
No. We're gonna listen to chat, and they actually said S for Spo, so that's where it goes. Bo into S tier, please.
I was right. I'm glad they agree.
Gotta
with
have
me.
it up there.
Yeah.
It's important. Everything
I
into
agree.
S tier. I'm glad we're getting this tier list as, objectively correct as possible right now. Even Ari came. She said all of the components really go into S tier, if we're being honest.
Well, I mean, I think she's the most capable analyst on the entire broadcast, frankly. You should hear some of her breakdowns of the games. She's a little bit shy on camera, so you guys don't get the chance to see it, but I've learned a lot from her over the years.
I mean, the ability and the composure it takes to always land on your feet, right, must be a huge skill asset when you play a game like TFT, right? But back to the components, I will say Cloak, on a more serious note, I think Cloak is probably like a C/B tier component. I don't think like it's S tier up there. Like, again, it's a flexible component, but again, most of the time you only want this for Ionic Spark or Bloodthirster, right? Because most of the time you're slamming Last Whisper instead of the God, not the Godbreaker, but you know the one I'm talking about that I forgot the name of very quickly because I never slammed the item.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Can we put Belt into B tier? I have a question.
Yes.
Ari,
Thank you.
just sitting there, completely over it, just like, please, let her do it. Let her do it. She won't let me go until Belt goes into B tier. Help. It's okay, Ari. I'll sacrifice the tier list for you.
All right. Look, I'll say
She's purring.
I'll put Glove into A. I don't have a good pun for Glove into A. It could be B for boxing gloves, I guess, but I think it's better than B. So it goes into
It's
into
A glove, so I'll let you pass.
Oh, but guys, we can actually make an item now because I want to put the rod into B tier so that we can have a Morel and Omicron because I've learned from Ari when she was doing one of the meta breakdowns that's really strong right now.
True. I think we have this tier list absolutely figured out. Of course, you should take this 100% seriously. If you take your screenshot right now, do make sure that you have all the notes down that we were saying. It's important to give context to tier lists is what I heard. That's why you should watch the entire pre-show to really understand what we were saying here. Thank you to production for enabling us in our absolute tomfoolery up here on the desk, personally speaking. And with that, I think that's the breakdown on the meta talks. Why don't we go to something where chat can finally win something too, Matt?
Let's do it. You know, we aren't the only ones who get the chance to be whimsical. You guys get to do it too. You can choose your favorite tactician, who you think can win, and why you think it. And I swear to God, if any of you are serious about this, we'll find you.
Man, I know you're giving. Yeah, I know you're giving the chat the chance to be whimsical, right? But I mean, you're kind of robotic yourself, right there.
Yes.
Oh no! Did my mic come out?
Yeah, your mic was doing some funky stuff there, but it's okay. You sounded like a real cool disco announcer from like the 70s, so I'll let it slide. We're going to be going with that. And of course, as always, you already heard from Snoodyboo this morning. We're going to be giving you co-streamers upon co-streamers. At some point, this graphic is just going to invade the title as well because they're ever growing. There's more and more countries and languages every single time I look at this, even though there could be more German ones. I will say, I feel like we're kind of underrepresented on this.
There's just not that many players to follow at the moment from Germany makes, you know, that's probably the reason.
Sorry? You want to take that back just because Denmark finally has 2 players that are good?
We have 3 players in day 2 makes, okay? Don't come at me, okay? Shout out to your Woho Corona, by the way.
I will go somewhere else. Well, not to Madrid, because hopefully I'll be somewhere else, but you should go to Madrid because we have our watch party for the Tactician's crown there. !arena to check it out, to secure your tickets, get those flight books, get those hotels booked because it is going to be an absolute blast to be there. We have co-streamers in different languages in place as well. Main broadcast is going to be in Spanish, so you can practice your Espanol as well while you're there. And I'm sure there's going to be an absolute joy to see the community here.
Yeah, you know, I've learned a lot of Spanish over my time working with a team in Alicante. You know, yo como pan, yo bebo agua, yo tosta casters, impetuous panda, and Morgan. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Niberia. We're ready to go for day number 2 of GSC number 2. I'll be caster number 2, it seems like. Impetuous Panda joined my caster number 1, Morgan. And Morgan, you know what I'm happy we don't have on this caster desk for games 1 and 2? A component tier list, none of that here. So we are saved, and the viewers are saved as well, of course, Morgan.
Yeah, thank God, man. That segment, out of everything else that was on the broadcast in the pre-show today, I loved how chaotic it was, but who the heck listens to someone in chat who says "bo" for it is "esbo"? I mean, the tier makes
sense. In some language, maybe it's correct, Morgan. You never know.
Yeah.
I would be cautious about calling it completely wrong.
Tier because it's S tier, so that makes sense. But what the heck, Wita? What were you thinking when you said B for boxing gloves? It's called spatting gloves. At least it's S tier as well. But either way, we're done with component tier list. So why do we not go now into lobby number 1 or lobby 6 in game number 1, if that's the way I can put it?
And what's a lobby? It is. When I was at production, you know, what lobby do you want to see for game 1? It was not even close. What a just great pairing of players here. We have Kenobi, who's mentioned top of show. We have a Spanish powerhouse in Chuso. We have 3 out of the 7 German players that made it to Golden Spatula Cup in a singular lobby in this game 1, and 3 huge players as well. Loescher had a great start yesterday. Kevin Parker as well with just a fantastic last few sets. And Gluteus, set 5, EMEA champion. Many have forgotten because it was not part of Rising Legends, but this is someone who knows how to win big. Fell off a bit, but is now back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I wish that we had actually Makes guessing with us this game so we could keep up the German bias. But don't worry, Makes, I got your back. I got my boy Kevin Parker here, one of the people that I love watching. And despite the fact that Kevin Parker recently has been kind of upset because there was, I think the time when I started casting, like last year, Kevin Parker was an absolute beast, bro. The amount of tournaments he won and the amount of games where he came up first. And honestly, I would say that he's not far away from that. I'm guessing that Kevin Parker might even make it to day 3, and recently his performance has been massive. So Germany, you have a challenge, but it's not hard. 3 out of 8 players in one lobby. Germany is gonna be on top in this game, if you ask me.
Wait, Morgan, you can't just say that at the start of the game. You just jinxed it. All 3 German players are finishing in the bot 4. Unfortunately, that's how the caster curses work.
Excuse me? Not once in my career have I cursed one player.
I don't believe that.
Wrong target, buddy. Wrong target. Not me. I'm not the one who does that.
Talking about Kevin, I think maybe you are referencing his peak last set, especially at Vegas, where he, of course, had one of the most historic games and really last few fights of all time, along with the Yone reroll, upsetting Broccoli and taking that to 6 games, not quite winning the whole tournament in the end, but still having a great international performance. He has had a slow start to this set, especially on ladder, was a little bit stuck in the high Grandmaster, low Challenger area for a few weeks. Hasn't really been that top 20 player he has been most of the last few sets, even racing to Challenger among the first European players most of the time, but has made it back. He's back at 1.5k. He's had a very good A1 as well.
Yeah, and let us speak a little bit about the B batch now, because a lot of stuff has changed recently, and I think, in my opinion, as someone that has really been grinding this patch specifically ever since it came out, hear me out. I'm someone that loves to play flex, okay? I hate reroll compositions. I hate having to mash the same exact button. I know all of you Gamba addicts out there are gonna be sad with me saying this, but flexibility in this patch is amazing. You can play anything starting from Flex AD into Ash Wardens, into maybe Dragon Lord Galio. If you get one of the hero augments which are back and introduced to the game in this set, like Ethereal Blaze, Lucky Pose, Story Champion, all of this works pretty nice. But there are also so many good AP compositions. You can play Umbral Alun, you can play the Sage Lilia board. So, in my opinion, if you have to contest a specific composition in this patch, you're doing something wrong.
Talking about flexible play, some of our players in this lobby were not too flexible yesterday, leaning heavily maybe on their comfort comps for day 1, just trying to play consistent around the game as they have practiced the most on ladder. 2 of those players, one of them being Tyroke, a player we haven't talked about too much, Polish player. We haven't seen much of this player in GSCs in the past, doesn't have that historic pedigree a lot of the other competitors do have in this lobby, but he's someone that played 3 games of Ashe yesterday, and this is the comp that I think was the most played in EMEA across that day 1. So they'll have to be careful, as you mentioned, about being contested, about playing against the odds when it comes to finding that 2-star Ashe somewhere in stage 4. Another player that didn't play too flexible was Gluteus. 3 games of Duelist, I would say the strongest comp in the meta right now, both in its reroll variants, but especially in the Fast 8 Lee Sin Irelia duo carry setup, which is just enabled by so many different combat strength augments like Keepers, like even Find Vintage, for example, with a more oddball setup.
Yeah, speak about variety as well. One thing that changes every game, you know what that is, Panda? The Exalted Champions. In this game, we do have 2 champions that got something in common, which might be kind of eye-catching if you wanted to play snipers here. We got Aphelios and Nautilus both Exalted, which both of them go as one of the main units that you cannot let go in the Ashe Snipers composition. So anyone playing Ashe Snipers this game, if you could able to maybe push for a fast 9, if you go to level 8 with a Sniper emblem or a Warden emblem, you could give up one of these slower cost units in order to get Exalted in. And that is something that will help you with more and more damage output for your snipers, and it stacks with the damage per hex. So for anyone looking to play Ashe Snipers this game, it could be such a great shot to try and sneak in a few Exalted units into the composition.
Not just that, but Lissandra is also the 5-cost Exalted with Porcelain,
yes.
So it's almost bad how good this Exalted is, because it means that the already most played comp has a very easy way to play it, and that means that I would expect, everywhere from 3 to maybe 4 players making the mistake of all trying to play for the same comp and playing a bit of a 4-cost lottery in that stage 4. So we'll see if players can find different avenues where they don't have to necessarily play into Ashe as their default game plan for this game 1. One of those avenues could be too healthy. Gluteus, German player, has picked up this augment which enables maybe something like a Teemo Lux reroll game, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm guessing, but I have a question though, Panda. Don't you just think that there are a few augments that are just there in the game as a bait, or like they're kind of fake? I mean, what the hell is Tons of Stats, man? Do you think it's a good option that just went forward as a first augment? I did not see what options he had, but what is Tons of Stats? I've never seen this augment actually do something at all.
I made some pretty good generic combat augments. Maybe not the most impactful at 2-1, but again, sometimes, especially with gold augments, there are many actually dead augments that really don't make sense for your spot. So you have to pick more of these generic things that you're not, I don't think anyone necessarily is excited about picking up healing orbs, a ton of stats, or kind of the more generic combat augments in 2-1 because you don't get much direction. And it's not really the optimal play most of the time, but it is at least a consistent, safe option that you can make good use of in the late game.
Hey, I'll allow everything except healing orbs. The amount of times that this augment had made me clutch a specific round because I was able to slam so many items on a frontline fighter, something like Gnar, even if I'm using him as an item holder just with a few titans or a BT. Healing orbs actually has so much clutch potential because in the early stages of the game, people don't really have anti-heal slammed in that early. So killing a unit, getting a whooping amount of 450 HP, that's a lot of tankiness in frontline for you, buddy. But tons of stats, yeah, you called it, just pretty generic.
We're looking here at Glutius' board with that 2 healthy for now, playing around the Gnar, the Kiana, and the Kindred for the extra bit of HP. We have seen, of course, 2 healthy with Dryad reroll back in GSC number 1, quite often when Gnar and Kindred and just Dryad overall was much more of a menace. A lot of nerfs have come through the last few patches, which means that it's no longer as oppressive, and I think it opens up the space for 2 healthy to be viable in a lot of different shells coming into stage 3.
Okay, wait. I love that from Sasa in chat, by the way. He just highlighted that tons of stats might be such a good combo for bruisers or mythics, because I would say that the stats do add up with the mythic value and with the bruiser value, so that makes total sense. And something I want to highlight as well with Zulnache is that he took Patient Study and he's winning with it. And this is one of the augments that I think really keep up with the flexibility, yet are still good. You can win and get some XP and add in some gold to try to get 8 and 9 early. Or you can just go absolutely lose and get to level 9 at the start of stage 4 with a whooping amount of like 60 or 70 gold. But this carousel, there's so much to talk about.
Certainly is. Always, of course, impactful with the fortune implications, but I think no longer as viable in this current patch. But we do see 2 players, Kenobi and Kevin Parker, both on a loose streak, both with a fortune game plan on their boards. For Kevin, 42 gold to work with at 2-5.
Man, I think that our players actually put too much attention into what our mates did at the pre-show. Did you see how many chain vests there were at the start of this game? We got 5 chain vests.
I don't think the players choose what components show up, Morgan. I'm not. That's not quite how it works. If it was, things would be a little bit different in some late game carousels.
The RNG god kind of listened to what Makes, Wida, and Niberia did. That was a lot of chain vests given to our players. I think that the game kind of admitted that it is an S tier. And you know what's even better? A Bramble vest. 2 chain vests on a 2-star Garen. And right now, Kevin Parker is not going to complain. He's playing with Fortune. He does want to take that lose. And as long as he's losing, it doesn't matter if he's killing that many units. So you do want to kill some units in order not to lose a lot of HP. But starting with 3 Fortune, all thanks to our portal, which gave him a Zoe at the start. So it wasn't really hard to put Fortune in at the start of the game.
Before we get into the high action of Stage 3 and onwards, I will hit a few more narrative points because I think they're very interesting for this game. Number 1 of today's day 2. All 3 German players are all part of the High Roller team. So not only the same country, but also teammates. They prep together. They share their thoughts. They say, hey, I think this is strong. I think this is weak. So it's going to be very interesting as they develop their game plans and they scout each other and they say, oh, you know, you're paying attention to what I said the other day. I'm playing this now. You know, you're doing this different combo with this augment or this item. So really interesting always to have teammates playing against each other in a tournament like this with so much at stake. But also, Morgan, one more interesting thing. 6 out of the 8 players here were all at the Leipzig event at the very start of the set. So they all met in person. I played games other than TFT against some of these people. If you know, you know. But overall, really fun to have that in-person experience, and now all of them playing against each other online.
Yeah, this is one of the things that actually make the community connected as a whole. And I kind of love you for highlighting such a good thing, but I also hate you because you reminded me that I missed the chance to go to these events and now I haven't seen any of these players IRL, but I'm hoping soon enough I can actually get to meet all of them. And more importantly, my colleagues, I haven't met any one of you guys IRL yet. Pretty sure it's going to be a lovely experience. And I'm pretty sure that Cubixon is also having a way more lovely experience with that Volibear, with the Tattoo of Fury, and the BT able to get a 5-win streak. The only one fully win streaking in the lobby so far.
On the opposite side, both Kenobi and Kevin were able to guarantee their loss streaks. There hasn't been a meetup Well, there's been, as you mentioned, the meetup in Leipzig, but no meetup between the Fortune players just yet in this game one. Both players on a 5 loss streak and hoping to continue this loss streak and maybe dodge each other, because as soon as that fight goes through and we get, the loser or the winner, I guess, with Fortune, then they can start playing a bit of a stronger board. But while they're still in the same player pool, they have to play the absolute weakest board possible and take a little bit of extra damage along the way.
Yeah, and something that I want to highlight, by the way, is that the artifact he has on that support, the support item he has on the support dummy is really strong. If you guys don't know, recently on that last patch, we got about how many? I forgot the number, man. Like 26 new artifacts and support items. It was like so much. I swear to God, I thought that it was April's Fools when I checked More Dog's account, and I was like, holy wait, we're in May. Are these artifacts real? And yes, it was real. So Moonstone Renewer gives both of the lowest HP units a shield every 4 seconds. You know what this does really well good with? Yes, Duelist. And you know how it's really good? Because it's on a dummy. So you're getting so much shielding for free.
I think you can really mention any support item and it'll do well with Duelist. I think this is overall a combination that really likes the team-wide benefits because it works so well with the damage reduction of the Duelist and the attack speed stacking and trying to stall for a bit of a longer fight to ramp up. So it's why also, of course, Find Vintage is so strong. There are very few low rolls. You're happy with so many different items that can come out of that.
Yep, stationary support is one of the most amazing gold augments, and whatever item you can get, whether it's support item, can really work well because if it's a backline item, it's a frontline item, you can make it work. Now, finally, the Fortune players, they do meet, and it ends up as a loss here for Kevin Parker. So Kevin is much more happy. However, obviously, Kanata is debatably was in a better position, and there goes a Fortune crest, potentially 5 Fortune angle for Kevin Parker. I was just gonna highlight that he's healing up because of metabolic, but Kevin Parker has this now. Fortune.
Kevin's scouting as he should, really thinking through his next few matchups in this stage 3, how much damage he'll be taking. If there are any comps that will be win out comps, this is something I mentioned yesterday as well. Fortune, I think, is in a dangerous spot in this current meta because sometimes even when you cash out a decent enough, Fortune cash out, you play against comps like Garen Story Champion with the Hero Augment and a few other like Kabuko Lucky Paws, where they're just so strong in stage 4 once they've hit the 3-star and are leveling up that even with a cash out you end up losing. So you can't just go down to one life basically in stage 4. So it is a little bit risky with Fortune, I would say.
Yeah, I was just highlighting that because I wanted to make it a little bit more fun, but you gotta do what you gotta do to win. Looking at the other augments that people chose, we see Tyroki and Kennedy both going with little buddies, so we can already anticipate that they're gonna go for a fast 9 board or a late game composition on level 8 where you're gonna be playing a lot of forecast units. And judging by the fact that Combat Casters was on Tyroki, and we saw his board, it's gonna do really well on these forecast units. Alongside Zulnache, who's now getting a little bit more loss streak, and with Keepers and Patient Study, I'm guessing that this could be probably a Bruiser or a Mythic board that he's looking for with Keepers. Unless you're just going to be stacking the front line, and it still works pretty well. And what I really like about Keepers, by the way, is that it gives a lot of tankiness for that front line composition.
Evan very nicely gets 2 more rounds with the Fortune 3 online. He has 52 HP thanks to Metabolic, has been healing. A lot of gold to work with as we're seeing here. Has a Morello slammed already onto the Teemo plus half a tier. This could, of course, be indicating the Kaisa Trickshot comp as the pivot from Fortune. It's the most natural pivot we've seen the entire set. And we'll have to see how many players are going to try and contest it, and maybe Kevin decides to opt into something different in stage 4.
A Morello slammed on the Teemo is potentially one of the best items that you could look for. And Keepers, obviously, with Zulinag's board, with that Duelist composition, kind of does make the difference that you're not going to be having with the Duelist not being able to tank, because they only start receiving less damage starting from 6 Duelists. And with Patient Study, again, he's going to be able to save up some of his money. He's already at level 7, and I think after this win, he's going to be making 50 gold up in the next round, so he's in a very good position. He's not going to be sticking to duels with Patient Study again. That will 100% be swapped out, potentially for a Dragon Lord Aurelia, because that composition also does love having units slammed in the front line. Now we're off to the second carousel. What are our players looking at?
I would say it will be duelist for Lunas, just not the reroll variant. It'll just be the level 8 variant with Lee Sin. Keepers and Patient Study both make it much easier to make it to 8, as you mentioned, kind of the econ augment. And Keepers is just, I think, one of the best combat augments in general for duelist, both silver and the gold variants. So I believe at least 2 players will be playing for duelist, which I think makes sense. I think every lobby, looking at the meta, looking at the stats on day 1 and just across ladder the last week, we should be seeing 2 Ashe players and 2 duelist players per lobby on average, with a Kai'Sa player almost always guaranteed as well.
Yeah, this does open a lot of variety for us. So I'm thinking that we have not seen a single sniper player yet. I could be a little bit blind, but that's fine. I'm a little bit sick.
Kenobi's going sniper. He has the Last Whisper and the
yes. I blame Common Cold.
It's really just look at if you see the Rage Blade slammed, you already know where they're going. Basically, it's very easy, Morgan.
Okay, I did not catch that he already slammed that. Thank you, Benda. That is why you get such a high elo commentator to go with me. Now, looking at Kevin Parker, he's been able to tank that 8 loss. I would love if we could keep an eye out on him. Thank you so much, observers, because he just has 1 more loss and he's going to be cashing out that fortune. Luckily enough, he pushed his luck and he got 2 more losses. So that is kind of the perfect situation that you could aim with fortune. And while he did highlight that fortune is extremely risky in this patch, I believe he potentially got one of the best positions for it. He's able to get 9 losses, and the second cash out was also with only 2. Imagine if a second cash out was with 6. That was his game basically thrown out of the window.
Maybe not the best, but definitely a viable place to play Fortune and find success with it. And especially there's no big hero augments in this game as well, so there won't be that kind of... Usually there won't be that boogeyman player in stage 4 where you just always absolutely lose, but maybe I'm wrong, because Kubikson is on a 9 win streak, 100 HP, still has not lost a single fight with that Volibear setup with a Tattoo of Force, and BT, and the Deathblade. And if he doesn't lose now, and he's going to be able to go 8 and maybe finally Sin, it's going to be a crazy board from Kubikson. Cash out there from Kevin as well.
Okay, Kevin decided to sell the Zaya, so he's not going to be playing with that Rakan nor the Zaya for the Altruist composition. He's looking to get maybe a 10th loss, saving up a lot of money up until now. Okay, but he plays him actually on the back line. My bad on that. It turned into a Zaya. And he still has that Odir as well. Decides to slam one of the Rascal's Glove. I think potentially he got one of the best cash outs. 3-5 cost units, a Rascal's Gloves, and also some gold to help him push to level 8 and maybe try to stabilize a little bit starting from the next stage.
Just that with the early Zaya is just really big. You might even just skip the Kai'Sa altogether, depending how strong his board is. I think this fight will be a good time for the cash out players to kind of get a reading on how strong they are right now, how stable they are, and how much they have to roll in stage 4 to continue that stability.
Looking at this fight now, the Volibear still is doing God's work staying alive, and one of the strongest units, by the way, 3-cost units that you could have that Tattoo of Fury with. Look at him very angrily rushing right now with the Bloodthirster, able to get Kubix on a massive 10 win streak. He did spend a little bit of money in order to be able to stabilize, but playing at lobby number 1, having a 10 win streak, trust me, whatever board you're going with, that is pretty decent.
It has so much gold to work with as well. Can go to level 8 on 4-1. With a win streak, usually you are healthy enough where you can say, hey, I'll play for econ and just guarantee I can go 9, whatever. But you're also getting a ton of gold from your win streak gold, so you're also incentivized to, hey, use up all that gold and try and continue defending the win streak. There's always a double-edged sword there in terms of that decision. We'll see what Kubikson goes for in this stage 4. If he thinks he can really upgrade his board with the gold that he has and continue trying to protect his win streak, maybe make it a 15 win streak. Who knows? It's a set 2 as well, almost. 2
sets on level 7? What's happening?
Don't worry about it. This is just the kind of things that rank 1 players on EU West ladder do, Morgan.
Yeah, all skill, baby. And you know what? It's happening to the only guy in the entire damn lobby who has 10 win streak. He gets 2 sets at level 7. I think he's going to be saving up a little bit of money. Not even excited about pushing right now, waiting for the 3rd augment. And Kevin Parker has won that last round, and he spent some money to go to level 8 now, and he's going to be facing against a board that has not yet got into the maximum form, but Morgana 2 is really good for Zuso at level 7 still again.
Getting a sneak peek at Chuso's board we haven't seen much of yet in the first few stages of the game. He is going to be going for this Zoe with the AP kill and the Morgana for now, the TG as well. With tons of stats and overall just a lot of combat augments especially will help this comp stay stable in stage 4. And Kubikson punished, maybe that's his decision though, of course, for not spending this gold to try and protect the win streak. Instead, now going to play a bit more chill in this stage 4 and hopefully ramp up and hit another big power spike in stage 5 alongside with these prismatics.
Wait, if he gets new recruit now, and he goes level 8, he's gonna be able to place 9 units, and he's gonna be having set 2. That would be potentially such a good option for him now, but I don't know if he wants to go for Blinding Speed, which also makes total sense. If he's gonna be continuing with that duelist board, that potentially could be BIS Irelia already. So both of these really make a lot of sense for Kubixon's board. What would you do if you were him?
Really depends what comp he's playing for. I think he's still keeping his options
Set
open.
2!
His bench
At
is
level
very much open. But yeah, set 2 is a big one. If he wants to play for the Warden line, I don't know if he wants to. Again, the items are not really there for Ashe at all. So I'm very curious what comp Kubixon actually ends up on with these kind of melee bruiser-ish items. It looked like it would be something like a duelist Lee Sin setup, but now his shops have been telling him to go in a different direction.
Yeah, also Invoker Crest for Loescher kinda should be uncontested. And we got Baboom for Kevin Parker, and Kenobi also went with new recruits. So we do have a lot of duplicate Prismatics here. 2 players also took the Impenetrable Bulwark, which are Shuzo and Gluteus, which means that they do need some frontline, and that is keeping the Illaoi alive for quite some time. Also, area at level 8 for Zulnak is such a very good position that he got in, and just as you mentioned, he's going for the vertical duelist at level 8. He's not going for the reroll thingy, especially with Kubixon already having a lot of these volleybears and also contesting the duelists, so it's not an optimal position. Very good read on that one, Panda.
That being said, it's really about finding Lee Sin to stay stable. Zul has not really rolled much at all yet. He has that singular Lee Sin. Items still going to be on Volibear. He's maybe hoping to say, hey, this early Irelia is enough with Keepers, with the Accomplice, to set me up for a fast 9, where I can roll for both Irelia 2 and Lee Sin 2. The HP is not quite there yet, so he doesn't have that big, comfort there with the 37 HP only.
Yeah, a lot of people are now taking a huge risk with not spending most of their money to stabilize. In fact, Prismatics coming in kind of inflated the power in this lobby because 2 gold augments and then 1 Prismatic coming up instantly makes for one thing that you are not going to be on the top of the game if you spend weights. Judging by Gluteus' board right now, that is not looking good. He spent up everything he had in the bank, only potentially at 20 gold-ish now, and he only has a Morgana 1 with a Morello. These items on the Zoe could potentially be good. I don't know what he was rolling for. Was it a Zoe roll or what was it? But that Volibear is just refusing to die, pushing hard, still alive with the Hand of Justice, but there goes the Zoe with the balancing shot, finally able to take him down.
And we're seeing both Gluteus and Chuso, both of that Zoe/Zyra ghostly players still finding success. In the case of the Fortune players, both Fortune players also now win streaking, so they correctly found a way to stabilize after their cash outs. Kenobi and Kevin are doing good despite only being at 30 HP now.
There's a spat completely being ignored by the bottom 4 players because none of them are spammable. I think it could be such a very good option for Loescher as well. Yes, he's going to be the only one heading for it because it totally makes sense with the composition that he's playing with right now. And again, I believe that he's the only one uncontestedly playing the Mythic Invokers right now. I've not seen a single Lilia on any of these boards, so it's pretty good. You can slam a Mythic on that one or potentially a Heavenly, and it does work pretty good well with the Mythic board as well.
The board from Kevin Parker, 4 win streak now. Baboom, making great use of that Zaya, the Ornn 2 as well, with the trench coat in this case now here, and the Udyr. So big to find early.
Yeah, 4 trick shots is also one of these boards that I don't think I've seen a lot in the past few days, especially after the recent Zaya nerfs and after the Kai'Sa nerfs, and after people kind of got acquainted with the forecast units getting buffed with HP and some basic stats in the last patch and then them getting nerfed in head again. I think that Kevin Parker is doing pretty well for an uncontested board.
Not just that, but he's level 9. He's not level 8, 10 gold. He's level 9 with 10 gold. He's going to have a very, very easy chance to find a lot of these upgrades like that Udyr 2. We see how much Kevin is aware of the strength of Lee Sin in the meta, holding 2 Lee Sins on his board. Maybe keeping the option open for Dragon Lord, but no, I'm going to sell him, make 20 here instead.
Yeah, the thing with the trick shots board is that it can destroy anybody's front line because of the amount of damage and Zaya being able to apply the Last Whisper pretty quickly on everyone, and that team was spreading the Morellos. But one issue is that he played against a Sage and a Morgana board. You know what these do? They just ignore your front line. Morgana fires 1 shot on the backline and she has straight up backline access. Special thanks to the Static Shiv, also shredding everyone from the Zoe and the bounces reaching them. He was going to win against any board that was not that past one.
And Kevin really wants to try and build for a longer fight. The Ascension, the Boom, these are both augments that want you to play for longer fights, get that scaling damage in, knowing that you're going to out-DPS your opponent in a long fight with how much damage we get from Ascension. And imagine the Baboom with the Ascension proc damage. I mean, it's going to be just absolutely one-shotting everything from Zaya.
Going against another board now, should have potentially more luck against the duelist one, because by the time that this Volibear reads him, he's gonna be shredding him through with that Zaya. Ascension also keeping his front line alive and making his back line able to deal more damage. That Zaya just shredded through the duelist board, and now Zulnak is one loss away at 13 HP. I think he's in a very risky position now. He has to spend every penny after these Raptors.
And Chuso on the opposite side, copying Kubikson, saying, you know what, I'm going to go for a bit of a 10 win streak myself, although I'll do it in the point where it matters most, because not taking any damage stage 4 is so big. We're seeing the HP totals reflect this. 84 HP for Chuso. Luteus in second place at 49, so a massive gap already, which means that Chuso, as long as he keeps up this general tempo coming into stage 5, he almost guarantees a top 4, maybe even a top 3.
The issue with being at Kubikson's position is that he was able to get 10 win streaks in rounds where it didn't hurt to lose. But then he lost the entirety of stage 4, and that translated into him having 37 HP. Now look at Zilnak. He's level 9 with 71 gold, spending every single penny he has trying to get that Aurelia to ASAP. Again, getting very close to finding her, but still not even lucky with a single one of them. Gets the Rakan. Has to spend it all now because he's one loss away. Gets a Lee Sin. And he's still spending. Where's the luck? It's not serving him a little. Just one more Lee Sin. Gets the Lee Sin 2 finally. But I don't think Aurelia 1 is going to save him from the
items.
Fight.
You have to go fast. Fights are starting now. You have to get the most value from these items right away. Have to find the best combination in very little time to try and itemize both the Lee Sin and, of course, also this Aurelia as a secondary carry. It wasn't just Zoul, a duelist player that was rolling down in this start of stage 5. It was also Kubikson, who went 9 and spent all of his gold trying to stabilize after those 5 losses in stage 4.
Yeah, he's been able to slam quite quickly, though. And again, Keeper's giving him a lot of front line with this Redemption also slammed a little bit late. It could have been potentially more and more tankiness for him, but Zulnak gets that bailout card with the Lee Sin 2 coming in the last second and the Redemption and that Warmog saving his front line. Now, he's still down on that Aurelia with 1 item. Also didn't put in the Janna yet, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so that potentially could be 1 more Dragon Lord. And the power spike from that board comes in from 4 Dragon Lords because the stun and the more attack speed that you get really helps a lot with keeping everyone alive.
Kubikson, same story as Zoul. We weren't watching on the main point of view, but he also rolled down all of his goals, like I mentioned, found a way to also stabilize with all of these upgrades. Wukong pair now with, I would say, close to BIS items for the Monkey King, God, maybe both. In this case, we'll see if it'll be enough to win this next fight as well, Morgan.
He already has a duplicator, by the way, but he doesn't want to use it now. He has some HP to maybe tank a few losses. And there goes again against the Lilia board that is uncontested from anyone here but Loescher. There goes to the Silas with the Sunfire, able to apply it on so many units at the same time, and that stun from the Nautilus was also massive with double emblems as the Heavenly and the Invoker. Gonna be able to be casting a lot of time.
Look at this Lee
also
Sin, though. Look at this Lee Sin, the healing coming through, everything converging onto just the Lilia, and she eats her way into defeat for Loescher. And all of a sudden, Tyroke at 11, Zoul at 13, Kenobi at 10 HP, and Loescher at 13. A lot of players are on a singular life now coming into the 5-3.
And it's not just a Wukong, by the way. He has a Rakan too. That's a lot of shielding if you notice to his front line. And the CC that is applied from this board is also pretty nice. Now, Kenobi was the only one that we said is going to be going for the Snappers board. However, not being able to put in, I think, the Lissandra yet for 1 more Porcelain unit, but he has the Exalted in, I'm pretty sure, with the Nautilus and the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was Exalted, right? Yes, he does have it in. But set 1 and a 1 item on that Amumu and the Nautilus is not going to give him a lot of tankiness for that front line.
We'll see the positioning here. The Nautilus, especially, his ults coming into the late game are so relevant. We're going to see now he's on the opposite side of that Zoe, of that Morgana. We'll see which way Nautilus ults, and if this Ashe with Rageblade and Red buff can survive, can get that scaling attack speed, and can do enough damage to try and take down some of these Zyra players who are taking over the lobby in that stage 4 and 5. Maybe close enough for now. Yeah. I know we got
not
this.
close enough for Ricky, though. Is the only player to go out of the lobby now and is not doing pretty well at all in that one. But he's not going to be alone because he was followed by Loescher as well. So we lost 2 players in 1 round. And had he survived for 1 more round, he would have been able to get that Aurelia, maybe able to hit Aurelia too, but quite unlucky for Loescher.
And both of these players were on mythic-ish lines. Loescher with the Lily, of course. Tyroke was somewhere in between the mythic line with a Hui 2, with a Morello, and the Ashe line. So both players not finding that much success. I noticed a lot yesterday on main broadcast. A lot of the bot 4 players were Lilia players. We had a 4.7, I believe, for Sage Lilia in the stats yesterday. So really not ideal.
Yeah, Shuzano potentially I mean, Gul'Thais is potentially going to level 9 to add in one more Story Weaver unit. He's looking for perhaps a replacement for that Riven, because it's not going to give him anything except just one more Bruiser unit on that frontline board. And if he goes against the Lilia board from Zul'Nuck, I think it could be very hard to face, honestly.
No, I think there's no more Lilia boards. Lilia boards have been eradicated.
Wait, both of them went out. Yeah,
in this game 1. It's going to be Ashe, Kenobi versus Gluteus, Germany versus France to see who can stay alive in this game, number 1. And we'll see if the Morgana and the Zoe, especially with the ricochets, can do enough. The Nautilus, I think, will not be casting one more time at the very least for the side of Gluteus. The ricochets coming through, almost killing off.
Morgana
doesn't quite do it, but it should be enough here. Morgana, you're surely good enough to win this. Yeah, we got it. Gluteus wins. Kenobi taken down a notch. I think he should be.
He took a lot of damage though. Delayed damage maybe?
Oh, down to
no,
3.
he's still alive at 3 HP. Okay, now him and Zul'Nuck potentially at a very bad position. We lost one German player out of this lobby so far, but we got Kevin and Gluteus trying to take their health a little bit back. And the area just comes in time, but I don't think that this 10 HP is going to make a huge difference in stage 5, honestly. Perhaps if it was in stage 4.
From Kubikson, perfect game plan. Really just by the book TFT. 10 win streak, which of course you can't do every game. You got maybe a little bit lucky, a little bit high roll, sure. But perfectly tanks all of the stage 4. Accumulates a ton of gold to go 9 to guarantee all of his key upgrades, and now is on a 4 win streak up to stage 5. So it's almost as if he's choosing, hey, I'm going to win now, I'm going to lose now, and everything is going by his plan.
Yeah, and Zul'Nuck also able to hit one of potentially the best components on that Accomplice. Gets a locket for the front line, which does a huge work with the Duelist, giving them a lot of armor and magic resistance, some shielding. Moonstone is also going to be keeping him alive. And he doesn't care about this trick shots doing any damage because that Aurelia has a lot of lifesteal with the BT as well. Has some great backline access, potentially able to heal from the damage. The Silas casting, however, gets some backline access on her, might be able to kill her regardless, and the trick shots will make it through. And that is the beauty of the Silas unit, baby. He just goes straight into the Aurelia, doesn't care about the BT, and he's out.
Kevin Parker popping off, and Morgan, I'm going to let you in on a secret, but you can't tell anyone else, okay? Kevin Parker has 2 Kai'Sa 2s on his board. Don't tell the rest of the players. He's going to try and go for Kai'Sa 3 as his win condition.
Wait, that was with Trickster Glass, no? So imagine a double Kai'Sa 3.
Wait, was it? Did I get baited?
Yes. It was a Trickster's Glass Kai'Sa. Don't worry, Panda.
me.
Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. Talisman on Kevin Parker, but I don't think that this was really good in that round. He has 43 gold. And he's still pretty healthy. Now, the only one that we should keep an eye out on should be Kenobi, because if he loses that round in stage 6, the minimum damage that you're getting out is going to be taking you away now. What would you take if you were Kevin Parker? Eat some shred.
It is so much more apparent that it's a Trickster's Glass Kai'Sa with, her being a ghost on the board. I was looking at our private stat feed, and there you cannot tell the difference. So I was like, But yes, it's much more apparent. I'm not visually impaired, chat. I promise. I have eyes as a caster. I think it's a really important quality to have to be able to narrate the action properly. And 5 players hoping we are narrating their action in the top 4, because this fight could be decisive for both Kenobi and Gluteus, Morgan.
You wanted to speak about 4-star 3 costs? Look at Kevin Parker trying to duplicate that Lee Sin with the Wei, and also has a duplicator on board. And we did speak before that this Lee Sin is keeping a lot of damage coming in with the BT and the DB, also able to deal a lot of damage from the Titans. Gets the Mana Reeve of Light as well. That's always trying to keep a lot of damage, but that Gallery just doesn't go down, baby. Gluteus is able to survive, and the Morello does a lot of nice work with all of the anti-healing applied to the board, and Kenobi takes one more win, keeping him alive, but Chuso is now on the verge of going 5th after that game.
And I'm going to take the blame for this one. I caster cursed Chuso. I said he was 84 HP going to stage 5. With this HP gap, surely he won't go on a 6-loss streak and tank a million damage and not even top 4. But it seems to be like that might be what we'll be seeing in this next fight here. A 0-2 here for Chuso. Could this be enough? He's finally moved out of the Zoe, moved out of the Zyra, moved into a fast 9 comp with things like Rakan and Azir and Hui populating his board now. But he's facing a scary matchup here.
Yeah, he was looking for that Illaoi 3. He has a duplicator. He was just one more Illaoi away, and perhaps able to duplicate her now with the Hui if he was able to live. However, he's going against that Lee Sin and Rakan board again. The Lee Sin 3 finally hits. Quite unlucky for him, just on time. That Lee Sin is not going to be counterable, baby. That one Sonic Wave is going to be taking everyone down. It Mana Reaves them out of life, and you have no mana, you have no damage. He goes out just on time as Azusa was able to hit that Lee Sin 3, baby.
So usually I find excuses and try and say, it's not my fault that these players are losing, but this time it is 100% my fault. Chuso, you can please write any letter you want on Twitter defaming me as a caster, and I will accept it gladly.
It's okay. It's okay. We got... Wait, what's his name? How did I forget his name? It's someone very famous in... Hey, think with me, Panda. Someone that just does a lot...
I cannot read your mind. There's many famous
Do it. Someone that has a lot of kicks and like very... I don't know, Chun-Li? So someone that is like...
Okay, let's stick to the game, Morgan, before we derail this cast completely. 4 players left alive, 3 on 1 HP, but of course, Kubikson is the Grim Reaper, knocking on everyone's doors alongside his Lee Sin. Maybe not knocking, I guess kicking would be more appropriate in this case.
Bruce Lee was the person that I was searching for,
God.
man. Lee Sin, he has Bruce Lee on his board. Kenobi doesn't have that.
Okay, I don't like where this is going, Morgan. Let's cast some TFT.
Okay, let's cast some TFT. You speak about reroll
butchered
composition.
the easiest joke of all time, and you took 3 minutes to get there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kaiser 3. Forgive me. I know that Mix loves reroll compositions, but you know what reroll I love? Lee Sin reroll, baby. Now, everyone on the verge of 1 loss away from losing this lobby. All of them are at 15 HP, and if that tells you one thing, this lobby is extremely close. But good news for Germany. You still have Glateus and Kevin Parker both at the top 3, so it's a happy day for our German brothers.
It is 2 of our dock players, 2 of our high roller Germany players make, not high rollers because they're lucky, high rollers the team, of course, make it into the top 3. And Kubikson, a player who I think we have to talk about. He was rank 1 earlier this set on ladder. He's been really top 10, top 20 the entire set, has been doing well in the post competitions, all these different sets. Never really had a big splash in GSC. Maybe this could be finally his time with Lee Sin 3 accompanying him to make it to the very top.
Yeah, luckily enough, he even goes against the Ghost. So we're going to be getting 1 more battle after this. Potentially a double kill here is not even potent, in my opinion. Level 10 already coming out from Kevin Parker. He does have a lot of damage being bumped up to the back line of that Morgana, but maybe not enough to kill her when that was such a beautiful cast on the Morgana onto the back line, but not enough. Again, the trick shots just have free backline access, all thanks to the tattoo of bombardment on that Kaiser. And I think that's as far as he can go. That board is no way in hell going to be killing a Lee Sin, especially with the fish bones on Silas.
Not just that, but I mean, we're looking at the Baboom affecting so many different units. Level 10 for Kevin Parker, but I think that should and I think will be the end of the road. Of course, Kaisa 3 not a real possibility, as we've talked about already a few times in this game, Morgan.
Nope.
And Lee Sin 3, he's a menace at 2-star, at 3-star. I think we don't have to imagine actually. We can actually just watch and see as he tears through every unit on the board here. There are 2 of the big damage dealers on Lee Sin's side. Maybe somehow the Kaisa and the Zaya together with a Boom can maybe knock his HP down a tiny bit.
No, he got mana reaved. He was positioned right in front of them. But
no chance.
I don't know. You said that having eyes is really one of the most important potential talents for a caster, but tell me if my eyes were wrong. I did not see that HP bar go down at all as Kubikson takes up the first win in the second day of the Golden Spatula Cup.
And Kubikson, a player who just barely made it to this day 2, Morgan. He finished in the 64th position, winning tiebreakers against Lekoko and making it to day 2. I told him publicly on Twitter this morning, you have to start, really starting to pop off, not qualifying on the very last spot if you want to gain my respect. And hey, a first place, he did just that.
Yeah, he's very amazing. You did say that he kind of made it by very hardly into day 2, but he's there to send a message, sending a very quick one in game number 1 that he's back fully up and ready to kick it off. In day number 2.
We do have a break ready with Loescher, and then we'll be heading to the analyst test that can break down exactly how Kubikson managed to find this game-winning upgrade on that Lee Sin.
Hi, I'm Loescher. I'm 29 years old. I'm from Germany, currently living in Norway. Streaming and competing in TFT in my free time for quite some time now, and really psyched to be part of the next GSC again. Show some dominance. Hopefully have a good tournament. So the biggest thing about Inkborn Fables is the encounter mechanic, obviously. And I do think in isolation, this is a very good mechanic. It offers you to keep every game fresh, more decision making, so always like that. But obviously, you will always have growing pains. These certain interactions and certain encounters are obviously better or worse than others in certain situations, and having this all in sync so it doesn't feel bad is very challenging. And I do feel like this is a mechanic kind of like the beginning of augments in set 6, where you kind of need 1 or 2 sets to calibrate it a bit, and then it's really good. But at the beginning now we do have some balance issues, but hopefully we can resolve them in the next coming patches. It's already way better right now than it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, so I'm hopeful. I want to give a shout out to my Twitch chat, who's always there shit talking with me, which is why I started streaming in the first place, to shit talk with people. And also all of the players preparing with me, most notably then Zaza and Ilya. But also Nomi, who is doing quite some casting on the side with me for some more German-focused event, and that's always really fun, and I really enjoy doing that. So I would just like to give the recognition for that here.
Hello everyone. We're back here after game number 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. And I just want to say that the Germans in this game did not too bad. I think we can be okay with this, but as always, there is room for improvement. Maybe we also get a Lee Sin 3. That would be good, yes.
Only Poland's done it so far, but I didn't want to draw the Polish flag, so I wanted to support you.
Were you afraid of getting the colors wrong, Matt?
You know, Belgium needs a different flag. I'm just gonna say it. I've made the mistake on air one too many times. Kubiksan, though, no mistakes. And just for everyone at home, and also for Panda, I'm just gonna make the joke that Morgan should have made. Bruce Lee Sin. That's all it takes.
Yes.
Yes.
He didn't hear it, so I'm sure he has another chance to come with it on his own.
We'll see if he gets there. We'll see if he figures it out.
I will say though quickly here, a kind of a nod to Kubiksan's game plan. This game, right, again, as they was talking about all throughout the game, his management of streaks is very good, but also the fact that he very early on identified the fact that with the extra duplicator from the new recruit, he was able to kind of line up a game plan where he was able to go for this Lee Sin 3-star, right? Because he was just waiting until the point where we saw Solonak lose, get eliminated from the game, then he could take all of his Lee Sins into the mix there. So really strong recognition of his game plan and his spot here from Kubiksan.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I kind of want to shout out the Arya encounter that came there at the end of the game, really saving both Cloteus and Kevin Parker with one more life to give. For the rest of the players, it didn't make as much of a difference because we were already so late in game. But if you are on that kind of break point where you have like 15, 16 lives and Ari comes in, you're like, oh yeah, we can do another one, baby. It's going to be okay. So really had to be happy about that one.
Yeah,
like,
now.
like the issue with the Aura encounter, right, is the fact that it's very much in the same vein as the people that back when like we had the original Tiny Titans be available on 4-2, right? The fact that the players that are kind of like they're trying to like out tempo their opponents, they kind of get they get way less value from this, right? And we kind of also did see this in the game here with the likes of Kevin Parker and Kenobi just getting more life to work with in the situation. I'd be able to like turn these things around. Like you saw Kenobi being on his last breath here, probably gaining himself 1 or 2 placements from that encounter alone.
I think it's worth noting as well, Kevin's game plan was really fun. Starting off with that Fortune, able to get 42 gold long before PvE, and just going for that massive cash out just as the Yorick encounter arrived, so his roll down was so much cheaper. Just really well executed. One of the things we were pulling together that was a little bit perplexing was the option of Baboom as the prismatic augment. I don't know what else he was offered, but the only units that really benefited on his final board were that Teemo and the Silas. And I can see kind of an argument for Teemo getting it and just trying to soften up the board for that trick shot, but ended up not really materializing there for Kevin. Never ended up hitting the Xayah 2 as well, which definitely hurt his game plan a bit.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting choice as well, but like you said, we never really know what really were the options, and it seemed to work out pretty good as well. I think specifically with the combination of Ascension, there's a point to be made to actually scale up anything you have with something like Baboom and Ascension in combination. So I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought it was pretty cool. The only thing that confused me in the overall lobby is how bad the Lilia boards were doing. So definitely something we need to keep an eye out in the upcoming games to kind of gosh, if the duelist encounter is just so bad for the Lilia player specifically, or if there were other benefiting factors here.
And I think Wida kind of alluded to it at the top of show, just like the Lilia composition really needs Lilia too, because she doesn't do a ton of damage on her own, because it's every couple of casts. Yes, she has that big orb and it explodes and does a lot of damage, but you have to get there in order to do that damage, which means you need a strong front line, and in order for that damage to actually matter, you need a Lilia too, because without that, or without a lucky crit perhaps, she's not going to be able to take down any units on the opponent's board, and you generally, until the late game, don't have super strong secondary carries. Eventually you get Hui, and then you've got this 1-2 punch of this massive AoE, followed up by Lilia just executing everyone. But until then, you've got to really hope for that strong backline, strong front line, and it just sometimes doesn't materialize, especially against the huge pressure that comes out from duelists. So that's something I want to keep an eye on as we go through the day, to your point, Megs.
Well, speaking of materializing, there is something that's going to materialize, and that is our casters for game number 2. Theorem, Patches Panda, and Morgan ready for you guys.
Not sure I consented to being used as a magic trick, Makes, but thank you very much for that throw. Morgan, we are back. Hopefully,
we are.
Without the presence of either Bruce Lee or Trickster's Glass in this game too, but with the presence of course, 8 new players, and what players they are. It seems like, I guess, just day 2 of GSCs. Every lobby is stacked because we have double 61. We have Worlds player Zyko. We have Estanishing, who we saw in the top of show, alongside Safo, who had a crazy comeback yesterday. Morgan, I'm not sure if you were watching, but he started the game with 2 8s, started the day with 2 8s, and then came back to qualify to day 2.
Well, I wasn't watching, and thank you for explaining that to me, because as a dummy, I do not know what happened yesterday. Speaking about dummies, we have the new Trainer Sentinels portal, which is not really new. It is just a reworked version. Hey, don't you dare facepalm me when I'm making bad puns, okay? I see you in the green room, buddy. I got 2 monitors for a reason. You gotta laugh.
I want you to see me. I want you to take a silent
Even if
feedback.
it's a bad joke, laugh. You're my co-caster. Okay, we're going to Trainer
I
Sentinels.
am not contractually obliged to laugh at your jokes, Morgan. I'm sorry. Maybe in other shows that's the case, but in this show I have free will to deny laughter from any of my co-casters.
Well, okay. Put everything aside now, but what? Look at that astonishing combo, man. Story Weaver, Dragon Lord, Altruist. That is potentially one of the best combos that you can get for the Aurelia board.
It is, but it really starts showing how strong it is, more so in the late game than anything else, right? Dragon Lord as a vertical trade is super impactful in the late game. In the early game, maybe not as much. But I do agree. I think all 3 of the emblems do synergize together, which makes it that much easier to find value from this combo.
Excuse me, bro. That is a free first just given to him when he already had first in the last lobby. Okay, I respect every single Giga Chad human that stood on that Trainer Sentinels in a freaking tournament. It's Trainer Sentinels. We want to bump it up with that RNG. And you know what the thing is with this portal? It aims for the craziest things ever because someone gets an Umbral and maybe a Warden emblem and a Story Weaver emblem. You can see Umbral Story Weavers. Hell, Trainer Sentinels makes the game very, very special. Now,
better yet, why not?
Exactly.
A Garen Story Champion 2-1 augment pickup for Estanishing. That's what I want to see. You know, we haven't seen any hero augments in game 1. I think that's just a travesty. I think it should be illegal. Maybe this game will be different, Morgan.
I mean, that would just literally be him bribing more Dogman because Story Champion and the new introducing of hero augments being back to the game, it immediately gives you a 2-star unit of that hero. So he's going to be 5 augments. Potentially could look for it. He's looking for it. He is looking for it. Inspiring Kipitov seems quite nice. So does Cybernetic Bulk, especially that he will need some front line with that composition. Roll it, roll it. Okay, goes with Epitaph then.
And let's stay safe here. Levels to 4 right away. Going to try and play around a win streak to start things off. Overall, just going to try and preserve HP. As we go through this stage 2, Morgan, you have to keep a very close eye on what are the different sentinels for each player, because in a lobby like this, in a meta that's relatively established like this one is, and at this level of play, I think it's very easy for players to scout each other in stage 2 and know with almost a guarantee what lines and what comps players will be playing for. So it's very clear early on if it will be contested or not.
Yeah, one thing that I really love with the new Trainer Sentinels as well, I wanted to explain that it also moves now. The Sentinel actually fights. We can see all of that augments, special thanks to that lovely lower third with the amazing work from production. That went faster than I expected. I was just thanking you guys. At least give me a second to like highlight. Okay, thank you. We're going on with Duelist and Behemoth, but what doesn't make total sense is that last sniper emblem on that Sentinel though. However,
today we were talking about the synergy between the +1s for Estanishing among, you know, the single Sentinel. In this case, quite the opposite for Zyko. I'm not sure exactly what he'll be cooking up with his board. I think it'll have to be some kind of flexible game plan around different augments here. Sometimes you are forced to only make use of one of the 3 emblems on a Trainer Sentinel. Doesn't feel great though.
Hear me out. How about he plays Sniper Behemoth instead of Sniper with Wardens? There could potentially be like a front line for the snipers instead of the wardens, and a few of the Behemoth units also work really well with the snipers as well, because you could put in Thresh, and that compensates for the set, and you can also have Fated with Syndra, and you could do the same exact thing as well, no? I think that could
be a viable option. I think this is one of the portals where you are forced to play flexibly. You are forced to try and not just play the cookie cutter comps, but try and find a way to find value from the Sentinel itself. For Shredden, they're starting things off with pumping up. Has a blue buff already slammed and could be making gold here. Hasn't leveled to 4.
Okay, Bruisers and Story Weavers is also such a very good combo again, because that essentially does do a lot of stuff with the Story Weavers.
And Fortune, right?
With Fortune as well. So if he gets an early Zoe, that could potentially just be 3 strats already pumped up with the Sentinels. Now, I don't think he's going to be using Fortune because he's already winning and he tried to make gold, so potentially it could still be an option if he's able to get another Fortune unit. Looking for just a Teemo or a Zoe in order to be able to make that. Does make 20 gold, so Shredden doesn't level. He is declaring that it might be an option if he wants to go for the Fortunes, but doesn't get it still.
He's open to it, right? And there's not really anything you're sacrificing if you fit in just the Teemo and the Kabuko, for example, with the Bruiser frontline with the Ribbon for Story Weaver as well. You play the usual trick shot Story Weaver opener with a chance of, hey, I have Fortune in. If I get a few losses in stage 3 in a row while playing for Econ, great. I'll cash out somewhere in stage 3, have a little bit of extra resources to work with, and then just play around the Kaisa board with, as you mentioned, the +1 Bruiser where you can fit Ink Shadow with Udyr much earlier on level 8.
Well, I just noted one interesting board as well. One of the players had Fated and Arcanists on the dummy. Oh, thank God, it's Safo. He just immediately comes up as soon as I say that. You know what that could potentially be? A Syndra Fated board, and the Fated emblem does a lot of work because 7 Fated in does a major power spike for that board, especially that you're only able to get 7 Fated in with Set, which is the hardest unit you can acquire for this board. He already has a Nashor's Tooth as well, so that could potentially be the only Fated playstyle, and I mean the only Fated player in the entire lobby, so Safo also has such an interesting mix.
Also Gobo, who has a road less traveled alongside Sage emblem on his Sentinel with Bruiser and Sniper though. So there are a few pairings of emblems that are a bit awkward for some players. Irelia, thank you very much, helping our win streakers, maybe win streak even more. Getting a chance to get out at the same time for everyone.
Bam! Of course, this encounter is made to make these players that are losing get a little bit angry at Aurelia. Yes, we hate you. You're that one unit that doesn't help us get early into the game because we keep rolling for you and you don't come. And when you appear, you make these win streakers get even more advantage. We don't love you, Aurelia.
You know what, Morgan? I think it's a necessary evil because it's sometimes important. Because in games like this, you might be, mad at another player in the lobby, and you might be, wanting to rage against them. But when Aurelia pops up, everyone unites and rages against a common enemy. It's a common tactic in politics, maybe also in TFT.
Yeah, I don't want to be speaking politics here, though. The only thing I want to be speaking is the amount of altruist emblems we saw, man. That is like what? The fourth one? The third one? How many altruist emblems? Everyone, you get armor and magic resist for your entire comp. No, you get free armor and magic resist for your comp as well.
We'll see this also. Weird combination for Kesman. Invoker and Reaper. Can't say I would be too ecstatic to see this combo here. For now, just utilizing the Zyra as an item carrier and just, again, playing for Econ. 3 loss streak here for Kesman, 3 loss streak for Sappho as well, and 3 win streak for Zyko and Double. These are the players that are still in contention of going for that 5 win or loss streak in the stage 2.
Yeah, that Darius unit, though, has more items than I have ever put in any unit on my entire life. A fully itemized Darius with Infinity Edge, Hand of Justice, and a BT, able to get Zyko to keep on win streaking. Now, Double 61 is jumping on the hype train as well, still able to maintain his 4-win streak. And Sappho and Kesman luckily haven't met each other, so potentially we can have 4 players, 2 fully loss streaking and 2 fully win streaking, depending on that next encounter.
Sappho, we're seeing here, has 2 upgrades he could make, has almost what seems like a tailored shop here, 4 faded units to work with. But it looks like he's going to opt to not make the upgrades, try and again play for the loose streak. It makes complete sense. Or not. Or just make them anyway. I guess whatever I say today is wrong, Morgan, apparently. Okay, I see. He wants to have enough gold to hold everything while still making above 40 and can sell units and make his board weaker anyway. So, yeah, Sappho is just built diff, one of the best managed players for a reason. Doesn't face Kesman anyway, but does face Estanishing Spanish compatriot saying, yo, thank you very much, Sappho, for making your board even weaker. Guaranteeing I can stay healthy in this stage 2. For Zyko, it looks like he's also winning his last fight. Going to make it a 5-win streak, and Double is as well.
Yeah, so we get 2 loss streaking and 2 win streaking, which, again, I want to highlight, is extremely rare to happen. I would guess that Sappho would have...
Morgan, what are these shops from Sappho? Again, another Thresh, another Ari, just finding faded units every single shop he's rolling into.
Yeah, and he does get a static, and he does get a tier, which also is potentially 2 of the best components that you could want in such a faded board. Now, especially since after the recent nerf that happened to Yasuo, and he was just a 1-cost unit that you could slam 3 gargoyles on and have him tank 30k damage and still deal a whopping amount of damage as well. Now, he potentially also gets a Null Magic Mantle and a tier that could potentially be an Adaptive Helm for the Syndra, but since he already has an Escher's Tooth, it would make total sense to try to make that one into the Ionics and put the tier as a Spear of Shojin. However, 5 fated already in just before hitting stage 3, he might be getting 7 fated way earlier than we expected.
Not just that, but he can slam in the Lux for Arcanist as well on level 6, and he is just 1 or 2 key upgrades away from turning this 5 loss streak maybe into a 5 win streak. A Thresh 2 and a Kindred 2 while she's itemized with 5 faded online and maybe 4 Arcanist could be absolutely massive for this board in stage 3, especially, of course, with this crazy Sentinel that Sappho's playing with.
Yeah, if you're not really sure that you're able to get these wins in the next stage, it's always smart to wait before the augment to actually start spending money or rolling, because what if he gets level up now? What if he gets something? So it's not really ideal to spend money before the augment unless you're win streaking, so you want to maintain that. If you're loss streaking already, it's just 1 more round. You're going to be killing units and potentially you could win. Now, he's able to kill a few units, not the biggest amount, but perhaps if that Ari casts 1 more could kill the Sever? No. Sappho gets a lot of HP taken from him just in the first stage, sticking at 66. And now we get to the second set of augments, which I hope are prismatic, so we can have some more crazy stuff happening. But it's just gray augments. Tiny Titans.
Recon Bob, definitely not the option here for Sappho. Tiny Titans going to play it safe, finds the Kindred 2 as we were talking about, finds a level 6, and I'm going to assume finds as well this Lux to slot in and to play for that 4 Arcanist. Maybe you're going to opt to get the Warden online with a Mumu instead of the Porcelain.
You spoke about 4 Arcanists through putting in the Lux. Now we get something even better, the Illaoi, which is also such a very good unit for Arcanists and one of the best frontline units in the game if you can get it in the early stages. Now, Unified Resistance does make a lot of good stuff for Kesman here as well.
Yeah, great front and backline. You get the extra units, let's say, with a Sentinel online as well. So just some extra bit of value with the Sentinel's HP coming to stage 3. Kesman, a player who has been popping off in the EUNE ladder the entire set. It's been the way he qualified to these GSCs. I think he was 2nd overall in the snapshots. He's now fighting for his life in the stage 3. 66 HP with Sappho healing himself with Tiny Titans. Now he's the sole loser right now in this current standing.
Sounded a little bit harsh the way you put it in. Sore loser. Whoa, that is one way to express it, buddy.
Sole loser, the only.
Oh, okay. The soul with L.
That's it.
Whoa, who would have thought, man? Tattoo of Toxin also being applied on double 61. That is too much anti-healing on one unit and Morello. So let me tell you that this Zyra has 3 sources of applying anti-healing units. Morello, her very own ability, and the Tattoo of Toxicity. Double 61, there's too much toxicity, bro.
And I was going to say that it's not surprising that double won there against Zyko, considering Zyko has Slammin and as his first augment, so not really combat strength coming through. But double also has Cluttered Mind, so not really combat coming through. Somehow both of these French players managed to win streak all of stage 2 without having really the best augment for it. So in a very, very good position with both econ, HP, and overall board strength on their side coming into potentially that stage 4 roll down.
Yeah, I still really love the double 61 was able to actually get wins with that totally random set of emblems on that Sentinel, because Ink Shadow has nothing to do with Reapers and also has nothing to do with Altruists as well. These 3 traits just don't combo together. But that is a true display of talent, is when life gives you a lemon, just make a lemonade. He's able to get more wins, potentially also able to get an 8-win streak here, because I don't think that this Tristana is going to be doing anything with a blue buff and a freaking Morello. So also with Cluttered Mind.
If there's one player that I think can top 4 any Sentinel combo, it is double 61. He's one of the most flexible players in EMEA history. Yep. So really, I think he'll make anything work. But this is definitely not a portal I step into. Really just makes you think way too much.
Wait, you mean the Sentinels thingy?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's very exciting because, again, none of these boards, if you go into any website, you're going to find any of them being played. Now, some of them are like very classic. Again, with how we explained earlier that Altruist, Story Weaver, and Dragon Lord on a Sentinel is kind of illegal because they seem handpicked, but some of these just seem way too random, like the Ink Shadow board. And still, double 61 is able to get 8 wins, so that kind of proves that TFT does require some skill. I mean,
look at Sappho, Morgan. He finds the Ornn off of the stage 3 carousel. Great unit to have for this Fated comp overall, alongside that Thresh for Behemoth, and just really a lot of frontline early on. So going to be a player that did just lose the last fight, yes, but with Tiny Titans got a lot of HP back, and I think can find a way to really stabilize easily in stage 4.
Yeah, and also that one Kog'Maw is able to get in 3 traits active. Mythic and Invoker applied, all thanks to that lovely emblem on the Sentinel. Kesman, just as you said, might be utilizing just one from all of these at the end. He's going to be playing the Lilia. With this item slammed, we know that it's going to be 100% his goal. Alongside the Fortune Emblem that is now being used by Shredden, he's tanking a little bit more losses, trying to cash out. I'm not sure how many losses he wants for that Fortune Tree to start getting in and gathering some money, but we said that potentially using the Fortune Emblem for a little bit before you just throw it completely off that Sentinel makes total sense.
I wonder if Kesman finds a way to play around maybe like a Kayn Lilia board. We saw a little bit of in day 1 in one of the game. I think it was not so much by choice from the Russian player going. Maybe that's the setup that Kesman might be thinking about. Kind of a Lilia Sage setup with Ghostly, but also adding in the Kayn as well. For Human, also relatively easy. I think it's easy to see which one he's ignoring. Not going to be playing for Sniper at all. Instead, leaning into Heavenly.
Heavenly, though.
Lord, and leaning into Kiana right now, who's looking really scary. 3 win streak for Human.
Yeah, the thing is that the dummy itself also gets all of the bonuses increased by 70% because essentially it is a Heavenly unit. So that dummy is tanking a lot of damage. Now, if he gets one more Heavenly Emblem, that could potentially be one of the strongest Kayn boards that you could see, able to get 7 Heavenly way too early into the game. And up until now, Sappho is still saving up, able to tank more and more losses with the Tiny Titans, still looking to get 7 Fated applied in. And let me tell you, that playing against this board is going to be so hard, especially that he already has perfect items for the Sendo.
Oh, look at this Kiana. She's trying to dodge her way around the Kindred, trying to heal her way up with the double BT setup. The Kindred damage coming through. The Doric trying to tank. It's not quite enough. Soraka without items, I think, won't kill here. It's so close, so the tier comes in to try and get the cast off, but Safo says, you know what? I won't allow it, and my Kindred won't either. Just barely wins the fight.
Yeah, Kindred's pulling up a little faker here in this one, and all thanks to Epoch, he's going to be able to get some XP, potentially push for level 8, and throw that Kha'Zix in for one more Heavenly Trade applied, and all of these units getting some credit. Also gives the Reaper to potentially a Kayn when he puts in next one. So that Kayn is going to be getting a lot of damage coming in. And I think Huben could still look at the Heavenly Kayn even if he doesn't get the emblem. It won't be the strongest form of that composition, but it's something.
I think it would be it would make the most sense to just go for Heavenly Sin if you can find it, play around Dragonlord and try and get Vertical Dragonlord in alongside the Heavenly and all the open spots he has. And there's a Lee Sin right away, so you have the chance to go for it, while also maybe making so any other duelist players are going to be in trouble. The Janet there doesn't go for it, doesn't want to go for Vertical, but finds Wukong. Huge upgrade. Kiana, maybe now considering being sold, you have the replacement on the bench.
That's a very early and a very illegal Dragon Lord Lee Sin and Wukong both found at level 8 at one roll down. 7 out of 7 Heavenly. Already has 2 Dragon Lord units in. More than ready to give away now one of these useless Heavenly units because he's already at the max. And he is going to be tanking that Lee Sin, applying a lot of damage. Now, the only issue with this, there are just so many units on that front line, so that Kayn kind of was delayed when he was fighting. Now, it would make more sense to push the dummy maybe one step back because he already has snipers, but potentially using it for a little bit more frontline. However, it's such a major upgrade that he was able to get, all thanks to Epoch, giving him so many free rerolls.
Kesman continues to free fall now, takes a loss there now, 36 HP, 34 for Shredden. Both Polish players are in trouble here. We have a gold augment. Combat Caster will be the choice here for Double, who already has found a very early Irelia, holding both the Tattoo of Toxin and the Morello.
Again, another very early Irelia. Not just getting people to skip the encounters completely at the early stages of the game and skip the carousel where everyone can move freely, but no, also goes to the player who is not playing neither Story Weaver or also Altruist. Can we all just unite again to hate Irelia, just as you said? Irelia Haters Fan Club. I'm gonna be the CEO. Who's joining?
I think you'll have a few people that can definitely join you, especially in a duelist meta like this one, where hitting an Irelia when you're playing duelist is so impactful in stage 4. Sometimes on level 7. I am guilty of that myself in a lot of games, let's say. But we're gonna see now from Double if you continue winning, if you continue defending this massive HP lead. Him and Zyko both have 90 plus HP for both of these French players.
One more time, that Zyra also had the Jewel Gauntlet. And a lot of anti-healing being applied from the Irelia from both the Morello, which also gives some attack speed, so she could potentially make use from some of these items. But there is no Rage Blade. There's just one duelist to give her some attack speed, stacking up for double 61. Finally loses his win streak by the hands of Loescher. And now we're going to be seeing Shredding cash out with 50 and a fortune. And look at that cash out. A double Wukong away and also a Rascal's Love. Potentially something that we've seen happen already in that last game.
Has to sell and has to start rolling. Took a few seconds to, I think, mentally internalize what he had just cashed out on. And now to start making some big decisions. He will be playing, of course, with the Story Weaver, Bruiser, Sentinel for the Kai'Sa line. The Wukong's not ideal for this. You want to play the Fast 9 version instead with the Zir, maybe. But overall, a little bit slow. Hasn't been able to really slam the items in position accordingly.
Yeah, he gets a lot of units that he's not able to make use of very quickly. Also, that Kai'Sa in doesn't even give him neither Ink Shadow and neither does it give him 4 trick shots. And that is the issue with playing Fortune. Sometimes you're not going to have enough time in order to be able to slam all these items. Such a massive loss here for Shredden. Not going to be so happy with it. You do not want to go on stage 4, buddy. That's a massive loss as well. Not killing many units, so I'm guessing he's going to be 1 life away. And yes, Shredden, you have to take a decision really quickly. If there's a Wukong on that board, that could potentially be a Wukong 2 very quickly as well.
And this should be a comp. Yeah, Shredden's beelining forward. It looks like might be playing the Fast 9 Dragonlord variation of Kai'Sa with only 2 trick shot and just a lot more legendary slotted in. This is a comp that Shredden should be comfortable on. He played 2 games of Kai'Sa yesterday. He was one of the players at the very start of the set that pioneered the idea of Kai'Sa Ghostly, with the Kai'Sa stacking the Ghostly so much when she was just a Giga broken alongside the Ghostly trait. So he's very familiar with Kai'Sa in all variants throughout this entire set.
He's very familiar with it, but his dummy just doesn't agree. Nope. You're not going to be going for that line, buddy. You have nothing that helps alongside with Kai'Sa. Fortune Emblem is not going to combo with that. Neither will the Bruisers. I mean, the Bruisers make most sense here, maybe for potentially some front line. But that Wukong 2 might be the saving grace. The only issue is She doesn't have Sage, neither does he have Heavenly on that Wukong, and he doesn't have any slammable items on him that make sense except the blue buff.
There's a Galio, there's a Teemo, there's the Aurelia. It's here, almost quite there, but not all the way. 5 Story Weaver, 4 Bruiser, 2 Invoker, 2 Exalted. Curious to see if he can fit Exalted onto this board somehow, but has to make a lot of decisions very, very quickly. He's been Udyr there, and now has to slam these items.
That was an on-2, but couldn't make it just in time. And who is he gonna add it instead of, by the way? Maybe perhaps double. Instead of that Aatrox, and he goes against the board that simply isn't easy to beat. It's double 61's board, but that Wukong, never mind, does have some good backline access, now gets the major bonk. But buddy, it's in the wrong direction. You're supposed to hit the backline. Yes, thank you. Shredden, able to survive for another day, makes that on-2 on bench, and now he's gonna be having such a major front line.
It is kind of a fake win though. Double is sitting on 84 gold, so he's waiting for a big power spike, is just using his HP as a resource like we saw Kubikson doing in the game number 1, trying to maybe lose a few fights in stage 4 and then come back even stronger in the stage 5. So Shredding got a little bit lucky there with the matchmaking. On the flip side, Safo very, very healthy with the faded board that we saw in stage 3, has managed to definitely stabilize, sitting on 50 gold as well and 77 HP. And Human, I did see in the stats feed that he has another Heavenly Emblem, Morgan, so maybe the player to watch out for in stage 5.
Yeah, and you remember what I told you about Safo in the early stages of the game? Being able to get 7 faded early is such a major upgrade. He has the AP and bonus damage given to that Syndra. He does have a lot of frontline as well, so he's not scared that he want to pair maybe the Yasuo or the Thresh for his entire composition to get some other magic resist. No, he's all focused on that damage now. One thing that I think he might suffer with is a board that is able to shred through frontline quickly. That Aurelia, however, doesn't deal enough damage, so never mind. That Syndra damage is just insane, buddy. Alongside with Bed Friends and Nether Tooth, she's able to cast really quickly, all thanks to that attack speed boosts.
And Syndra is one of the units that is actually a very good matchup against some of these melee bruiser-ish tank units that have a lot of HP, like Lee Sin, for example. If she catches onto him, it's kind of like Ahri in the past set, where she was very good against melee champions. She just bursts them down once she catches onto them. Similar against like Garen, Hero Ogre, for example. I think Syndra is also very good if she's on the right side. So I could think that could be a matchup that Safo could be winning in stage 5 as well.
Yeah, and one thing you gotta keep an eye on, by the way, is... Do you remember when we used to have the headliner thingy in that last patch?
Oh, no, unfortunately, I remember.
Last set, I mean.
Yes, I remember, Morgan.
Yeah. Now, the thing with dummies is that you are able to get 10 of the same trait at level 9. So, 2 faded emblems, 2 Story Weaver emblems, and we can see already players ascending that kill, getting 10 faded. Everyone receives the bonus of everything multiplied by like 9. So, I'm expecting some crazy endgame results here if the next carousel start carrying a few emblems.
Talking about crazy results, double finds, a big upgrade. We talked about all the gold that he had. It has now disappeared, but he has gotten quite a few key upgrades, and he's also level 9 here as well. Now only sitting on 4 gold and 39 HP. We'll see if Double can find a way to guarantee the top 4 here.
Yeah, Double 61's board now is doing some good job. Able to get that Aurelia to finally early into the game. Not with the best items, maybe. Gunblade is going to be coming alive a little bit, so it does do some nice work. Morello applying the same anti-heal, potentially doing the same favor of the red buff, but no! That bonk coming in from the Lilia with the Invoker is just way too massive for him to tank through, despite the fact that he did have 3 Altruists and Combat Casters. It is simply not enough against Kezman's board.
And both Polish players I called out, Shredden and Kezman, they have found ways to stabilize. Shredden, 3 win streak, Kezman 4 win streak, and it's now the French that are free falling. Gobo and Double now in the bottom 3 spots on the HP totals. 23 HP for Double. Maybe waited a little bit too long before trying to spike his board, and now most of the great units are gone.
Yeah, Galio 2 is such a major upgrade as well to Gobo's board. I think that it's a little bit way too late to make use of that way, especially if he doesn't have enough items. Maybe 5 Story Weavers could make a little bit more sense, but he doesn't have the option either. He also has the Diana already on the board, so potentially not a 5 stage angle. Because against the board, that could be a little bit hard to deal with. That is going to be Zyko's board, and his Gobo loses this one. He's out, Panda.
Gobo's in a lot of trouble. The 4 Sage board is here, the Hui is here, but only 2 items, not 2-starred yet, very little HP to work with. It's all going to come down to the Silas and how much time he can buy. Can the Lee Sin win against these units? The Silas, I think, is not going to be able to take down Lee Sin. The stun comes through, the healing comes through. Lee Sin against the world, up against Hui, shoots him down as well. And Morgana, I am sorry, you are not her. She is not a closer when it comes to these 1v1 fights. Lee Sin takes her down.
Could you hear these missing pings? I'm pretty sure they were on that list. And like, who the hell balanced this unit? Is anyone balancing this game? One Lee Sin able to take down 4 units. And last time I checked, honestly, it wasn't Lee Sin's fault that he's trying to play attack speed the Morgana. Anyways, that is kind of depressing. He does have that way 2 angle, but who's he gonna sell? He decides to sell the Sage on the front line. I don't think that was such a very good option, especially that he cannot even duplicate another unit to potentially look for the third Sage.
And Gobo trying to play one unit down just to have the duplication off the way. It's a little bit too greedy there, Gobo. You are on 4 HP, buddy. You need to try and, maybe win this next fight. Position accordingly up against this Irelia board, up against a very scary Irelia, Morello, Runons as well. The Silas is really the only unit that can really close out here. And it looks like he will. He's onto the Irelia. He's about to kill her. Can he close out between the Wukong and the Ornn Morgan? The answer is no. Gobo's out.
Dies of Ari. The only issue that this board had was a little bit the lack of a front line, and him throwing down the 4th Sage and the Diana 2 as well lost him the Dragon Lord, the Omnivamp on the Silas, and also the extra EP that he used to get, and he's down 1 more unit, so potentially wasn't the best choice, and he's gonna be the first player that we say goodbye to. Sadly, there are not emblems on this carousel, so we're not gonna be seeing 10 Fated or 10 Story Weaver or anything crazy yet.
A little bit of utility though. Ionic Spark for Kesman, get the MR shred online. If you're missing anti-heal, you have an option to pick it up here on that Annie, which is maybe you want to slot in as well. Hubin goes for that Morello, and now some defensive options left alive here, but also some offensive for both AP and AD with the IE and the Archangel Sappho. I don't think he cares. He's on a win streak. He's been on a win streak for a long time. He'll just take any item that's given to him and continue winning, continue smurfing on the competition in this game too.
Now, I find Double 61's position a little bit hard. In a very awkward position with his entire front line coming from a Gargoyle on a Lee Sin. He has a magnetic remover. I think if that was placed on the Ornn, it might make a little bit more sense. But judging by the fact that he has 4 Ultras, that Lee Sin has to survive somehow. Now,
I love his
another
board. We talked about it. When he gets to the late game, he'll be so strong with this combination on the Sentinel, Dragon Lord, Ultras, Story Weaver, almost handpicked here for this Zoe Irelia dual carry board.
A little bit disappointing, I'd say. I'd expect with that combo that Astonishing has, he would be the one in softest position, buddy.
Think about how many players were going for Irelia this game, though. It's been very contested.
That is the issue, because we said it that so many Dragon Lords and so many Altruist boards were also being contested, even despite the fact that Double 61 was able to get an Irelia 2. He's not the only one, buddy. Also, Shredden was able to get that Irelia 2 as well, and he's going to be giving us another Dice of Ari. He is like the Angel of Death now.
Estanishing taken down, double taken down though. Leapfrog Estanishing the standings, going to take a 7th place, unfortunately, for one of the strongest players in EMEA history. Estanishing also goes down in 6th. And now 5 players left alive. Both Polish players who were on the chopping block going to stage 4 have managed to completely stabilize their games and stay very much alive, maybe even guarantee a top 4.
Yeah, Savo's also in a very good position, able to maybe push for level 10 and add 6 Arcanists in, which is going to give a massive damage boost for that Syndra, and as well the Ari, which is one of the most underrated units in my opinion. Kesman decided to go with 6 Invokers, so that Alune is going to be casting a lot of times, but it's now either Psycho or Shredden that we're going to be saying goodbye to with a smile on our face, David.
That will be the case. Tristana doing her best for Zyko, trying to keep him alive, running away from the Wukong, but everyone else is already gotten eliminated in this very fast fight. No surprises there. Zyko taken down. We see a bit of an HP loss for Hubin as well, and Sappho maintaining his lead here. 4 players left alive, 2 Polish, 1 Spanish, and 1 Danish.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of the emblems that he had on that Sentinel again. Fated is not really a composition that is very appealing or charming to play recently unless you have the perfect augments for it. And in a game like this, where everyone was just fighting on who gets the Irelia first, he had his units all free on the carousel. And all as well free in the shops, because potentially all of these other units being taken out of the ocean or the pool. I don't know why I said ocean. I just meant champion pool. Forgive me. They both mean the same thing.
I can't say I can cover you on that one. I have no idea.
Okay, just let me cook. So he was able to get his units easy. That's all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Looking at Sappho now, has a ton of gold to work with, can obviously decide to go 10. He can also do it on a more natural integer at 6-2, considering the HP he has. No need to really force. He's going to have even more gold to roll with on 10. He can fit in something like a Lee Sin if he wants to go for traits with both Dragon Lord off the Sentinel and Duelist, getting a little bit of extra. And just Lee Sin's a very strong unit right now, regardless of the utility. Yeah,
one thing that I think Kesman's board might suffer a bit against is that this Heavenly Board is a little bit way too strong when it comes to eliminating his front line. So essentially this Lilia getting the third cast might not be just in time if the Kayn is able to take her away, but never mind, she's way stronger with the Guard Breaker. This crit was massive. 2,000 damage with one ball throwing out just deletes the Kayn from existence, making him as ghostly as the shade says it because he doesn't exist anymore.
It's a crazy setup here for Kesman. Invoker Emblem on the Hui, full damage, Morello and Rabadons. He has 5 Mythic, 6 Invoker, so you're casting so often. And Unified is adding a little bit of extra resistances onto the backline, especially not to get just, sniped by different amounts of damage coming onto that backline randomly in these fights.
I don't want to be that guy, but Savo just spent like 30 gold and he didn't get a single Syndra. I think he was looking for...
either.
He didn't go 10. He was looking to upgrade the set and potentially sneak in a Syndra 3 because it's a very uncontested unit in that position that he's in, especially with all of these 4 cost and 5 cost being taken out of the pool. Now, and also in a very good position because that Lilia, I think, potentially should have paired the set with the Syndra because...
more than anything, so key, so clutch really, that CC coming to the Syndra, stopping the ramping butterflies from coming out, and now it's Syndra against the world, Morgan. Ooh. And Safo... now is a wake-up call. Hey, buddy, you have to be using this gold. Either roll on 9 or go 10, but do something because you're losing these fights.
Yes, one Syndra. I still think that Syndra 3 could be such a potential win condition here. Nobody else is that rich enough in order to be able to contest with his Syndras. He's only 3 away now. Still has 39 gold. Gets another one. No, wait, now he's 3 away. Or maybe 4 away. Able to get the Lissandra finally in, but still very far away from the Syndra. Sells everyone on board. Doesn't want to buy her now, so people don't start holding her out.
Morgan, we're back to whispering. Find out that Safo is going for Syndra 3.
He's cooking Syndra 3! Write it out!
Morgan,
hold it on the bench.
Hello, buddy. Please help my biases. Help my Spanish players do well, man. We said we're going to whisper. And Safo also trying to withhold information, not buying the Syndra until maybe the Polish players are a little bit distracted with their own fights, with their own chance to stay alive because they're both on a singular point of life and they're facing each other. Kesman up against Shredden. The Hui still alive, but Wukong, the monkey god or king, is squashing the front line, spinning his way to success. And that's going to be it. Shredding with a 9 win streak now.
9 HP, able to get a 10 win streak after that one. It's such a massive improvement and such an amazing comeback story coming in for Shredden. A Fated Emblem comes in here for Safo. Still needs another one though. But he's looking for the set, potentially for the upgrade. Gets denied here from Shredden, a very smart one. Decides to go for the Fated Emblem, potentially throwing one of the Fated units, looking for 6 Arcanists, which is still going to be such a major upgrade. Now, if you were him,
you have to roll. You have to start rolling here for Shredden. Has to withhold some of these Syndras, make it hard or impossible for Safo to hit.
There you go. He cannot hit Syndra now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You just need to hold 2 on the bench. 10 of each 4-cost unit exists. And he's able to hold 2 Syndras. Nice.
It's even better. It's even better, Morgan, because you can just actually. Okay, I thought I was just going to keep in the shop, so you're not even getting the information to Safo that there is a second Syndra that's being held in this case now. But Shredden against Safo for the win here.
Yeah, just 1 round could be taking Safo away if he's able to kill so many units. Shredden has to put some work from that. Wukong, which gets absolutely deleted again. This time, he's done a great job clearing the Syndra and the set just as I wanted because of that Omnivamp keeping his Syndra alive. Able to survive the Aurelia damage and the free backline access. Shredden is not going to be getting a second shot because the Omnivamp and the Syndra is going to be getting Safo his first win in day number 2.
The rat tactics do not matter. Safo takes the win and starts the day off, maybe not with the hottest result of 5th in game 1, but really a bounce back win in this game number 2. Very different to yesterday's results. I mentioned to you, Morgan, at the start of this game. Safo started with 2 8th places and bounced back mentally to qualify to day 2. In this case, a much better position to start off with. 12 points for Safo in 2 games.
Yeah, everyone loves a comeback story, and if you want a protagonist for that one, I'm pretty sure that Safo is the best contestant because he just can't do it in day 1, but he also can do it in day number 2, getting a win in the second game, potentially coming back just as David told us, and he read the future. The Safo is going to be following up for the rest of the day. Now, he did secure a pretty nice win, so he got to stay on that line in order to qualify to day number 3. And honestly, it shouldn't be such a hard job because we are losing only half of our players. I don't know why I said only. That's still a massive number. Only 32 out of 64 make it, but he still has to go with it.
I think we can all agree on that one, Morgan. But we'll see if Taplast, our interview segment coming up, also agrees with us, and then maybe the analyst test can break down all of the action that we saw unfold in this game 2 and the implications for the next 4 games in this day number 2.
Train the Sentinels!
Hi, I'm Taplast from Hungary. I am 22 years old and I am gonna be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner. Inkborn Fables has been my favorite set probably. Close second is Set 6 and 6.5. Encounters have been pretty fun for most of it, but some of it should be deleted in my opinion. Yes, I am down to playing TFT offline events. I am maybe going to the one in Poland this year as well. I was actually planning to go to the Cactus Land this year, but I couldn't make it unfortunately. For people who want to qualify for GSCs, I would recommend to participate in all the open qualifiers, including the TRCs, and don't get too nervous about qualifying from the ladder. My goal in competitive TFT is to win everything. Win GSC, win Rising Legends Finals, and then win Worlds as well. Thanks for all the support I get from the Hungarian community and from my family and from Twitch chatters. I would like to shout out Brozilla and Stylat for making the Hungarian community happen. And I would also like to shout out to Sven, the guy I'm kind of practicing with, but it's usually just exchanging ideas on Discord.
Honestly, Morgan took a little bit of our job after this game because, of course, in a game where the portal is Trainer Sentinels, the biggest breakdown will be Trainer Sentinels, Wida.
Yeah, absolutely right. We kind of just like saw how it kind of rippled down throughout the entirety of the lobby. A lot of people getting locked into spots that they may or may not be comfortable with. But for Sapphire, he was able to perfectly navigate this entire setup with the extra Fader, with the extra Arcanist, going in towards this clear Syndra line. Even without hitting the Syndra free, he still came out triumphant.
And I think it's worth mentioning as well some of the other players who navigated this game. I'm going to start with Shredden because I think he had the most miraculous turnaround. We were seeing him look really rough there in the mid stages of the game. Level 8 had almost nothing, but hits a roll down with a Wukong 2, and from there turns the game completely around and just keeps winning until eventually getting that second place. So massive turnaround from him.
I personally really like Cuban's board, you know, being able to find that heavenly line. You always know that you're going to be having a good time if you get something that gives you XP throughout the game, then finds that heavenly crest as well as another emblem later on. Just absolutely having fun all throughout this game. Unfortunately, only a 4th place. I had a feeling that this might do better, but the Polish players just came out swinging on top.
Yeah, when you have something like the Fortune Caster board in the mix, right, that's definitely one of the bigger kickers to kind of keep in mind here. And again, like the biggest thing as well, this also comes down to the Trainer Sentinels, right? The fact that you have that extra Heavenly in there already means that you're almost guaranteed to have a very strong opener, because then you get so much extra tempo from those Heavenly, and you get that Omnivamp in automatically without having to find the emblem, which you did find later down the road, obviously, but it's still such a strong combination to get yourself kicking.
What was really interesting to me that game is someone who actually didn't perform very well. Double 61 navigated a very interesting set of trainers pretty successfully for a while. Altruist, Reaper, Ink Shadow, not exactly what anyone would ask for, but was able to use that Tattoo of Toxin in order to get additional damage on his Aurelia in the later stages of the game, so kind of doubling up with that Morellonomicon. And the biggest thing I want to shout out about that is the Golden Remover. It's an item that I think is overlooked, especially by players who are less comfortable with items, but every round or so, Double was picking up items off his carries, putting them on other ones, and it was just a fascinating game to watch.
Yeah, it's a rough start with Double, obviously. Also, again, like he ends up hitting Shredding Sport at the 2-star Irelia spike for both of them, and it ends up getting knocked out.
We are going to be taking a look at our standings after that second game of the day for now. Of course, there are so many French players in this tournament. Some have to be at the bottom of the leaderboard eventually if we want to spread them out through all the lobbies. But I am seeing kind of a prevalence. We're having both of our Tunisian players next to each other in there as we are going to be moving through the standings towards the top. The important thing whenever we check in after game 1, game 2, I feel like is players being able to bounce back from a bad placement, shrugging it off and just moving on, saying, you know, GG, go next. Some games like this do happen.
We saw Sappho turn around to 2 losses in the first 2 rounds. So anything is possible at this point. So I wouldn't put a ton of weight on the standings after round 2.
No, but again,
I would
something I
say,
want to pay big attention to is, look at this. Top of the leaderboard right now, 2 Danes. Viggo is being one of the players that have been brewing in the area of like the Northern Legends space for a while, but this is a fantastic start for him. But, well, there's a lot of red and white here, a lot of Polish folks.
For sure. Poland coming out on the top there, Left and Kubikson both getting a first place back-to-back, and Shurikane nearly also getting a first place back-to-back. So we'll see how all of these lobbies shake out in just a little bit. I'm personally, you know, I feel like we should see a Kane now just so we get it out of the way eventually. We had one for the very last game, day 3,
Please not again.
last Golden Spatula Cup. I kind of feel like this time around we should have it show up earlier, just, you know, the same way that players have bad performances before a tournament. We'll see. We will hear from Double 61 now in a short break, and then our casters will be back with game number 3, so stay tuned.
My name is Double 61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wet Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship 1 time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT is. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals. So yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-Cup fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here about halfway through the day, heading into round number 3. My name is Niberia, joined here on the casting desk by the illustrious Wida, the ever-intelligent wise Morgan, and I guess myself. I should, maybe I'm in there somewhere.
The most amazing
game,
ever.
especially after the last ones.
Okay, Wida, one thing. I swear to God, if you start ranking up components again in this game, it's gonna turn into a do-cast, okay? We're not making component tier lists anymore, man. I'm not Makes, it's M for Morgan this time. So focus correctly when you're speaking about components, all right? No more component tier lists. I'm looking at you.
All right, Matt, what do you say about we make like a pasta type tier list instead, you know? I'm thinking rigatoni towards the top, spaghetti is also up there.
Yes! Fettuccine Alfredo is the only
vermicelli enjoyer.
Okay, I'm a pasta enthusiast. If you say that anything except fettuccine Alfredo is an S tier, I'm not gonna continue this conversation.
I have a question, Morgan.
Yes.
You say you're a pasta enjoyer, right?
Yes.
Do you like what type of cut pasta do you look for when you buy pasta? As in, like how are they cut? What are they used to be cut with?
Anything that is not Yone's blade, because then it just gets very unsymmetrical. As long as it's penna, I'm into it.
Because I like my pasta cut the same way that I play my League of Legends, bronze style.
Awful.
Okay, just when I thought I was saying bad buns here, man. Thank you for pumping up my...
We have Sappho and Shredden once here again in this game, as well as Kesman, so a strong continuation of the players that we have seen in the last game, starting off with an anvil for everyone to enjoy. Perfectly low variance, I'm sure.
Yeah, right? I mean, someone's gonna get like forced to take Corrupt Vampiric Scepter and not get able to use it until they find an Irelia. And that's gonna be someone else who just like gets the absolute giganuts from it, right? Yeah, that's gonna be absolutely fantastic. Again, it is one of the things where you can kind of, when we get the first round of ornaments that you were talking about before, Matt, right, earlier on today, the potential of something like the Field Blade Shen with an early Talisman of Ascension, right? That combination can be a bit of a 1-2 punch coming in around 2-1. So a lot of stuff we have to keep an eye out for. I don't expect to see anyone pop this before 2-1.
Yeah, you don't want to...
So good.
The artifact anvil a little bit way too early, just so you can know what you're lacking at the start of the game. Are you looking for a frontline item? Are you looking for some backline item because you already got some Gargoyle and a 3-star Tom Kench going into stage 2? What are you lacking? Do you need frontline? Do you need backline? So nobody's going to be selling that artifact anvil early, just as we just said.
I think it's very funny that if we're looking at this bench and this board, Sappho is set up for every hero augment that's an S tier right now. He's got a Yorick, he's got a Shen, he's got a Garen. This man is prepped.
Gotta keep your options open, you know? Like, there's no reason to lock yourself out of anything at this point in time, right? Especially now if you're, like, not focusing on making that economy here. But the first round of Augment's gonna come in here. It is gonna be silver, but we do have fine vintage on offer for Sappho here, right? We saw that yesterday be used to great success in the duelist line. If that is the Augment he ends up picking up here, that is most likely gonna be a direction he will go for.
This has been, like, the top tier choice for duelists for a long while. Like, ever since that came in earlier in the set, it's been used to great effect for those units, and we do see it picked up already, popping off an item, getting prepped.
Still hasn't opened the artifact anvil yet, but again, fine vintage seems like such a good option. And again, he's going to go for mittens, because essentially with the fine vintage, again, just as you guys already explained, damn, I hate to be with such good casters, man. They say everything I'm going to say before I say it. Obviously, Duelist is going to be such a good idea here with Fun Vintage. And Middens is such a good item on Duelist. Why? It gives you a lot of attack speed, and it's something that you want on every Duelist unit.
Oro is just set for this late game, Lita. He's got the Nash's Tooth. He's got the Lich Bane. I smell a Syndra.
Yeah, you know, like that, and again, you have one of the strongest item holes in the early game for this in this area as well, right? Gonna get that blue buff in there into the mix as well at some point throughout the carousel. Tier is not necessarily the highest of priorities at this point in the game either, so should be a good chance you can get those items rolling for himself very, very, very early on.
Everyone seems to be calling their shots pretty early. I'm looking at these boards, I'm looking at these items that have been slammed, and all of them have pretty strong direction. With the Collector and the Rageblade, you're looking at the Aphelios or the Ash. You know, when you have the Nashers and the Lichbane, you are looking towards that Syndra, and obviously Fine Vintage has exactly one viable composition.
I think it's also worth noting here, right, is that when you're looking at this position from someone like Wet Jungler, we also saw someone pick up a Gambler's Blade. There is the option just opting for these gold generation support items or the anvil items, right? So I think that's a big thing to keep in mind here. You can see here the fact that it seems like we might be making this Mittens into a support item as well. It could be the case. It might just be the fact that Sappho is sacrificing so much of his early game power anyways, with the likes of him stacking for those support items, that he's just gonna like keep it on the bench for as long as possible.
I really like the fact that he chose the Golden Remover here because he got an early Aphelios, so he doesn't want to be selling it late game to move that Collector on the Ash. And also, it is such a very good position that he's in because that Collector just gave him 2 gold in 1 round. And essentially, it is one of the best items to put on snipers because them executing these units, especially for a unit like Ash that has backline access, is very good. So he started with the Rage Blade, and Wet Jungler already has declared that he's going to be going with the sniper line.
Well, we covered as well the tail end of the analyst desk from the last game, how much I appreciate the Golden Remover. So much more now that I've seen a pro use it. You know, in my own games, I'm just like, this is useless. I've never changed an item in my life. I only slam best in slot, and I always go 8. But when we're seeing an actually good player use it, we can see how quickly you can transfer. Maybe you end up with something that does a little bit more damage in an AoE than the Aphelios. You can just pop off that Collector and move it over there.
Yeah,
what the hell?
Here about the setup that we see from Wet Jungler. You look at the economy side of things right now. You have Sappho and Estanishing, both of these players on 30 gold. Wet Jungler went to level 5 to keep the win streak up because he is banking on the fact that this Collector will just keep him at every single breakpoint and he will keep the win streak from the tempo. But, I mean, how about 2 artifacts, you know?
Ooh.
Why not?
So many artifacts. And you know what? I swear to God, my gold collector doesn't generate that much gold. And you guess what? An Alloon with a Mana Zane on it. Wow. Wow. We were speaking about BIS, Matt. How BIS is that, baby?
It's a pretty good setup for any of your late game AP carries. I'm really interested in how much power this gives for Fine Vintage as well, because that is an augment that gives you so much power throughout the later stages. Something that normally only becomes relevant when you're getting into like stage 6, stage 7, and you're not getting items anymore. Fine Vintage just guarantees that you get some combat power, you get some benefit from all of those items. So every additional item that is being picked up is just gravy for that augment.
Yeah, another thing worth noting about the way Estanishing is playing this game right now, he's picked up the switching gears, but well, too far so far, he hasn't really been able to switch those gears, right? So he's not playing down an augment per se, but he's not necessarily finding the success you would want to in his position.
I mean, him getting a Mana Zane and also a Giant's Belt, which could be translated into a Morello on that Alloon, I assure you he's going to be switching them gears, baby. Now, I'm not sure if that was always a cloak. Or did it come up just now? Because I think that was a forbidden idol. Did he have a Refoger and he just changed it? Or was it just me? Did he always have the cloak on the bench? Was it the cloak?
Unsure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Estanishing, we can see actually establishing that switching gears, just as we say it, the caster curse for the cast itself, as we often do. But it's interesting to me watching this because I really liked the strategy, honestly, of going for that full win streak because there's a lot more control you have there. And the early game is so inconsistent in terms of power levels of the people you're running up against. Much harder to predict and cater your board to get the win or get the loss or say exactly there. But we've got another Ari's Kiss.
Yep, my absolute favorite encounter in the game. And the thing about this is actually now it can be a lot less impactful at this point of the game because right now the players that are playing for these tempo game plans, someone like Kesman right now, right, win streaking at the top of the standings here, will have enough time to kind of adjust their game plan, understand the fact that they will not have an as reliable way of kind of just like bleeding out to a fourth. Because there's going to be a little bit of extra turns in the mix with some of these players that are sacrificing a lot of their early game power, for example, to get late game power instead.
Keepers as well on Kesman with the Gambler's Blade, possibly going in for Duelist. And you know what that is going to translate into? Yes, a lot of attack speed being pumped on one unit. And with Gamblers and Duelist, he's going to be able to generate so much gold because of that extra attack speed that you get with the Gambler's Blade. Essentially one of the smartest combos that you can have, in my opinion. A Lich Bane as well going on the Ahri, but that Caitlyn does for sure hurt. And she's not going to be staying alive. The Kindred also doesn't cast in time, but with Jungler is able to get 4 wins going into stage number 3.
Matt, you called Caitlyn kind of useless yesterday. I'm just going to have to call you out on that one first. For
I was hoping you wouldn't call me on it. She's really bad when I use her, but if you are able to get those ults and you are able to time it so that she doesn't do what she does on all of my boards and ult the unit that's already got 3 HP, then she's actually pretty useful. Fully eliminating a unit from full health this early on has quite the combat power advantage.
I will say that's what we in the industry call a PD map, you know, also referred to as get good, you know.
True. Guilty of it myself many a time.
Yeah, he gets too many rods though for the sniper's line that he might be going for, in my opinion, but that is going to translate into a crown guard and a double Amumu, so you can always have a friend.
So actually, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Because again, keep in mind that these Esports, they're speaking, tend to have an AP secondary carry. Whether or not that's going to be the Lilia, whether or not that's going to be the Syndra, right? Which is the most common one at the moment with the Warden setup here. So the Syndra can make use of these items. He already kind of has the 280 items he wants, right? He can go for something like the Last Whisper or a Giant Slayer as his last Ash item here. He can then start transitioning into making those Syndra items to get that secondary carry set up.
Back on Kesman's board here, we are looking at this duelist setup that he is angling towards. This is going to cause a collision course with Safo sometime near the mid-late game as everyone's starting to roll for their forecasts, because they're both going to want Lee Sin, and they're both really going to struggle to get it. But in the meantime, Kesman's setting himself up really well with this huge win streak.
That's so much gold being bumped out of that Gambler's Blade, man.
And that's the thing, Morgan, right? Again, as what I was talking about before.
Oh no!
It's not gonna happen. It's fine. Just move on.
But it'd be so funny, Weeda. It'd be so funny.
Too late.
I mean, it would be, right? But you have something like the bulk here, right? Will give you more combat power, instant rolls it away, right? Even though something like the gold remover here as well, right? Just like gets the extra component in the mix, and again, allows you to move these items freely among these duelists you might be playing towards the back end of the game here, right? The continuous ability to take the pivots in a composition where you want to maximize as much power as possible, like these duelists, is such a powerful tool here. And Kesman identifies that this plot here is going to be amazing for his immediate combat power, throws around these items, and now he's looking even more set up to continue this win streak.
Yeah, the Golden Remover also does a pretty nice job on making sure that he doesn't have to sell these early duelists, which is ready to start, which does such a huge job, honestly, because in duelist board, one thing you lack is the front line. So having to sell that Darius to remove the items gives you 2 issues. 1, you might be stuck with a 1-star Darius, and 2, that's if you find them again in the late game. So Golden Remover was really good because finding fine vintage, it's such a perfect augment for duelists, okay? But you don't want to take it on stage 3, especially when you're already winning, where losses are gonna hurt a little bit more when you're into the late game.
Safo continuing his loss streak, so both these duelist players are doing pretty well on what they're aiming for. The problem is, of course, that Kesman has a currently, not going to do the actual math, but about 50 HP advantage by the middle of stage 3. So really having to fight uphill here for Safo as we see the Aatrox encounter come out.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the players, they give what they need right now, right? Some of the players at the top of the standings might take the Anvil, for example, to get an extra slam. Maybe they get themselves some gold just to make an econ breakpoint, stuff like that, right? But for something like Safo, yeah, the extra HP is super useful, same for first standings, right? To kind of keep up with the lobby so they don't fall too far behind in this position. So at the top of the standings, though, the battle between Wet Jungler and Casman will be an interesting one to follow if they are to hit each other at any point during this stage, because it will have huge implications on the economic impact of this game, and here it is.
Speak of the devil, you were just mentioning that one of them is going to be having to lose his win streak now. And in that case, I think that it might be Wet Jungler, because that duelist board is just unkillable, man. QSS already being slammed on that Darius with the Death Dance and the Titans. I don't know if I'm going to be following up on David's joke again, on that having a good eyesight is really mandatory for a caster. Correct me if I'm wrong, that Darius HP board did not go down a single bit.
Well, Matt, that sucks for you, right? I mean, that you're just automatically disqualified.
The only one with glasses, I'm doomed.
I'm starting to feel a little bit personal, huh? You managed to find a way to direct everything at Matt at any point. That is such a skill.
Safo picking up the Lee Sin. I was talking about it earlier. Oh no, it's going to be so hard for either of them to get a Lee Sin. Not if Safo gets it first pick on the stage 3 carousel. Dude's chilling now.
That's the dynamic we've been kind of highlighting all throughout the set, and just in general when we have patches where there are some incredibly strong and prominent forecast carries, right? The fact when you go for something like a lost streak strategy, you get first component choice, but you also get the choice of adding one of those ever so critical forecasts to your board, most of the time on that stage 3 carousel, which then sets you up really well towards that stage 4-1 once you want to start making that comeback into the game.
Yeah, and his positioning is also his position is even way better, because he got 20 health out of nowhere. First the Ari encounter, and then the Aatrox, and he chose health in both. So instead of that, he would now be playing at 41 HP, potentially going out of stage 3 with only 1 life left. But thanks to these encounters, he's still pretty healthy, 61, so he's able to contest, and that leaves his cherry on top of the cake. But now let's look at his Estanishing board, man.
Yeah, we're going to see this running into that exact board from Safo, who is on that 8 loss streak. We're seeing an itemized Kabuko, kind of a rarity without the augment, but he's doing his best here, putting out damage, but it just isn't enough. I forgot what that artifact did for half a second, so I was like, huh, spectator bug, that's weird. Then I caught up, so we're good. Safo's able to eliminate all 3 Kabukos with ease.
That is the most realistic embodiment of an orange cat, buddy. They just exist in so many forms, and they just fill up the entire place. So the Cloak of Agility being placed on Kabuko makes total sense, in my opinion.
And I'm wondering how bad this is for Safo's game plan currently, because he was on that full loss streak. Yes, he's down to 60 HP. Estanishing definitely wanted that loss. At some point, Safo has to turn it around with the Lee Sin, probably harder to get those losses. But if you're competing with Kesben, who has infinite gold, you probably want to keep that streak going as long as possible without fully dying.
It's also worth noting that Safo invested into that round when level 7 had the Tristana 2 in the mix as well, right? He made a very clear and conscious decision to say, this is the point where I'm going to turn it around. This Lee Sin with the double artifacts here will be that big of a turnaround for me. And, so far, so good. Again, we'll need to wait to see the outcome of that fight coming in here in a second, obviously, but it is looking kind of good for him here as well. So a bit of a rough one for Horror as well, on a full-on stage 3 losing streak here. 7 losses to his name. But he has a lot of goals to work with here. This 4-1 or 4-2 roll down coming through here will be a very critical point for a lot of these players.
Yeah, one thing I just noticed, by the way, is that Lilia is one of our exalted units alongside Galio, which could be such a very nice frontline unit as well. So potentially he could look to sneak in exalted a little bit early into the game. And Menazane, instead of going for a Loon as well, is going to be such a good option, because that Lilia casting 3 times very quickly enables him to destroy such ramping up backline units. And in a lobby where you have so many duelists, potentially Aurelias and backline units, that Lilia is going to be doing so much work killing them before they can amp up their attack speed and rage blade. So Estanishing's board is really good.
Also, a consequence of these, I think we're going to talk about the same thing, right? The consequence of these encounters, right? It's the fact that Horus is pre-leveling into level 8 here instead, waiting to see what the augment is, and then making that big roll down transition on 4-2.
Yeah, he's got the gold. He's got the health. Like, in a lobby like this, you really just have to focus on your board. You can't focus on the numbers on the right, because they are just ridiculous. Like, Kesman's going to full win streak. You've just got to find your board as soon as possible. So going to be pushing to that level 8 next round. As we see Safo, couple freshly printed items for him in this front line, doing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Vine Vintage, by the way. He might not have had the best in slot, like, for example, the Lockets. But let me tell you, the Banshee's Veil and Knight's Vow and the Aegis of the Legion essentially get the same exact thing. You're given more attack speed and armor and magic resist from the Aegis of the Legion. You're giving more Omnivamp and health, and you're also giving them CC immunity with the Banshee's Veil. So essentially, it's really good. And we're on to Prismatic Suita, your favorite part of the day. Take the mic.
So there was the option there, like just go for the huge economy and just like go for the massive roll down, but again, he needs some more power and he's gonna go for the prismatic ticket instead, right? And that's gonna be an interesting thing to kind of follow whether or not he's gonna be rolling very aggressively with that, right? Meanwhile, you see the sniper crown come through for Opala play. We haven't really spoken too much about, but I mean, you just find 2 copies of Syndra in the shop naturally, but he's still missing that copy of the Ashes. I say that it comes through, but that is for sure something to keep in mind. Staying off the bench with this for now. Is he trying to figure out the way to get this in with the most possible payout, I suppose?
Yeah, I think this is the best pickup you could get with that sniper crown for this composition, because as you mentioned, sometimes you need an AP carry to round out this composition. Syndra does great from very far away and already does 1 billion damage, so having her as sniper is pretty powerful. Instead opts to sell her and puts the sniper emblem on that front line of Mumu. Not the choice I would have made. It's curious.
So the thing is, as well, you gotta keep in mind here is that this Syndra actually doesn't slot onto the board until we find the set, and him being on level 8 here means he needs to invest the maximum amount of power that he can into his board right now to stay alive, and he can kind of pivot back towards the later stage of the game to find the Syndra if he wants to go back into that route, or if he just wants to stay with a 6 sniper line instead.
And also, one more issue that I would love to add is that in order for that to happen as well, he has to go to level 9. So he needs that gold for 2 reasons. 1, to level up, to be able to put at least 4 wardens and 6 snipers. And he also needs to get that Ash too. You see, he just spent 15 gold for it. So that Syndra being hit before the Ash was something not really good in his position. So trying to fit in the Syndra now is not good. Now he just have to save up, and he has to get that 4 wardens in really quickly. On the other hand, Horrocks was able to get these fated units a little bit early.
Yeah, Horror looking pretty strong on this board here. Finally has the Kindred too. Exactly the carry you're looking for in the middle of stage 4. So hopefully he's going to be able to find something a little bit more useful. He does have the Azir there, but I've mentioned this before yesterday. It really is a dangerous proposition to make him your primary carry this early in the game, because on his own, he kind of sucks.
Yeah, and also you gotta remember when you look at the roll down here from HorrorX as well, right? The fact that even with that prismatic ticket, he has still been struggling a little bit to kind of put together those ever so important pieces. We'll be going for that 5 Fated 4 Dryad setup. Him having that early set will prove to be a very important thing to avoid him having any sort of setbacks when he's gonna try to put together that late game board, because it means he doesn't have to like go like an aggressive random roll on level 9 trying to find it. He already has one of the most important frontline pieces together already.
Yeah, you were speaking about frontline pieces, and correct me if I'm wrong, this time there were no trickster glasses. He did have a 2-star Thresh on that board, and a 2-star Thresh with alongside another one on the bench. So he's only 2 Threshes away, and that is going to be such a massive upgrade to his frontline. But my only issue is that he's not the only one using Thresh in his game, so it might be a little bit hard to hit it now. Could be such a potentially good time to move in these items on the Syndra, and he's 1 away of that Thresh tree, which is going to be a massive upgrade, Matt.
In theory, you've got to get there first, and Horo, lowest HP in the lobby, 31, 0 gold to work with. Meanwhile, exact opposite situation, Wet Jungler has been on a pretty strong streak throughout the game, re-establishing his streak now on level 8, but has rolled fully down. There are only 2 players above that 40 mark, and that's Opal and Kesman. And Kesman, notably, has lost that win streak.
Looking at it now, that Ashe is still 1-star. He has to put in that way because desperate times require desperate measures. He's only using him just to duplicate that Ashe because he knows he's contested again. He wasn't the only one that took the sniper crown in this lobby, so it's gonna be hard to hit her as well. And he also pushed level 8 very early into the game to try and keep up his win streak, but lost it as well. Now, nobody has yet noticed that HorrorX was getting very close to hit the Thresh tree, but he just did it because he wasn't contested, and that is now gonna be an angle where he gets to sell the 4 Dryads and play in with 7 Faded as well move items to Syndra. Such a massive upgrade for his frontline already.
Still stuck on a Syndra 1, though.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why these items are still on the Kindred here, right? And I think that the second that switch is going to come through, it's going to be a huge boost, obviously, to the board state. But at this point in time now, you have the oranges throwing these items around when you get to the crafting aspect of it. You get the extra shield from the Forbidden Idol and stuff like that. So it is not a horrible spot to be in for Horror, but it's definitely not a fantastic spot just yet.
Yeah, very little healing as well available, as we can see Kindred just taking some incidental damage, catching some sprays there, and it's going to be Lilia probably able to finish this one off. Yeah, as Azir goes down, Horo very close to following 6 HP as we go into PvE round.
Yeah, and Horo yesterday, he was talking to me a little about the fact that like he was in a position where after the first 4 games yesterday, he had 14 points. Which definitely is a position he doesn't want to be in again. He talked about like how that much added stress actually really impacted him as well. And another thing as well he also was talking about was the fact that even with the way that the pools work now, even if you're the only one playing for a specific forecast, very often you'll end up in positions where you just don't hit them, right? And that even now we know Syndra is somewhat going to be contested overall here. So him kind of struggling is sometimes a repeat of the woes that he had yesterday when he was fighting to make it into day 2.
I am not a huge fan of what Safa just did, selling the artifact anvil just before waiting what might come out of these component anvils, because if he gets another bow, obviously the red buff is going to be such a very good item to slam in instead of putting the Eternal Flame. Could have used that maybe for potentially some more frontline, because Irelia already has a lot of anti-healing applied with the red buff, despite the fact that I think Eternal Flame is also still good, no, Ida?
I mean, the thing is that it comes down to your priorities in terms of like how you want to approach the quote-unquote stack in TFT of decisions, right? Because do you want to resolve the anvil first, or do you want to resolve like the components? And you want to resolve the artifact first, because that is the most kind of game-changing situation that can happen. And then you can kind of start adapting your item choices from the anvils afterwards instead.
You're going to see Kesman's board. He did go for a little bit of a roll down and was able to find just the Lee Sin one, but has great items on his units, holding for that Volibear 3 as well, hoping for the Irelia next, but he's got plenty of gold, going to push to 9 and then roll for the Irelia then.
Man, I'm just way too fond of Kesman's position now. 5-1 with 83 gold, just got into 94, and he's going to be pushing to level 9 with 27 gold. Guess what did all of this? That damn Gambler's Blade on the Tristana in a Duelist board. Can we just know how much that Gambler's Blade made him? That is too much gold generated just out of one item.
Well, this is where the synergies come in huge for the Duelist board. We're looking at that Dragon Lord. Once that stun comes out, that larger attack speed bonus comes out, it synergizes so well with Duelist because you have the damage reduction from getting 6 Duelist as well. This composition has really hit its stride pre-Irelia.
Just 15 gold? Sounds like a scam to me. That's like 150 gold generated out of the Gamblers, man. The Keeper's also keeping his Tristana alive for quite some time, and he's only 2 Volibears away. However, there are so many Duelist board in this lobby that he's not been able yet to find it. That Lilia spread damage is coming way too high, and 3 silences on that board is not giving Kesman what he went for. Also not able to find the Irelia early at all just yet.
And Horo now next on the block here to be eliminated, it seems like was unable to find the full set that he would like to go for. No Kindred free, no other options here for the British player. A bit of a rough one for sure, but I kind of just see what can happen when you have these like late game spikes where your board just like doesn't, you're kind of forced to play a suboptimal line that is not the strongest in the game, right? And I think that's a big thing to keep in mind. Another big thing here though for Sappho is that Irelia in the backline with 2 of her best items. No anti-heal applied, as you were alluding to before, Morgan, right? But again, all these fine vintage options just coming through right now have really proven that Sappho is in a very strong spot here.
Yes, he is. Again, perfect itemization. Omnivamp and health and crowd control immunity, armor and magic resist, attack speed. Do I keep going? That Irelia has everything she needs, Matt.
Yeah, now she's going to be running up against Kesman. Very similar board, Spider-Man pointing meme in the middle of the game here. So we see Safa though on level 8, so down on units, but we'll see just how strong these fine vintage items can be as the Aurelias both firing away into the backlines. The Lee Sin 1v1 going on in the middle of the board will go Safo's way. So despite the level advantage, despite the gold advantage, despite the HP advantage, Kesman loses the 1v1.
Also the fact he's still only on the Lee Sin 1, right? That's a big figure as well. Your main carry is not there, but who knows? Maybe this Lee Sin on this carousel will roll all the way through to the likes of Kesman, who is going to be second pick here.
Yeah, Safo sees it, doesn't try and deny it. So Kesman is going to be able to pick this one up unless Wet Jungler chooses to deny it. He does not. So Kesman going to be able to hit that Lee Sin 2 he's been hunting for.
I think he's looking for an Irelia item here, potentially a Death Blade or an Infinity Edge, yes, which makes total sense. Because he's not really into denying the Lee Sin, which might be such a good move to do if he was planning to deny Kesman of it, but he wants to upgrade his own board instead. Irelia items for him make much more sense, because it would have maybe been able to eliminate Kesman's board before that. But looking at Shredden, that's a 5 Sage coming in, and I think that these Morgana items are pretty cool.
Yeah, and the big thing about these items, Morgan, actually, is the fact that with the Burning Strikes coming in as a second augment here for Shredding, he's been allowed to put a full damage Morgana into the mix. And with the blue kill, with that Zeke's Herald buffing up her attack speed even more, because you don't need it to be an anti-heal bot at this point.
Yeah, and we're just going to see just how much damage it does as that front line there for Safo is just starting to melt. The Lee Sin still alive, going to find his way into the back line, and that's going to be all she wrote for Shredden's board. The Mittens doing their job, keeping Lee Sin healthy and warm. So we're going to see him take down the rest of the front line in short order.
I would be thinking that his front line is going to be surviving a little bit more, especially that it has 2 of the BIS items that you could put on Sylas, potentially with the Diamond Hands as well buying him more time, and the Adaptive allowing him to cast even more and more, especially when you put units in the front line, they get so much Omni Vamp as well. So I thought that this Sylas would be a little bit more, but I gotta say I'm a little bit disappointed.
And Wada, this is exactly what you talked about earlier on in the game about the game plan here for Wet Jungler, was just using that Amumu as a temporary sniper holder. Now that the Syndra has come back, putting the sniper back on there, and has found his AP carry. Secondary and tertiary carries all on the board here for Wet Jungler.
Yeah, the big issue is there's no 6 ward in the mix, which obviously isn't a huge deal right now. He just has a flex on the board right now, occupied by this Garen.
Yeah, he does need to either get 6 snipers or 6 wardens to maybe amp up that front line to survive a little bit more of the duelists. And that Ashe still has not been able to reach the Irelia just before the Irelia gets to her. Again, the second cast is not going to go through that Moonstone Renewer, and the Eternal Flame makes sure that his entire front line melts because of all the anti-healing. And now, we might be down to our top 4 players, but not just yet, because Estanishing has 1 more round for him.
Yeah, what happened in the last round with Wet Jungler is just the duelists are too fast. Like, the duelist board pops off incredibly quickly, especially if you have Dragon Lord, especially if you have that 6 duelist. They are able to just shred through frontline much faster than the Ashe can get online. And we're going to see that kind of relationship happen with the Estanishing's board as well. Does he have the front line? Does he have the damage from the Lilia to kill the duelists before they take care of his front line?
Let's see what's going to be behind these doors here. That's the big thing, right? The fact he's going to be able to go level 9 on an odd interval, though, because of the fact of Exalted. I hate the fact that it's like an odd number. It just feels so wrong to me, but finds a set that could be a pretty big pickup just in terms of just the pure power level of that unit. Something I keep forgetting is the fact that the set is actually an Umbral unit. Like, I keep forgetting that fact because in my head it's just like a faded.
Look it.
No, you know, like... He had his Umbral phase in high school, was like his true origin story, and then like he like found a different way of living his life, went to the Fade, like did a trip to a monastery or something like that, that like the gap year trip. Now that's why he has like the 2 sides of set.
Ooh,
living.
Kisman finally hit that Volibear 3 though, which could have been such a major upgrade to his board. If he had maybe some better items than that Bramble Vest, the Rage Blade was really good, but I don't think that you should risk putting such an item on the Volibear. I think he could make use of that golden remover to maybe try to make that Volibear a little bit stronger, because that bear seemed like it hadn't had lunch in like 3 weeks or something.
And I think that fight is representative of the relative power levels of Safo and Kesman. I was worried in the earlier stages of the game about Kesman just being able to overpower Safo, but you can see just how much that Fine Vintage can do, because that same matchup went absolutely horribly for Shredden when it was against Safo. But Kesman couldn't chew through any of the front line and just immediately got his entire board wiped by that Morgana.
Now the Invoker's board is going to be doing such a good job if it goes against any board except the Duelist, and especially against the person who just hit the 3rd Volibear and is able to finally get the Volibear 3-star. Now, Drakan 2-star is also doing such nice work, maybe trying to put a little bit more tankiness. Luckily, the anti-healing wasn't yet applied to the Irelia, but there it goes. The Foundry is applied, and the Alune is shredding through, and that Silas is buying a lot of time, but the Onyx Spark on that Volibear alongside the upgraded Sterak's is giving him a lot of tankiness, and I think that this might be the last round for Estanishing because that Lilia's Bonk is not stronger than the Duelists, amping up again way quicker than the Invokers could work.
And this leaves us with a top 4, man.
Yeah, this is going to bring us to our top 4. One of the things that I found interesting about that matchup is that Lilia really doesn't know whether she wants to be early game or late game. Because she has that Mana Zane, which is great for those first couple of casts, and she has that Archangels, which is great for the last couple. If she doesn't burst through the front line, she is going to do so much less damage over the course than she would if she had a Shojin, and we're seeing exactly that happen. Wet Jungler down on his last life, and in his pool, Shredden, top of the leaderboard.
Could be quite risky for him, Matt. It could be the final fight for him or Safu, and potentially we could be losing both of them in that one fight and one final showdown for potentially one of them.
Looking at Safa on the bottom left, that's going to be the Aurelia. It's all up to her as Kesman, the duelist versus duelist, going a little bit differently than the 1v1 did last time to Lee Sin, doing his best to stall it out, but it might not be enough. Aurelia, one more ultimate. The Gunblade healing does so much, and the Lee Sin is taken down. Kesman takes a loss, and we still have a top 4. Nobody dies.
But look at the HP pools we have to work with for the rest of the game here. Every single player is going to be at the mercy of their matchup here. Like, they're 14 HP being the highest Wet Jungler on 8. He could make out like a thief in the night. Or like he made some adjustments to his board going into that last fight, removed the Cinder from the mix, no longer playing the Faded line, went with a 6 sniper angle instead here. The Cinder 2 on the bench just chilling for the moment being. So absolutely amazing sequence to kind of follow, like how these players are navigating their spots as Shredding goes to level 10.
Yeah, he had so much gas in the tank left over. He was holding on to 60-something gold, spent it all down in order to get that level 10. Unfortunately for him, didn't seem to hit a ton of huge upgrades, while Kesman got his Aurelia too.
I'm a little bit worried about Safa's position now because, again, it remains the same issue if he goes against any of the duelist board, is that they amp up just way quicker than his board could do it himself. Now, we're potentially going to be down to our top 2 players only after this one, and contested between all these artifact anvils. It's kind of crazy to think we have 2 duelists already on the top 4 potentially contesting for top 2. These items on the Volibear were quite astonishing to have. The static shift didn't give him enough think as Kesman is going to be taking such a massive win here against West Jungler, and there goes as well Safu. His board is not going to be doing very well, but then Aurelia maybe survives. And no, it is going to be a bomb going for him, maybe not just yet. And now Savo is still alive. We still only lost 1 player because Kesman is on 1 HP.
Kesman by the skin of his teeth, and we get the Darius encounter. 10 free rerolls for Kesman at level 10, or Shredden rather.
Yeah, these are like, right, these players don't necessarily have a ton of gold to work with, so they can't hold on to critical pairs while they're doing their role. Obviously, they will just make use of what they can get at this point in time, because like we saw Kesman, for example, find that 2-star Wukong. That is going to be a nice upgrade for him. But it's not like some of the players were sat on like 40 gold they could just like use to hold everything while they're rolling down here. But that is kind of an indicator of how this game has been played, how tight this game is. Like, no one outside of Shredding were able to hold on to any gold until the last turn, right? So they're just battling for every single placement right now.
Volley items looking better this time, Matt.
Volibear going to be there in front line for both players. In the back line, you want to watch these Aurelias. They are the main damage sources for these teams. And Safo, with all of the support items, is getting so much value. But the rest of his team is getting shredded down. Just the Tristana, just the Lee Sin, just the Aurelia. And all of them fall in short order. Safo takes a 3rd place. No? Yes. Okay. For a second, it was 5 HP. I was like, there's no way he doesn't die there.
It's not a double kill. I know we all love seeing these nasty double kills, but this time, both of them won. And now it's between Kesman and Shredden, and there is only 1 duelist board against a Sage board that is surprisingly performing very well against these duelist board, because all thanks to the Morgana, just as you highlighted before, Weeder, with the Blistering Strikes, gets anti-heal applied immediately on everyone.
Yeah, right, and that's the big thing as well, right? The fact that you're just able to invest so heavily into the likes of the damage, but also the fact that with the vertical Sage coming into the mix, so much resistance is on these frontliners in the Silas, in that Galio, buying time. And well, look at the positioning as well coming out from Shredding here. A very clear indication of the fact that he wants to kind of have like layers of protection against these duelists, so you don't get like the one rep coming through for something like that Lee Sin. Just make those second row backliners fill in the gaps when needed.
Hunting down
yeah.
for that Wukong too. He does find it, but with no gold left in the tank, unless he decides to sell something out. But he's got no copies with the units in his shop. So for the very last fight, he won't have that Wukong too.
Yeah, my only issue now is gonna be down to the Wukong items, and apparently he rolled 2 of the very good items that he would want on him. Legacy of the Colossus and as long the Ready and BT on the Volibear, giving him a lot of tankiness right now for the front line. Aurelia also has the Giant Slayer, so she's gonna be dealing a lot of damage to that front line. Up until now, she has not casted once or reached once by the Morgana for the anti-heal. The Wukong one doesn't deal that much damage, but he does have free access to the back line of Kesman's board, as Shredden is gonna be going down because Kesman takes a win with his Duelist board instead.
Great fight there from Kesman, able to find it through despite being heavily contested. I think it's worth noting that out of our top 3, 2 of them were playing Duelist. There's something to that. I'm not going to break it down too much from there. We'll leave that for the analyst desk. But I do think that that board from Shredden was just absolutely incredible development into the later stages of the game. It was really impressive.
You know what's also impressive, Matt? I was about to say interviews with our players that we have during our breaks, but I haven't been told the break is ready yet, so my throw has just been entirely thrown off there.
That's okay. We'll dribble for a bit, pass to each other, and then we'll hit the layup as soon as we get the info. We don't worry about it.
What was really fantastic?
Look at that. A break's ready. We'll come check out an interview during our break. We'll be back in a couple minutes after this interview with Hyrule.
Hi, I'm Hyrule, or HR Hyrule recently. I'm a challenger player from Germany. Yeah, I'm 24 years old. Yeah, I like set 11, although the encounters can get a bit messy. Sometimes with like certain portal combination, it gets a little bit crazy. But overall, yeah, I'm liking set. I actually played since set 1, and I think since set 6, then when I really started to play like a lot of more games per set. That's when I really started to like it, and I think since set 9 I started looking into playing competitive. It's not really close. France is much better than anyone else. Yeah, but I think Germany is on the cover at least. But yeah, I think France are just a different breed. They're all beasts over there. Oh yeah, the offline events are really fun. I went to Vegas and it was amazing, really. Meeting all the players, all the streamers, it was really fun. I was really sad that I couldn't get to meet the players at the Cactus, but I hope to go to the next one. Shout out to my friends and who are always supporting me, and the other fellow high rollers in the competition. I also wish good luck. Yeah, thanks for especially the German community for being so nice, and yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back to this analyst desk, and after this game, I think there's only one very obvious conclusion that we can draw here, David, and that is Duelist, good.
I think there's actually even more clear conclusion makes for me personally, and that is the word coincidences, because a lot just happened in the last two games. We see Kesman winning, yes, but we see the same exact top three that we saw in game 2, Kesman, Shredden, and Safo. And all these players are doing their okay business handshakes because all three of them acquired exactly 14 points. They shuffled around their positions in these last two games as well. But the coincidences don't end there, makes. There's a Spanish player, my nationality, and two Polish players, city and the country in which I live. And two of them are also playing my favorite comp, Duelist. So it's just all about coincidences for me. And I think for Safo and for Kesman, they're very happy to find the start that they had to this Duelist game plan, because Keepers and Find Vintage, I think the two strongest ways to start off a Duelist game, two different variants as well. Both players found great success throughout every single stage of that game.
Is it, let me ask you this, is it going to be a coincidence if all three players you just claimed with your caster bias,
don't do it,
if they go bottom fourth in the next game? Or is that not going to be a coincidence?
That would be unrelated.
I don't know why you go out of your way to curse these players as hard as you do.
If that were to happen, Max, that would be unrelated. That's confirmation bias and just part of human, human traits that you have. You look for coincidences in everything, but that would be unrelated for sure.
Sure. Okay. I'm just glad we had that, cleared up, out of the way. Let's get on with our analysis about this game, because I personally was a little bit shocked and surprised and also somewhat appalled to see three players going down that sniper warden line. It is so good. I understand. Arad yesterday with the 6 snipers and only an Ash one even top oneing a lobby, but 3 players on the same line is a little bit much, don't you think? Maybe a different option here would have sufficed, and I really like what Shredden did here, matter of fact. Going for the Sage, realizing nobody else is really on that line, playing around the more, I would say, old school line of getting that Silas in there and getting the extra damage from the Legendaries in the late game, and it worked out beautifully with that second place.
I think the big thing with Ashe is that there isn't a clear stepping stone between kind of your 2-cost carries in stage 3 and then that Ashe in stage 4, which means that if you miss in your roll down, it all goes downhill. And if a unit is 3-way contested, obviously you will be missing many of those games. We saw Krona there had a Senna 2 as an item carrier still in stage 4, which is not ideal, just bleeding a lot of HP until he actually spent his gold, and then it was maybe too little, too late, because there weren't Ashes still left in the pool. So that's where I like Duelist a lot. I think Tristana and Volibear can carry the transition into Lee Sin, or you can even just 3-star these units instead and have that as an alternate game plan. Similar for that Zyra Zoe combo moving into Irelia and Morgana later into the game. So all in all, I think Ashe is at the mercy of how many players are going for the same comp, and are you going to be able to hit in that lottery or not?
Yeah, I'm curious as well on how that's going to go. I don't know standings or not. We'll see if they come up, they come up. I have no power here. I'm just a caster. But I personally, I'm still waiting for that cursed dark comp that some players, including you, have alluded to, the Lux Teemo reroll. I don't know.
Listen, I was looking at the stats for some of our players in game 1 and 2, and wait, let me check my notes. I can't find it now, but someone played Lux reroll yesterday, which I assume, according to our tacticians, is maybe just pure Lux reroll, like the porcelain version, and not Teemo Lux, but we're not sure. We want to see it on broadcast still. We have our fingers crossed that we see that and more coincidences as the day goes on.
Well, our casters are ready for game number 4, so we're going to head on over there. Here are a lovely Wida, Morgan, and Niberia for you guys.
Thank you so much, Makes. And of course, I'm with you, David. I really want to see that Teemo Lux reroll. Deep in my heart, I'm not. I was actually super disappointed. I'm going to use this to get on my soapbox for a second. Gluteus, earlier on, game 1 or 2, I don't remember which one, went for 2 healthy, had the possibility to go for the Lux Teemo, and didn't. No sense of showmanship. Nothing.
No,
I just am. That was a personal slight against me, and I will not interpret it any other way.
Or maybe the guy that has a regional championship just wanted to play the game the correct way, Matt. I don't know.
I don't think so.
To be fair, I was a long time ago, right? So maybe you're like, are you gonna bring the reckoning to him, Matt, because of that?
Yeah, God. hate you. Of course, here in this round, we are in round number 4, and we have some of our players that we've been following all day. We see Kubixon all the way up there, who, when we've been seeing him, has done absolutely incredibly. Some really fun plays coming out of him. And then Slark, our leader of the leaderboards yesterday, very at the top.
Yeah, and this lobby is going to be extremely hard. Everyone here has done amazingly nice in their past games. How do we know? Just check the point next to their games. Do you know what that is? The points they accumulated through winning and achieving high ranks in the last games. You know what it means that someone has 22 points? It means that he was top 2 and top 3 in almost every game he played today. So that's gonna be a very close lobby.
How's the math actually works, huh? That's crazy, actually.
I don't trust it.
No, I don't either. And I've been doing this thing for like almost 10 years now. Right? Like, I don't trust my own math anymore, right? But something I do trust is the fact that we have a Danish player in the lobby in Vigos. He like has like been out, as I alluded to earlier today on the desk, has like kind of not necessarily had that big like breakthrough performance in GSC, right? And I think it's super exciting to see someone like him finally kind of being with a very good job of making it to a day 3 of a GSC here, right? Again, keep in mind that we're looking at 27 to 28 points as a general cutoff here, and that is a pretty good thing to kind of keep in mind when you are looking at how these players will adjust their game plans, because these players will not have to take as many risks as some of the players we'll be seeing further today that are in the lower lobbies.
Would have been real funny if it had been the Prismatic Prelude, given that Travis was the only one who wanted it. But it will be the gold opener. Nothing too crazy here, nothing crazy variants for this game. Everyone's in lobby 1. Everyone wants to just defend their position and not risk it all for no reason.
Yeah, starting right off with that lovely portal. Nothing too special. We have had so much crazy stuff before today. We had Trainer Sentinels. We had Artifact Anvils absolutely demolishing lobbies and making people go for the weirdest compositions ever. But this time, it's just a gold opener. Nothing too special.
How about an R2, Matt? Do you want that?
Listen, here's the thing about Ari. For me personally, she's been garbage every time I picked her up. But if you know that you're going towards an AP composition late game, if you have some of those mana generation items, she is a great item holder in this very early game. So Travis betting on the fact that he'll get decent items or at least another 2-star.
Sorry to interrupt, Matt.
Actually, he just got faded.
What unit have you mentioned so far today that you didn't mention after it? Like, but it was garbage when I played it. It was garbage when I picked it up. It didn't work with me. It was bad when I played it.
Most comps just don't work for me. It's almost like I'm bad at the game or something.
Remind me to never take restaurant recommendations from you, by the way, Matt.
Yeah.
You should just have bad experiences everywhere you go.
Probably for the best.
What's your secret composition, Matt? What is that one composition that has never let you down?
God, never. I
don't think a reroll
qualifies for any of them.
He's very confident in himself and how bad he is with every composition. I love that. Down to earth.
Let's see. Travis, a couple options. This is going to be silver, so I'm going to be looking out for some of those higher impact ones. And Best Friends, actually, is one of the more powerful silvers because it does give you that combat strength. But Travis just weighing his options.
Going for the risky moves here, not necessarily the most risky thing in the existence, actually, right? Because of the fact we look at this double upgraded boards here, 2 synergies online, and one of these upgraded units being that Darius that we have seen be such a overpowering presence in the early game, Morgan.
Yeah, this 2-star Darius, however, is not going to be receiving a single item because if he's going to be going for the Fated line or for any other line that consists of AP units, potentially the only thing that will make sense here is a Steadfast Heart. And it's not an item that does you a lot of value in the early stages of the game, but he decides to slam an IE. So that means he's going to be going for an AD board. Potentially, it could be either Reapers or it could be Ash with Snipers. That is why he's holding and hoping for these Wardens to stay on his board and that Behemoth and that Caitlyn. So he's declaring that he's going to be going with Snipers very early into the game.
Interestingly, holding those NARs. This is a lot of information, y'all. All the elements being...
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? The numbers.
Yeah. Not even the numbers, the symbols. I was like, okay, everyone's got something. And all I can conclude is that everyone has taken an augment. But now I see Fine Vintage. That is probably the highest impact silver over there on Sweller Tiger.
Ooh. Gets an early Alundo that is going to be giving him Umbral and also some executions on that Darius. I think might push to level 5 as well to put in the Dryad Reaper Kindred again. But it's only for Faded here because they don't have Dryad Reapers yet.
Probably one of an overkill level
here.
Did a bit of an over level here, don't you think, Matt? Like a bit of an overkill. Oh, Sweller, man, just level 3, chilling, scaling for a late game, and then Travis says, you know what? Nah, you ain't doing it. I'm just gonna hit you for 2 more than I normally would.
Like, even without Umbral or Faded, this board is still gonna win pretty much every fight on stage 2
It
because
just every upgrade, man.
All right. Man's just going to win every single round in stage 2. And this is actually an interesting use of his augment. He knows that he's going to get first pick on the carousel because he's lost all of that health by the time it comes around. So he has the opportunity to just go for a full win streak and still keep his carousel prio.
And also, one thing that Wida said is that was an over level. I kindly disagree, my good sir, because that gold is going to be coming back in quite a few rounds. He's win streaking, he's receiving carousel priority, and that augment is going to be giving him all of his gold back after a few rounds. So win streaking with risky moves defines the name of the augment. It is a risky move, but if it works, the amount of potential and advantage it's going to be having against everyone in the lobby is really going to be huge, and he's going so well for him so far. 3 wins, carousel priority. What else could he ask for?
Gonna find out.
Oh, this is actually pretty interesting.
He's good.
But for someone like Sweller Tiger, right, this is actually pretty good because he's currently floating a component on the carousel as well, right? So just having that extra component to potentially lead him into another fine vintage item further down the road is actually going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we spoke about it last game and we saw the impact of it on Sappho's board. Just any time that an extra component or extra item is offered, the fine vintage player just gets an outsize effect on their board strength.
Judging by the way things are going now, I think that Churkane is also in a very good position. Also has a Rage Blade slammed in a little bit too early with the snipers, and the Dryad Bruiser Warden already slammed in for such a good front line. The Gunblade a little bit fishy in my opinion though, but he's looking to rack up these wins. Again, we've seen that it could be useful on Ashe, especially that sometimes you're not able to get 4 Wardens in, so you make up for that by having 4 snipers and maybe a little bit more tankiness with the Ashe healing them. So he still could be going for the snipers board and committing to it with the Gunblade being slammed on Ashe, and perhaps siding Aphelios on the same side to make up for the loss of the Last Whisper or the Infinity Edge for the extra Sunder that you get from the Aphelios. So we still could be Ashe snipers.
Fight's going pretty well for him so far. We're seeing up at the top of the streaks, Travis is still taking those wins. I'm not sure the graphic's up to date, so I'm just going to wait until the health total does or does not change. All right, he's still at 80. We're still good. So Travis keeping his streak. You'll have to keep an eye on the bottom of the health board to understand where his win streak is at just for a little bit longer. As we get an augment move to a random round, which is gonna do something. We don't know what.
Yeah, it's like actually a pretty big thing, right? It's like we don't exactly know where it's going to be going, so you don't know how this is fully going to impact the roll stages for this game, right? Because again, if it's going to happen on like 4-5, like in the olden days, right? Like that means that a 4-1, 4-2 situation will have happened already. People have invested already, so that is going to be interesting to kind of see how that will unfold here, as Left Overture will be trying to protect this win streak. Already shown that he's going to be leaning in towards one of the AP-centric story boards if he's going to be staying with the story weavers.
To me, Band of Thieves is one of my favorite augments because it is a great augment that gives you such a very nice direction if you want to win streak in the early stages of the game. And essentially, you could slam it on any unit, whether you want to put it on a backline unit. It gives some good flexibility and diversity if you want to have some more damage. If you get maybe quite unlucky with some frontline items, you can put it on some frontline unit like the Garen, for instance. At this point, it gave him a lot of tankiness for the Garen, all thanks to the Gargoyle that he was able to roll here. And you cannot really go wrong with the Band of Thieves as well. If you're maybe able to be lucky enough to get Lucky Gloves, that could also be even better.
The sentence I rarely utter this set, but that Teemo was putting in work that fight, just shredding through all those health bars while that double itemized front line was doing so much to keep them at bay. So Leftover's streak will continue, as will Travis's and Sweller's. So 3 people full streaking in either direction through the Krugs.
You see Kabixen already locked into what he will be doing here with the Rage Blade plus the Last Whisper already slammed. So we have quite a few players already accepting their fate, the fact that they will be leaning in towards that Ash reroll line, but like the Ash plus sniper line here will be something we gotta keep an eye out for a lot of these players, and probably hoping for a little bit of a different component setup here on the likes of what ended up coming through, but definitely not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, now some
Gunblade got 2 players very, very clearly going for Ash.
and a Gargoyle as well to amp up the front line. And these items we all know goes on who? It's either a Mumu or Lawi when you want to tank these Wardens in the front line. So again, Ash is gonna be extremely contested in this lobby. And I'm a huge fan of that if I was one of the any other players, because that simply means that I have so much stuff open. And judging by the way that Sabador is going with his board now, we can Swallow Tiger, we can know that he is going for Duelist line. He also got the Moonstone, which makes so much sense with Duelist. We saw how good that item was in keeping all of your front line available and alive.
Won't be doing too much just now. He does have 3 completed items on the item bench, which is only possible, Wida, as you pointed out, because of that extra component on the last carousel, thanks to that encounter. So he's going to have quite the power spike in just a few turns.
I'm sorry, man. I literally didn't hear a single word of what you said, because Barry Batten just dropped a very important thing into our stats chat, and that is the fact that Gluteus managed a 3-star set in a game.
Inspired by Makes, I'm sure.
It's a German genes, you know? Like, it's a good revolt.
True. National buff.
The secret deal list has been put into play. You know, that is the reroll tech has been leaked. 3-star set, quite good.
Can you not be like one of these
analysis saying the 3-star 5 cost is good?
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
You can expect from us.
If you're gonna say it, don't be like one of these directors, just leave every series on the end of a cliffhanger. Explain why it happened. He had raining gold starting into the game, which is one of the most augments that could generate you a lot of gold. So essentially he was able to go through, perhaps win streak, and was able to do it. This is why Econ augments are so good at the start of the game. And looking at Travis, again, we can see how much of a difference that already does.
Interesting pickup here for Sweller. Not surprising, but going to be picking up the Gargantuan Resolve so that he does have a dedicated item for whichever duelist he decides to itemize the most. Probably the Lee Sin 9 times out of 10. As we see Vigo actually going for a very similar route. Got the 4 duelists in already. And that Darius just putting in work.
Yeah, Slog also in there with that little bit of a duelist setup here as well, right? So a lot of really interesting things kind of popping off here in terms of the people kind of contesting each other, but also it's down to the fact that the duelists are just such a cost-effective way of playing the game in the early going. So we do see that Vigo has the chance to go back into something like that Kane build that we also saw a little bit of success with from Hubin earlier on today.
2 Edge of Knights already slammed in, though. That's very good. And by the way, the only person who was able to get a Sniper Crest or a Warden Crest that helps them with their Ash line was Shurikane. That is why he is still going to be able to keep up with that win streak that he has. Because out of every Sniper player, he got the perfect augment for his line man.
Meanwhile, Catalyst, one of the few players actually going for an AP option. Going to be able to pick that up with the itemized Kog'Maw for the item holder in the meantime. And it looks like it's probably enough board strength to see him through this. That Nico in the front line is just so beefy.
Wait, just when I thought that this Kane would do something crazy, because that's a very early forecast unit, especially that it already has Heavenly and Reaper on it with also 3 items. Apparently, it does make total sense that a 1-star Kog'Maw, a 1-cost Kog'Maw 2-star with 3 items is going to be way stronger, because that Kane got deleted, Weira.
Definitely did, right? I think that's just like kind of the power level of what's going on here. Does have the opportunity now to essentially find a Kane pair on the carousel as well here. The belt not going to be the highest of priorities in terms of components right now, but you will have someone like Sweller, who did go for a high-cost option, I assume, just to get like the most gold out of this round.
Also picking up a bow in case he wants to go for the second Gargantuan's Resolve, so leaving his options super open at this point.
Yeah, Shurikane went for it just because it's a 4-cost unit with the Giant's Belt. He doesn't really care about the unit at all. And again, with the Sniper Crest, I just explained it at the start of the game that if you get the Snipers first, you're going to be lacking a little bit of frontline because you don't have Wardens. But now able to push to level 7 in a very sweet spot with 40 gold. Does have a Protector's Vow slammed in because he's very desperate for frontline and also has a Giant's Belt, so he's in a very decent spot at this point.
Oh, we're about to see some dark tech boys, by the way, here, right? Because the caretaker's ally unit for Chicane is the Gnar. And you know what Gnar is? Well, he's a Warden. Do you know what Gnar does? Gnar does damage. Bloodthirster plus that sniper emblem on the likes of the Gnar right now. It's great for the sheer tempo aspect, you can see by his win streak, but as that tertiary damage source in that ass composition being supported by the Gunblade further down the road means that this cap has gotten really, really high for Chicane.
Yeah, we can see just how much he's stacking up. Of course, Gnar gaining those stacks as he damages or gets hit, and he is just not taking any damage. The healing coming out from him and Senna is just ridiculous. Sweller going to take that loss on his level 7.
It's not your ore, buddy. Get back.
Got 2 components, so that's probably going to be his second Titan's Resolve, odds are.
A choice of completed items, probably could be looking at a second Rage Blade here for a secondary carry, or a Protector's Vow for more frontline, or an Adaptive for his AP carry, which could be the Syndra. So many good options here for him at this point.
Already on a 1 copy of the Protector's Vow, right? So 2 vows coming through here. I mean, vows normally don't something you only do once, Matt, right? So do you think, like, absolute stone face here as I'm making a joke and that's just like no
I'm waiting
reaction.
for it. I've got a process. I'm bracing myself, Wida.
There was nothing to brace for, right? Unless that's the second round of vows, you know, like you're at a wedding and it's like all of a sudden it's like a second round of vows.
Like, hold on, guys. We've got wedding DLC. We've actually introduced a second set of vows.
You know, business idea. Business idea, man, right? If you want someone to like run down the aisle and like objectify the vows and be like, I'll do this instead, you know, you can buy that, you know, we can make that happen.
That's DLC, it's a bonus encounter, actually, is how it's categorized on the back end. So we see Sweller going here for the only successful Kha'Zix item holder we have seen this set. I'm going to make the argument, and I think I'm correct.
You are, with Gargantuan Moonstone being on him and also BT. I found it maybe a little bit strange that he went for the Cleaver instead of the Aegis, which is one of the best items for the Duelist. But I think that the Cleaver also makes some sense because he already has a Loon and a double Moonstone on that, so he does have enough frontline. He does need some of the Shred to be able to go through the late game stages. The only thing he lacks now on that board is some anti-heal, which he's saving maybe that both for a secondary Gargantuan or potentially a red buff on the Aurelia.
Keeping his options open here. Hopefully going to be getting a Chain Vest off of this. Going to get a Spatula instead and a Chain Vest. All right. These options have gotten interesting here for Sweller. Travis going for his roll down. We see him picking up the Annies along the way. He has items that are very Ash-shaped, however, and that is going to be, I think, the 4th person contesting that line by this point. Everyone going for roll downs, as we see on the side of our screens in the green room here.
Wait, was he playing Faded and just missed Syndra? Or was he going for Ash and just missed Nautilus?
He was going for Ash, but I think he might be changing his tune shortly. He has the items for her, so going to slam those down. But perhaps recognizing that he's contested, so investing in a secondary carry would be wise.
Yeah, I think that the Syndra would have been a little bit ideal to still catch and maybe hold, because he still is sitting in a quite awkward position with just 4 Faded and 4 Arcanists. And sad news for our players who are down there, maybe guessing that they would get a 3rd augment that would be able to save them. Lux moved that augment away, so I don't think that Kubikson or Sweller might be seeing their 3rd augment reader.
No, and that's like one of the most iconic things. Back when like augments were still at 4-5, like the amount of time streamers would be like, viewers like be trolling streamers, be like, what was the last augment if they died too soon at the start of stage 4? Okay, created some banger moments on Twitch, I will say that much. But again, for the rolling we saw from Travis here, right, a lot of it is also down to the fact that he doesn't necessarily need a Syndra 2 right now. Again, the bigger spike will still be that Ash 2, and again, he did have singular copies of those units on the board and bench, so was trying to prioritize getting that Ash 2 online didn't necessarily happen, but it does have a great item set up around that, so if he's managed to find any of those critical unit upgrades, he will be in a fantastic spot to kind of turn this game around.
Now Sweller, as predicted, has slammed that second Gargantuan's Resolve. Hasn't put him on Lee Sin yet. He's only got a couple seconds left for that. We'll put both of them on, and came pre-stacked. We're good. So this Lee Sin is going to be very powerful when he hits 2-star. For the time being, he's going to melt pretty quick.
Wow.
So most people missing on their roll down. Catalyst did not, as we're going to see that fully itemized Morgana just wreck house.
Yeah, we spoke about this specific interaction before, by the way. Duelists are always stacked up in one position. And that doesn't make it hard at all for Morgana to find a sweet spot, because any unit that gets targeted by her essentially is going to spread the disease to every single duelist on that board. Essentially, getting the Morello applied really quickly, allowing her to deal more and more damage, gather them up pretty more. And now, I am not sure if Left is going to be able to find these Lilias, because he's only sending on 1 copy of every forecast on his board right now. But that's a very good early Rakan, though not the sweetest spot if you ask me. He's still missing a lot of his units.
He has a lot of gold, and he's very high in HP, right? So he has both of the premier resources that you have available to yourself in TFT to kind of sit back, relax, and make this board kind of work to get put together. But he is also contested by the likes of Catalyst, I believe, on that kind of same high HP position.
No gold, notably, though, for Catalyst. So if Left decides that sacrificing the HP is what he wants, he will maintain that economic advantage over the entire lobby, because the only other person in double digits is Shurkane with 13 gold. Quite the retirement account.
Now, I wonder what that third augment is gonna be. A very nice Irelia right here to be picked up by our lovely duelist player, which is Slark, who's gonna be coming up next, if he's able to make it through. It wasn't taken. Definitely goes for the Irelia, though. Perfect catch for him, Weeda.
Yeah, that's a big one as well. Irelia is just such a powerful unit to kind of add into the setup here. And again, look at the items that he has on this Tristana at this moment in time. Can put that red buff and the IE directly onto that Irelia. Doesn't even have to give up the power of that Tristana because of the fact he has that golden remover to work with.
Yeah, the lack of the Gargantuan's resolve is not holding him back. The lack of the fine vintage, so still going to be competing. And we saw this last game as well. Top 3 had space for 2 duelist boards, one of them fine vintage, the other not. So not super surprising.
A little bit of an unlucky reroll, by the way, for Left again. Spends about 20 gold, not able to find any of the units that he could use on that board, except the Galio, which he decided to go for at the end when he was just done with trying to get that Dryad Behemoth frontline with the Ornn. Goes for the 4 Bruisers instead, which is such a very good switch in that line instead. And now, that Lee Sin 2 that you spoke about, Matt, is finally there for Swallow Tiger, as long with the Eternal Flame for the anti-heal.
Yeah, it's there, but it's going to have to run into this Gnar, which is looking mighty scary. Fortunately, the double-stacked 40-stack Gargantuan Resolve plus BT, plus all the buffs from the vintage, gonna be enough. Crazy how that works.
Yeah, it was like, I feel like this Gnar, like it's kind of a fake Mega Gnar right now, you know, like it's like a 0-15 top lane Gnar that's like looking very scary, you know, like it's level 18 but doesn't have the items just yet, right? Again, it's pretty much paper thin. It doesn't necessarily have the necessary survivability or the output just yet. It's really still lacking that Ashe 2 in the backline to really start supporting the entire setup here, but again, just look at what's going on here for Shurkane in general. Like, he is lacking so much press in general, but he does have that HP to work with.
Another battle for
Shurkane. He does
Shurkane.
have Exalted, though, which is something no other board, I believe, has active right now.
Yeah, the anti-heal from Morgana is going to be doing such a good job, though, denying that Gnar and reducing the Gunblade on the Senna, which is a strat that you mentioned before, Matt, which is doing him very good, keeping his front line alive and keeping his Senna alive now. But the Morgana so far hasn't been able to get one cast on the Senna. Finally decides to go for the left side and was already eliminated, by the way, so there's no more anti-healing coming in from Left Overture's board against Shurkane, who's able to get such a massive win. And as long as you don't get some anti-heal on that Gnar, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. And that's another Irelia coming for Cubic Sun, but he's not going to be picking it up.
That Gnar is gross. Like, that was so much damage coming out of that Gnar. I know he's 3-star, I know he's got a BAT, but my god, I did not expect him to be the one shredding through the front line.
I think the biggest thing about this as well was the fact that compared to the previous fight, this time around, we got to see the Gnar be moved a little bit back, make extra use of the additional range from the sniper emblem so it doesn't take the first point of contact. We really saw like what the power level of that can produce.
Maybe such quite unlucky time if Cubic Sun dies before the third augment, which is moved to 5-4. You said before, Rita, that it used to be 4-5, and then streamers would be mad. How about 5-4 for you?
Ooh, that's a rough one for sure. I mean, a lot of these competitions here really would have liked to have that last-ditch effort in terms of the power level coming through, but there's a very big chance now that the likes of Kubixen won't find that ever so important last augment to build that composition around here, and that means that at some point now, these ashes will be put back into the pool for the likes of Shurikane.
Yeah, he's going to want those ashes. This Gnar going to be doing the bulk of the damage for this round. Not going for a Senna. I half expected him to pivot into Senna reroll, but I think making the much smarter decision, knowing he's stable with the Gnar as the primary carry before he can get that Ash. Just needs Kubixen to go down, one or two other players. But turns out the Ash is a little bit better.
Yeah, because that Gnar is just not able to reach her. And again, he did have some good reroll on that Fuse Gloves with the Merlin to make an applying anti-heal over his entire board. And again, I remember when you guys were complaining a little bit about the Irelia encounter that made everyone move freely. How is that Lux encounter now, huh? Everyone in chat, you guys hated Irelia? How is Lux now, huh? Huh?
Yeah, it's rough.
Speaking of encounters, actually, right, a very important thing to note about the way this game is panning out right now is the fact that we're going to have another encounter on the carousel into the augment, right? So there's going to be 2 levels of modification to the game that isn't normally there on a stage 5 in a regular game, right? So seeing how the players here will adapt to that happening will be a very strong indicator of the way they approach TFT.
We also have triple duelist in this game, which is crazy. We have 2 compositions that are contested 3 ways. We can see that Vigo, despite doing well against most of the other ones, is going to immediately get destroyed by that Lee Sin, not surprising. Blark also has rolled completely down and has not hit enough to keep himself stable against the likes of Travis, so I suspect in short order, Sweller will no longer be contested.
Just one more round for Travis and one more round for Kubixen, and they're going to be living enough to tell the story for another day of the augment that they did not miss if they died. Now, imagine how disappointing and how sad it would be, Wida. Something that I personally wouldn't recover from, and it would be a lifelong trauma. If I was just one round away from getting my 3rd augment, and just before it, we're getting another encounter. I know that this is not possible, but imagine if it's another Lux and it moves the augment again to another stage. Even though that's not possible.
That would have been a very weird dynamic to work around here, right? Travis now with that 2-star Ash, right? So kind of mirror balls on the side of our screens here from both of the Polish players, as they will be the points of focus here for this fight in particular.
Yeah, check the Ashes both in the bottom right. That is the key to Travis and Kubixen surviving these fights. Travis's Ash completely safe, firing away across the board. Meanwhile, the Ash for Kubixen getting knocked up, taking that damage, and it's Irelia versus Ash. Travis gets taken down, Kubixen as well. Both of them take a loss, both of them fall out, and both of them have put an Irelia 2-star back in the pool.
Bonus offensive item components coming through here as well. And it's kind of funny, right? Like the biggest bonus here, like the biggest benefactor of this actually is going to be Shurikane, right? His 2 compatriots fall out of the game, both of them contesting his composition now. The economy he has built and has been saving to go level 9 here now will benefit him hugely. We'll be able to try to find a pretty straightforward transition into the Ash 2 with 6 copies being put back into the pool.
Travis is probably thinking now, the risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math? Risky moves apparently were very risky, and he didn't know that this Lux was coming up, and he wasn't the only one to go with Travis, but also Slark. We almost have half of our lobby dying before they get to see their 3rd augment, Matt.
These are pretty good options here. Going to be going for the keepers. Usually we see this in a duelist composition, but not too shabby to set up this Galio for success as that solo frontline, especially given that Leftoverture is really missing a secondary damage source beyond that Silas in the frontline.
Yeah, no upgrades on the Morgana just yet here, so stock, and will most likely be able to bleed out to a 5th, right, which will still be an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind here for the likes of Leftoverture, as it would be the 3rd Polish player to die in this lobby so far, and he goes up against Vigo here. And if he's able to win this fight somehow, that's a huge bonus for his fight towards the top 4.
Yeah, just gonna watch that Silas. It's the only thing that can access the backline, but it is just getting absolutely shredded. Mana reaved all over the place. Finally able to get onto that Irelia. One ultimate to get the heal is going to be enough. Irelia about to go down, finally falls. It's Tristana versus the world, but Galio is just too tanky. And the Kale, Zyra, and Morgana will team up to keep Leftoverture alive for one more round.
luckily enough, because it was also staying alive. But again, this is quite sad for both of our players. One of them not able to hit the Lee Sin 2, which is going to be a massive upgrade for them, especially for the fact that he does have 2 Heavenly Spats already in Wida. And the other one with a fully itemized Morgana. Again, perfect items on her, but sadly not able to make it to Morgana 2, which is a massive upgrade for both of them.
Yeah, it's a really big deal, right? Again, this has been the story of this game with these lacking upgrades due to the cross back and forward transitioning, contesting points here, right? But now, keep a big eye here on the Nofri on the right side of your screen here. If he gets into the back line, it's game over.
Yeah, he's going to be able to start ripping through that front line already. We can see how much damage the Diana is taking on the left-hand side of the screen. We can also see the Duelist versus Duelist popping off. It is going to be over there for Vigo. So back onto the right, left Overture's board. Still surviving for the time being, but that Gnar yet to be contested. Finally getting targeted down, but he is doing so much damage. Makes his way into the backline, onto the Morgana, takes her out, throws a rock, throws left Overture out of the game, and we are down to just 3 players.
And keep in mind here, Matt, right, what I was talking about as well with the fact that this win that Left Ocho got against Vigo in the previous fight meant that now he actually has enough HP to make his way into the top 4 here. Those like direct hit fights are so important, and now we saw on Shurikane's board very briefly, he did not manage to hit very much on that roll down. Is currently stuck duplicating Ash with the way on his bench at the moment, so a bit of an opening for Catalyst and Sweller Tiger to capitalize on before Shurikane finds that last power.
Sweller looking to push for 9 for himself, 100 gold in the tank. Going to spend all the way down and look for one more unit to cap out this composition.
It's a Rakan, which is such a massive upgrade in my opinion, but still very far away from the Aurelia. Needs 2 more. Never mind, I take it back. Just needs 1 more copy. Able to get in the Morgana 2, but I don't think he is in a position to make that Morgana 2 just quite right now, because obviously the Aurelia and the Rakan would make much more sense. But instead, decides to make it and gives the Giant Slayer maybe to the Aurelia. Yep.
All right, now back on Catalyst board, the Nico 3 frontline here for this Lilia Morgana duo carry, trying to take down that Ashe in the backline. That's who you need to watch. If Shurikane loses his Ashe, he loses the fight. But the frontline is finally starting to falter. Shurikane's Ashe fires away, but doesn't get a single kill. That Nico still alive and well, and Shurikane takes a huge hit.
Absolutely massive hit here, massive fight win as well for the likes of Catalyst, really manifesting their own spot here in towards that top 2, which at least would put him at 24 points at minimum. That is a thing that we need to keep in mind here, that we will have an eye out for that.
Now
looking
looking
to
maybe
bait out this Ashe 3, but
he's
chances are slim, but
gonna
it's the chance he's got.
Yeah, when that way was just placed 4 rounds ago. It just made 1 copy. I think he's going to be having to get the production going up a little bit, way more for him to make it. And I think in this game it showed us one thing, is that 2 cost units can really be amazing if they're donated to you, just as free as this Nico was. With the Bramble Vest, tanking a lot of damage. Lucky enough for him though, he was able to burst her before the 3rd cast, because Duelists amp up again way too quickly for the Nico to work it out and be able to tank up. Only got 1 cast, and then the 2nd time it was already eliminated, and the Hurricane spreading all that damage gets Sweller a win. But I don't think that Shurikane is going to be living to see that ultimate fight where Sweller Tiger keeps on winning.
Oh my god.
And rather do it for free.
We like rerolls, Matt. You know, like 3 of those is a great way to get access to those legendary upgrades. The issue is for Catalyst, he doesn't really have a whole lot of other additions to the board outside that Nautilus, but he doesn't have the gold to pick it up. Meanwhile, the likes of Sweller Tiger got access to that ever so important Aurelia too.
You gotta just lock it at that point. That's really your only option. Because if you do survive, you're gonna need an upgrade next round.
That's when it's quite much a TFT moment, Matt, okay? One roll was all he needed for Aurelia, and then you have someone like Catalyst rolling 9 times to get the Nautilus, and it comes out on the 9th one. Now he has to watch his own death against Sweller, and again, that Aurelia 2 definitely makes a huge difference by the fact that he lost that last one with Aurelia 1.
It's the Aurelia 2, it's the Lee Sin in the front line, those double Gargantuans popping off. He's got the full resist, he's got the full boost. Aurelia full health, Lee Sin to follow. Nico goes down, Lilia goes down, Catalyst goes down, and Sweller takes 1st place in round number 4.
Also, like, just a battle of the old guard, right? Kettle is the player that has been playing in the competitive circuit ever since Set 3. And you know who also did very well in Set 3, Matt? Swallow Tiger. So a bit of an old school battle there to finish out this 4th game of the day.
Durkane in the set to follow as well. It really is like Battle of the Old Heads.
Is it just me? Or like, riddle this for me. Frontline seems like the most fake thing you want right now, because in this specific set and this specific meta, every single composition has some straight up backline access. Is it Irelia with Hurricanes? Is it Morgana? Is it Lilia? Are tanks real anymore?
They're still pretty useful to keep your carries alive so that they can access the other backline. That's the real secret to them. They're just there so you can use your backline access. But we will see a little bit more of that going into game number 5. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break with an interview with Clémo before our analyst desk breaks down that game number 4. We'll see you soon.
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Clémou. I'm 21 years old from France, and I've been playing TFT since Set 5 and competitively since Set 7. So Set 11, I really love this set because I really disliked Set 10 and since the start of Set 11. So I kind of took a break in Set 10, and since the start of Set 11 I've been playing a lot and enjoying the new mechanic a lot, and I've been doing well in tournaments as well. So I think the EMEA system is very good, probably the best in the world, because TRCs are a lot of fun to play in. The LAN was very cool. I think it's a good thing to introduce one LAN, and yeah, it feels very good to play. You have a lot of ways to qualify to CSCs, and yeah, it feels very good to play. My goal is to make Worlds for sure. I don't really want to be a pro player, like I'm studying as well on the side, but I just want to make Worlds and maybe win Worlds. It's my dream. Big shout out to the group of French players that I train with. I think we are a lot of very good players that can do well. A group of like new French players that I think can do as well as the old ones. So big shout out to Goboster, Penfak, Yaroy, Vomendes, Rebanov, and yeah, big shout out.
Welcome back after this game number 4. 2 more games to go and a lot on our mind right now. However, once again, Panda, a duelist board taking first place, it seems like.
And I'm very happy. I think it's, just a great comp, and especially for someone like Sweller to win this game off of the winner interview we had with him yesterday, where he mentioned, hey, I changed my playstyle altogether. I'm playing for a win streak now at the very start of the game. I'm not playing the lose streak I played in the past sets. And what a comp to do it with, right? Duelist is the comp that really wants to win streak early. Although with Fine Vintage a little bit different, tanked a little bit at the beginning, but then came back with a very, very scary board. Gargantuan Resolve to hype up the Lee Sin, Harmesis to hype up everyone, Double Moonstone, Banshees, Eternal Flame, I mean, utility across the board, and then the cherry on top, Irelia 2 with double Runons and a GS made it so that I think no one could get even close to beating him in the last two stages.
Yeah, she was weaving all throughout all of the boards, really dishing out that damage. But I do want to point your attention towards Shurkane's board, because as the casters pointed out, there was something going on there that I think not many people would have chosen the direction of. At the very beginning, picks up Caretaker's Ally, gets the Gnar from it. Second augments roll around, he gets that Sniper's Crest, and he says, okay, I'm not selling this Gnar. I'm not going to turn it into Econ. I am going to be playing this Gnar in a meta where Gnar reroll on its own is not that great anymore. It used to be, but it has fallen off since. Slams that Sniper's emblem onto it and just makes the board from there. Travis and Kubi, who were both on that Sniper's area, therefore not having the luck to actually figure their boards out. Shurkane just a stronger version of them, and I thought that was just so cool.
But not just randomly a stronger version, he didn't just win the 4-cost roll down lottery. He found a way to shore up the weakness of this Ashe comp by not rolling for Ashe and not having to rely on only Ashe as their salvation in stage 4. As you mentioned, Gnar was that stepping stone. I just talked about it in the last analyst test that this is a problem with the Ashe comp, and Shurkane found the solution to this problem. He had a Senna 2 with that Gunblade as the item carrier all of stage 4, let the other Ashe players cannibalize themselves, and then with a ton of gold and a ton of patience, was able to make his board strong enough to top 3 in stage 5. So really a great, I think, showcase of experience and talent from Shurkane all together in this game. And from Catalyst as well. I loved the Nico 3 frontline. I love the adaptability of playing for a Heavenly Emblem with the comp, just a mishmash of different units, but still found a way to top 3 and then obviously fall to that duelist board at the very end.
Yeah, and we're coming back to that golden remover as well that I think has been mentioned by Niberia earlier on. It's such a good augment if you are able to kind of pivot on your toes for the entire game, really going for strongest board, moving those items over, going for anything that works. The only grievance I have with it is if you pick it and then the encounter rolls around and gives everyone one. So I'm always very cautious to pick it up, especially early on in the game, because I'm like, okay, this might be a dead augment, depending on how these encounters go. So a little bit frustrating if you run into that, but definitely very good for those early strong boards. And being able to find that Nico, like you said, was really cool too.
From what I've seen, the Golden Remover augment pick into the Malphite encounter only really happens to bad players, Make. So I would personally recommend you get good, and that should solve most of your problems, including this one.
Just get good. Thank you, Panda. I love this feedback. I've never heard it before, and now that I've heard it, I'm sure I'll be able to just turn all of my losses into wins, just like every good player does.
Exactly. I see a lot of confidence and sincerity in your statements. Ari definitely agrees with you. Definitely looks in a better mood than she usually is. Slightly less frowning eyebrows. So I'll take that as a win. And hopefully we'll take some wins for some of our great players after this break with Kevin Parker. We'll check out later on the standings and who is actually in contention to make day 3.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just playing your game without thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day one. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
You saw us before the break, and you see us after the break. We're here back. My name is Still Makes. I'm still with Impatches Panda, but now also being joined by Wida. Wida, you already had the pleasure of casting 2 of those games. How are you feeling about the meta? Duelist good?
I mean, I'm a Duelist enjoyer at heart. It's like the only con that I actively play, so I'm very happy about it. The only issue is that I'm always like going to be contested every single time I queue up a game on ladder right now, so that part of it I do not enjoy fully, I will say.
I do enjoy it.
Panna's
I
just
always
nodding
come
along.
out ahead with Duelist. I have a hitting connection. I dueled in the Shadow Realm as a child, or as a kid, as a teenager, and now
That's one way to describe
Convergence.
America.
I meant more. Never mind. Let's just keep going with game number 5, because everything is on the line for so many of our players, and we have some big names in this lobby who are not just fighting for their life. It's going to be a very uphill battle considering we're on game number 5, and there's still a lot of points away from trying to meet that cutoff, which tends to always be around 28 to be really safe, 27, sometimes on tiebreakers, you can also make it through.
Yeah,
or if you're Kevin Parker, that's 26 points once upon a time.
Unlikely.
We're not going to remember that because that felt really bad, and I am protecting my feelings. We're going to be looking at, like you said, one of those lobbies where players really need to find those high finishes. And with that, we always have the choices. There's some high risk, high reward portals. There is some crazy augments. I still haven't seen a cane on broadcast. I'll just keep saying it until we finally see one, and hopefully not in the last day of last game of our day 3.
I'm actually offended considering we haven't, I think, seen a single hero augments on broadcast today in a meta where they should be pretty much
We have,
opaque.
I think, game 1, right?
we?
That was storied. I think we had a storied champion.
No,
I was casting. So. I would remember. I would remember. Garen is my man. No Garen, I think. No Kabuko especially. And we haven't seen Shen at all the entire tournament long. No Shen, just ramping up that Rage Blade in the backline. So hoping, fingers crossed, that it is going to be on the menu for this game 5.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one to kind of look out for as well. I think that with the players that we have in the lobby as well, I think we should be able to kind of expect them to be open to these kind of lines. These are players that we know are in with like very good ideas like how to approach various compositions, but also there's a lot of power in these hero augments that we've been talking about. These players need some ridiculously good scores to actually have a chance of even making it towards that day 3.
Yeah, I mean, we did see something come up. You guys mentioned it earlier. There was hero augments. They just haven't been happening on broadcast yet. So I don't know if we're getting like gate kept from them, if we're trying to hide the true tech and power of what the ethereal blades and the lucky paws can do. I personally think that's a little bit mean. We deserve to see them. But that's just me. What would you rather have, by the way? Lucky Paws or a Storied Champion?
I'm going to go with Storied Champion. I think Garen should really, enjoy his time in the spotlight after the rough start to the set that he had and a lot of players had when they were trying to chase this down. As you mentioned, Weeda, it's a great way to win lobby, which is what some of these players will be needing if they want to have a guarantee to have a much more comfortable game 6, trying to make that day 3. But also, it's an alternate game plan. We just saw the last game on broadcast, 3 players going for Ashe, 3 players going for Duelist, scrambling in that roll down lottery on 4-1 to find their carries. Whereas if you have Storied Champion, you have Lucky Paws, you're able to play most likely uncontested and have a very easy path to top 4.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing as well. Right? You have already signed a clear letter of intent. I am buying this comp. You don't go anywhere near this purchase that I'm about to make here. And also, David, I was kind of lied to by the points that were put into our chat, I will say here. I was like being prepared, so we should see all people bring out all the wild stops here, 10 points here, 10 points there. But it does seem like these players here are in with a very equal amount of points here. That means that they're just gonna actually should be good enough for just 2 top 4s to make it into tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing whether or not they can actually do that. Of course, a first place would be able to even out some worse placements than a 4th. We're going to be seeing who actually comes out on top. But looking across this lobby, we have 3, I want to say, heavyweights in terms of their prestige and their name here from France in this lobby. Clémoulahagra, Zyko, and Opal, all heavy hitters, Og as well. And then some names that are maybe not as familiar to people just yet. We had an interview with Hyrule earlier on break, so maybe people know him from there, but an up-and-coming German player that I think is definitely ramping up right now.
I want to highlight Lidic as well. Lidic is a Czech player who has become much more relevant since that 8 onwards. He's a coach as well. One of the, I think, players that is coaching most often and treating coaching as a career path in TFT alongside players like Estanishing and having a lot of success, both in coaching, both in the EUNE ladder, always among those top 5 spots. He also makes some posts on Reddit and adds a lot to the community in that sense. So really happy to see him in a pretty good spot to make day 3 and hope that he actually materializes this time and can bring that Czech flag up where maybe players like Scapeus have been faltering a little bit in this set.
Yeah, and also I think it's worth noting here, someone like Mushnia right down there in the bottom right corner as a player that if you've been following the competitive scene for a long time, you will know about this player. He has been in and around, like all the way back in Galaxies. He was a part of the people that were contesting for those spots at the World Championship back then, finishing 20th there, and at the time also was rank 1 on the ladder. But we are going to be going into game here, David, and it looks like everyone is going to be voting for the upgraded champion.
Because they know that we're going to have a hero augment, so they're trying to roll the dice early on to get a 2-star Garen, to get a 2-star Kabuko, and just, get themselves in a nice spot, a nice 3-star on stage 2. Why not?
You're really trying to speak it into existence, David. I respect it for what it's worth. I think out of the options that we had here, Ascending as well as the support anvil, this one is just the lowest impact for what it's worth, so it should be a pretty much predictable what everybody is going to be doing. On the back of that, you'll have a little bit of a stronger earlier game all across these boards, and then we'll see what's going on here for our different players as they are moving through those first couple of PvE rounds.
Complete silence. We're just savoring the moment, Makes, just looking at this and kind of getting an overview around the lobby here. We do see Lidic, though, has the options of going in towards something like that early story we were here at David as well. Like, that could be a pretty powerful opener for him.
keeping some duelists on the bench as well. I think it's important. I think one of the most important and most underrated skills in TFT is knowing what units to hold in each meta in terms of one cost, just to really pave your way to a more successful and easier path in stage 2 and really the rest of the game with that snowballing effect. And duelist, of course, one of the strongest comps in the game, going to keep these options open and has a Darius 2 potentially as an out.
Yeah, you're seeing it on the right-hand side. Lots of players currently just opting to see what they want to go for here. We have a lot of duels all across these boards. Even Lytic, with that option to go for the Darius, will do it in the end. Buy out the Jaxes as well. As first augments come around, they are golden, so there is a chance that we will see it, and you will be correct, Panda. If we get a hero augment here, is this where you turn around the caster curse meme on you?
There's just not really, much weight to this because it's all in the script mix. If you just read it in time,
yeah, I see the script.
Midnight Siphon for Clémou. I was trying to keep it a little bit, under wraps, not mentioning Yorick at all. But of course, Yorick is what's going to be the option here from Clémou.
Yeah, Yorick is like one of the rerolls that we haven't really seen a lot of because it hasn't been the most present hero augment. But if you look at the numbers that this augment is actually doing, we look at whatever stat side you go to, it has absolutely unbelievable averages here. Like, it's almost a guaranteed top 4 just by clicking on this thing.
Oh, when Talisman of Ascension was the way it was, I think it was very apparent that Yorick was number 1. I agree with you now. It's maybe not the flashiest compared to Garen or Kabuko, but still a very strong option, especially with Umbral being as strong as it is right now.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think Yorick on his own, if you have him early on, a Yorick 2 will carry so much of your early game just to the sheer power of tanking that he can do. Now with Midnight Siphon, you're seeing it here on the board. He can do even more. This Yorick, though, not upgraded yet, no items yet, will try to do his best. Oh, there was a second one. All right, we'll try to do his best to get some tanking down. Oh, we're going to be facing a little encounter here.
You're really allowing players to kind of start digging for some very specific augment choices now, guaranteeing you to see yourself 9 augments on both of these rolls that are going to come through here on 3-2 and on 4-1, which means that for someone like Clémoulahagra here, right, who is on that Midnight Siphon, he'll have a much more reliable way to access stuff like the Umbral-centric augments that really will help take this composition to another level.
Looking at the augments, also some clear direction already being cemented by some of the players. A long shot for 2 different players who are going to be, I'm going to assume, angling towards Ashe for this game, which means that anyone else who has an open path to generic combat augment should try and stray away from going into that 3rd or 4-way contest on that same unit.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, those previous games showed us it's absolutely dead. Do not go into Wardens with 3 people on it. We had it happen back to back here on the broadcast lobby. Definitely not what I would like to see again. Even 2 people on this comp can already be a problem for the players that are running it, so we'll keep our eyes on both of them right now here, Opal and Fabulotus. And just looking around, the rest is mostly generic. We have Apoc in here, we have Pumping Up, could go many directions, and we will be seeing, like you said, in those more tailored augments later on what players go for. Checking in with Psycho though.
Yeah, very open spot here from the Frenchman, former world competitor in his own right as well, 2-time even, right? Vice world champion all the way back in set 4 and then had that run in set 9.5 as well here. So a player that has a lot of history competitively, very happy with these open game plans here, but it does seem like, David, to me, that he has a very clear direction in terms of going for that level 8 Lee Sin duelist line.
Oh, I actually disagree. I actually call this the coping champion board. He's just pretending he has story champion and just playing for that Garen 3, baby. Definitely a flawless game plan from Psycho.
Yeah,
the Garen reroll with Epoch, David. Yeah, that like extra XP that totally anti-synergizes with what you want to do with the Garen reroll. Yeah, David. Yes, I see.
Trust, Wida. It's dark tech. It's coming from way out in outer space.
That's not something you should say about France. They're like our direct neighbors over here. Come on, Panda. Get a grip. We're going to be moving into Carousel now, and that will allow us to see all of the comms that players are on right now. As to no one's surprise, we're seeing a lot of duelist openers as well as those snipers and story weavers all throughout, and Clémou is actually going to be the one that grabs the spatula here.
Makes a lot of sense. I think Umbral Emblem is one of the strongest craftable emblems in the game. You're playing into this Yorick line, you know you're committed fully into the Umbral line altogether, so why not just double dip into that and try and go as far into that as possible. You can get to 6 Umbral even before you find the set, and then you can drop the Darius in the late game, so really a great pickup.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday like how it interacts with something like the Aurelia, right? Getting those like executes in there in the mix kind of mean that she can even burst even bigger with her ultimate, kind of eliminating the easy targets to kill at the start of it is also just so powerful. So really good spot recognition here coming through from Clémoulahagra.
Checking in side by side with our 100 HP players, Litek and Og. Last changes to positioning. Both of them saying, all right, let's see who takes this one. They face each other, so one win streak is going to be broken here. I think just looking at the boards, it's probably going to be... Well, actually, I don't know. The Darius can do a lot of heavy lifting. Depends on whether or not they can collapse onto him. And that might just be the case here.
Darius, run! Oh.
Slowpoke.
So Litek has to sell off one of these units to make 20 here. For Og, I'm curious what line he's going to go for. I think he didn't actually buy, didn't buy the ribbon in the shop, so really discounting the idea of playing for the Trick Shot Kaisa line, maybe just going to stick to trying to play for Ashe. But reminder, there's 2 players on Longshot that will most likely be going for Ashe as well, Opal and Papillotus.
Can we get a direct line to Og to tell him not to do that? Like, hey, 2 players are on Longshot, don't do this.
I have a sneaking suspicion, Makes, that Og, one of the most consistent GSC player of all time, will not listen to us casters in terms of his game plan for this game.
Fair enough, fair enough. He's like, you guys chose a long shot. I chose bow. I'm going to be stronger. We'll see whether or not that is the case. Clémoulahagra here, sitting on that spatula, waiting to make the Umbral happen. Still on Yorick 1. Keep in mind, only the strongest Yorick gets that buff. As for all hero augments, you're not going to get double the trouble if you play 2 of them. So only the one with the redemption will be doing all of that extra pizzazz.
Also, just like another thing to keep in mind here, right? Og right now is already on an allow it to has such a strong foundation to go for a massive win streak to kind of play from ahead. And we saw what happened for Chicane in the previous game where he was on a freeway contested line with the Ashe at that point in time. So if Opal and Papillotus, who are both currently on lost streak openers here, end up falling out early around stage 5, that does mean that Og can play different lines and then go back into the Ashe line at some point to really just like manifest his position afterwards.
And both Opal and Papillotus currently 7th and 8th in the standings, so they're going to have priority in stage 3 on the carousel if there's maybe an Ashe there as well to kind of sneak them in a little bit in that race for those Ashe 2 in stage 4.
David, Makes, can you tell me what the item on Kog'Maw is right now for Papillotus?
That is a blue buff. I'm happy to help.
Yes, do you know that we are currently sat on 8 copies of Kog'Maw with a blue buff?
Yeah, we're trying to go for the Kog'Maw reroll. It's been seen in the competition thus far, I will say. It has even won games, but not as prevalent. You need a lot of copies early on, and the Kog'Maw does come through here. Usually, though, when we see the Kog'Maw, we see it with a big chunky Cho'Gath as well. Only 1 copy of Cho thus far, but he hit it effortlessly. 3-1. Kog'Maw 3 online with nearly 50. I take it.
I would say he hit too early, actually. You're going to lose some value from not having 3 different snipers proccing the long shots for most of the stage 3.
Yeah, David, yes. Yeah. I think you're totally correct about this.
I think it's a really good choice, though, if you are seeing Og's board and you are seeing Opal's board, to say, okay, I am actually going to play a different angle. I'll try to get early board strength out, and I'll try to play around the cog for a lot of strength. I like it.
And also the fact that Kog'Maw in of itself actually opens up to a variety of different lines you can go down, right? Because you have the traditional sniper Kog'Maw reroll board, but it also opens up into some of the more mythic heavy lines with the Lilias and etc. into the mix. So you have different routes to go down depending on which route you want to go into.
Now keep in mind, we have double the rerolls, so lots of options for players to target what they're looking for here, thanks to the earlier Teemo encounter.
Overall, much higher caps on most of these boards, considering that players are going to have a little bit of a chance to kind of handpick their augments. Looking at someone like Clémoulahagra picking up just a great second augment to go along with this Yorick, find some extra behemoth upgrades, finds a Nico too here as well. So I think the player is definitely going to start win streaking most of this stage 3.
Yeah, we have more hero
Okay,
in the mix here, David.
True caster power in full display in this game. First, the Midnight Siphon, now the Drop Blossom on Fabulotus, and honestly, I really love this. We were just talking about the sport, we were just talking about the Kog'Maw. Now, together with the Drop Blossom, there's been yet another potential peak for the late game that allows you to really specialize your board in a direction that others are probably not going to go for. And just hats off to Fabulotus for going that direction and seeing this early.
Not just that, but he hadn't already committed tank items to Cho'Gath, which is the big thing, which allows him to now use Nico as a main tank instead alongside Drop Blossom and not have to have any awkwardness of having to sell Cho'Gaths. He has the Stoneblade on Alawi, but Alawi is expendable for now. Wants to try and slot in maybe more mythics to accompany this Kog'Maw board.
And also, as we briefly get an overview of here, Psycho has gone down into route of the duelist, has a very early 2-star Volibear to kind of carry his efforts here in the early to the mid-game points as well. So pretty clear indications from pretty much every single player in the lobby right now where they want to go down.
And for the most part, I think players are not too worried about strong contests. The only board that I'm curious on, I would say, is the board from Moshnia, currently second for a win streak, is on pumping up and has the Zyra carry for now, but could always transfer those items over to a Zoe later if we are going down that ghostly route. So we're actually seeing on the other side this board right now. We'll see if it's going to be Zyra or Zoe.
For Clémoulahagra, a really important carousel coming up. He has to try and find one of those sparring gloves to try and make this Umbral emblem and maybe hit that 4 Umbral at some point later in the stage 3. It doesn't need it though. I mean, this Yorick is just absolutely popping off. Should be taken down here by the Zyra finally.
Yeah, again, like, he's still only on those 2 items there right now for that Yorick, right? So he still needs to be able to kind of get into level. And with the fact that we have so many players now in spots where they might end up like spiking at a similar rate as Clémoulahagra will, that it will leave him in a precarious position, but gets the 4-cost glove, as you were highlighting, as a very key thing here. Get that Umbral emblem online.
In with all of those boards, just seeing if there is any out of the ordinary things. For Zyko, we have an early Silas on board, which should help the current duelists at least be a little bit stronger. And now we're going to be seeing that emblem here.
And for Lytic as well, picked up a BF sword, can close out potentially a BT and have a 3rd item onto this Darius as a transitioning unit into that Lee Sin. So going to be a race again for some of these key 4-cost carries, Ashe and Lee Sin, especially in that stage 4. We'll see what player has the best setup in terms of their econ to try and find those upgrades and then maybe go fast 9.
Lytic right now here going up against Og. There is one player that I'd like to kind of check in soon, and that is Hyrule, because I think he's also on that duelist line, and that might be a little bit of contest that we are going to be seeing with Lytic, the board that you're looking at right now. Of course, early item holders not the strongest in the game. Og is just going to run over this board.
Well, just the fact that Orc is like investing into levels as well alongside that, right? So it is just about to keep it to tempo, and we have been moving over to Hyrule here, and I'm kind of interested in like this augment combination in Europe from your perspective, David, right? Because the reigning goal is the first augment, and then into Inspiring Epitaph. It's a very good combat augment in the second round about here, but reigning gold, what are your opinions on like what should we look out for when people pick this augment?
If the econ allows him to roll down heavily on 4-1 on level 8 and finally Sin 2 before the other duelist players, I say A-OK, thumbs up from me. But if he somehow misses, which can of course happen on 4-1 roll downs, he's down a combat strength augment compared to Lytic, who's on extended duel and unified, and he could be in trouble coming into stage 4. One key thing I want to watch out for is Fabulotus and what kind of itemization he has onto his Kog'Maw, because with 3 players going duelist, we're going to have some very, very fast ramped up fights in stage 4 and 5, and something like a Gunblade that was Biss on Kog'Maw in the past is no longer going to be the optimal position, I think.
What would you like to see on him?
Just damage.
So
something
we know
just
he
faster.
has the blue buff, right?
Mm-hmm. JG or Rabadon, I think, would be the best third item alongside the Nashers and the Blue Buff, which I think are, guaranteed staples.
Yeah. Be seeing whether or not that comes into play as the Wolves are right around the corner. More upgrades to be gotten. Good news for Hyrule. There is one Lee Sin at least already on board, so he only needs to find 2 more. Closer to that in terms of progression than Lithic at least, but Lithic getting closer as well.
And I'm just to see whether or not he's going to be investing heavily into roles here on 7 or not, or whether or not he will just be sticking it out, because it does have a little bit of an HP buffer to work with in terms of being able to try to go towards the level 8, find that ever so important Lee Sin that we've been talking about all the weekend here. But that is definitely one of the biggest things to keep an eye out for, because he doesn't have the holdover units in like a 2-star Tristana, 2-star Volibear even to really like stabilize him in the early parts of stage 4 here.
Honestly, I'm really impressed that Moshnia is hanging on this well. 7 wins with the board that he has. But we're going to be seeing if there's any rolls happening right now. Seems like everybody is keeping their hands to themselves. Opal rolling a little bit. Says, I'll see what I can find here on this roll down. I know I'm contested on the Wardens, and I'll find at least 1 Ash right now.
As Mumu 2 as well, overall has most of the key units he needs for this comp to work out. We did see Hyrule rolling now. Has gotten 8, is now at 40 gold. I think most of the players are contested are thinking, hey, do I have the window of time to go in a round before everyone else and find these key units?
Yeah, a big thing as well here in terms of the itemization aspect of the game for Opal. There's a lot of damage here, but does not have the natural innate scaling of that Rage Blade, right? So if you go into like these late game mirrors here, the Sniper's Focus has to do a lot of work without that Rage Blade.
Lotus just lost a game there at the bottom, despite having that Kog'Maw 3 online, that Nico 2 drop Blossom. Usually, when you see players on that reroll, you want to win streak early, you want to win streak a lot on the back of those upgrades.
He is down an augment.
Sure if that's...
Didn't get the Sniper's Focus yet from the long shot, so I think once he gets that, that'll be the next big spike alongside his augment.
Combat Caster, an interesting pickup potentially for the likes of Opal. Just a little bit of extra shielding to work with, and that is also one of the reasons why Moshnia's board has been as strong as it has been, because again, the innate synergy with the way his board is put together with that Combat Caster Augment alongside now the fact he has found that Unified Resistance. The triple Combat Augment Syra potential reroll here is one of the strongest early to mid game comms, and again, will be able to buy himself enough time to scale into a late game proper, most likely.
I like this from Hyrule. Said, hey, there's 2 players playing duelists. I had a good spot for it in stage 3, but I'm not going to go into that lottery in stage 4. Decides to pivot off of that into kind of a mix and match Invoker Mythic board with Lilia as the main carry with the Sniper's Focus for now. And my God, this hand.
That's great news for Lytic, who's on the opposite side here, sees that the other player has backed off. Both of them spend significant amount of gold already, though. And this Annie is tanking for ages. 1 Angry Bear.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't think the season will ever be enough here, but actually an interesting point that I kind of wanted to raise when we were on the board of Hyrule earlier on was the fact that, yes, he had that Lee Sin, etc., but we looked at his item composition right there. It did not lean itself in towards anything even remotely related to the duelist line, right? Had like 2 tank items as well as that Morello, right? So not ideal in terms of going down that route, but now has found a pretty good transition, as you were alluding to.
I feel like Hyrule is getting mixed signals. Finds a second Lee Sin in the shop there, of course, doesn't want it. But just seeing it is a little bit of a tease, and we are going to be checking in with Fabulotus. I was kind of referencing this, because usually if you go for those early lines, you kind of build up that econ, then go for it. And Fabulotus did roll down all of this gold, so once that Sniper's Focus comes in, he needs to build it back up and try to make something happen with the rest of the lobby kind of running away here. A lot of the comms are on the late game side of things, and Fabulotus is still level 7.
And you guys were meaning when I said that he hit too early. I stand by it. I think with Longshot especially, it is you have to be playing 3 snipers most of stage 3 and playing for a heavy loss streak to then get this Longshot earlier on and then spike. kind of with all your power spike coming in at the same time. Now we're seeing Fabulotus is just continuing to lose. That hasn't hit that proc yet because he only had 2 snipers. And when you're doing more damage per ult and attack with the Kog'Maw 3 over Kog'Maw 2, the fights end quicker as well.
Haven't spoken about Clémoulahagra in a little bit. Is also level 7 now. Usually you do want to find that Yorick rather early if you can. Seems like Clémoulahagra could not, as it isn't online just yet. Not the greatest spot for both our hero augments.
I mean, Clémoulahagra's position could be a lot worse. Has that level 7 Irelia with the Umbral emblem as well as the second Umbral emblem currently placed onto the orange. So has a lot of really bad quote-unquote Umbral units removed from the equation. As you can see right now, just has that 2-star Ornn as well. So sure, it's not necessarily the 3-star Yorick Turbo Snowball position that he's in right now, but he has a lot of the strong supporting pieces around the Yorick that really will help elevate his position further down the game.
Good point here is also that he has that Exalted online, so able to get more extra board strength out to power up the legendaries that now have been found or added into the board, but still 3 copies away from the Yorick. I don't know how I feel about that. He will need to do a lot of tanking against boards that are getting stronger by the second. You can see how that looks like right here, right now, because the Aurelia does need the time to actually make something happen from the backline, and time she does not have.
Maybe look at the tank, maybe these last 2 fights, roll a bit more in 7 and then eventually go 8 and try and find a spike there with the extra Exalted kind of econ helping out with that 1 XP every single fight there. But looking now, Fabulotus, 1 singular life left, 4 HP to work with. Still no Nico 3, unfortunately, for the Drop Blossom.
No, that's also another issue for the board, right? That like he's just spreading all of his resources very thin, both in terms of items and gold.
Yeah, it's painful in a multitude of reasons there for Fabulotus, and he might get knocked out without even having the sniper focus ever come online. He needs to fight for survival against Moshnia here, and you're seeing the board on the other side. We were talking about this one. I was kind of raising the question whether or not we would be staying on the Zyra or going into Zoe. Question now been answered. Zyra has been sold off, and Zoe is the new star and centerpiece of this board on the opposite side, and that might just be good for Fabulotus to maybe survive here if the Kog'Maw can maybe do something, but it doesn't look like it, and that will be an unfortunate 8th place.
And that's actually a really big thing here as well, right? Because these players will be playing against each other in the final game of the day as well. And everyone here was on that 18-19 point breakdown here. This means that Fabulotus now has to play heavily for a 1st place in the last game of the day here to try to make it towards that 28 cutoff.
And we were discussing what the best 3rd item was on Kog'Maw. Unfortunately, he died with just 1. So I think that's part of the problem when it comes to the 8th place. Not having your 3-star itemized, which is a little bit unfortunate with the components he was dropped at Wolves as well, and having to purposely keep spots open for the eventual Sniper's Focus that never came, unfortunately. We're now see final roll down for Clémoulahagra if he can find this Yorick 3 and then eventually go 8.
Come on, Yorick. Ah, there he is. That was easy. There you go. 2 rolls and he has it, but is on 21 HP. Hyrule just barely above him, 3 HP more as last components are being chosen. I imagine you go for the bow and just slam that Runans.
Yeah, that was like my first inclination here as well, but maybe you want to put some more power into the Silas too with some sort of itemization option, but yeah, I think this is actually kind of makes sense as well for me, right? Again, it just needs to get a little bit extra power into that 2-star focus in your front line.
I feel like with the Yorick to Midnight Siphon, that Yorick should be strong enough, but we'll be seeing how it goes now that it's finally fully online, and Yorick is not doing as much tanking as I thought. However, on the other side, we're seeing the fully upgraded Ashe will be enough for Clémoulahagra to hang in there for now. Stop that loss streak.
Despite Yorick not looking so flashy in terms of taking over these fights, he doesn't really have to. I think most of these hero augments, a lot of players misunderstand their role. They're very tanky at the start of the game, and they are the stars of the show, but later on, a lot of the pressure is taken off of them. They turn into meat shields, and it's really the backline carries that end up closing out those fights, and Irelia doing just that.
Checking in with Opal, I think. Moshnia still at the top there, but Opal down to 14 HP. Another player that was on long shot, another player that went for the Warden Sniper, and could get knocked out here.
Zephyr doesn't really hit anything important on Moshnia's side of the field here. Zoe on the correct side of the board here will get a first easy kill here, most likely on that dummy, never mind. But the Lee Sin going to the backline here will be the biggest factor to keep an eye out for.
And that's, I think, the entire game plan from Lidic. It's not necessarily hitting a key unit with the Zephyr, but rather allowing the Legion to warp, lifting up anything on that side, to wrap rather, and make it to the backline right away to deal with some of the big damage there's on the opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, that's like
Last
a classic
hopping
thing
over
as
there.
well.
Opal getting knocked out.
Yeah, to go back to the thing you're talking about, David, like it's been a long-term thing with a lot of the like melee carries being in TFT. Obviously, it was a lot more present back when you could still make the Zephyr. You very often see these like challenger duelist compositions make even 2 Zephyrs at times, just to almost guarantee that backline wrap.
Set 9, Nox Asterius. That was the game plan. And most of the time when you could build Zephyr, it was, kind of in the priority items to build. It was maybe the 2 first items for that Darius or that melee carry, and then a Zephyr to really allow that wrapping to happen as soon as possible in stage 3 and 4. Much more rare, as you're alluding to now, Wida. And as you mentioned, Makes, Opal taking down both long shot players, not quite able to make the augment work.
Yeah, while we are kind of visiting our memories of times lost, the boomers you are, we are going to be seeing more and more players getting to elimination state here, and Hyrule might be next on the chopping block. Goes up against Litic. That Zephyr you guys were talking about comes into play, but I think even without the Zephyr, this might be a tough matchup here, just with that Lee in the front line, kicking and screaming, trying to serve that Democ to the Lilia. It's a 1v1 in the end, and we know how these go, but good enough for Hyrule, he says, hanging in there, making it to Carousel with 2 HP.
Umbral emblem on this Carousel for Clémoulahagra, who is going to be first pick as well, David.
9 Umbral, baby, it's time, but Clémoulahagra says no. I'm going to be bedge and not entertain our viewers because tournament points matter more, Wida, and I would agree with him. He wants to make sure his game plan is aligned with top 4ing this lobby and having an easier time in that game 6. Love the microplay from Lidic, though. Both fights there, I think, very clearly won off of the Zephyr plus Lee Sin wrapping combo. We'll see if his other opponents have been scouting, maybe watching some of these fights and planning in ways to have maybe a second row tank that can meet that Lee Sin and stop the wrap.
Honestly, for Hyrule, 30 gold here, decides not to go for that Diana 3 and maybe find something. I think is hoping to make it to level 9, but I'm not sure if the rest of the lobby will let him. Only player that's on their last life, Clémoulahagra and Psycho, both have 2 to give. Og probably also on 2 here, as we are going to be seeing Clémoulahagra on the other side. Still on Irelia 1, which might help Hyrule to stay in here. Tries to get that Yorick down, but is unable to do so. Finds the Aurelia instead, and now it is tank against Tankus. And that will be the multitude of tank that wins this one. Hyrule getting eliminated from this game.
And Zyko as well dropped down to just 8 HP off of a 2 loss streak to end off, or to finish off this stage 5. Lidic 7 win streak, and I'm not too surprised. Great augments all around. The Zephyr helping out so much on this Lee Sin, as we mentioned, but also the Irelia paired right now. And now that maybe Clémoulahagra is on his way to potentially losing out, that might be enough. Oh, Zyko also has Irelia. Okay, never mind. There's so many Aurelias out of the pool.
Yeah, I was like, Litic is still on Lee Sin. Litic is on Lee Sin 1 still, right? Like, he's full on win string. He's not even near the maximum cap for his board state.
That's okay. There is somebody that is on Lee Sin too, and that is Psycho, who is moving through this board right now. Majnia on the other side, still on Lilia 1, wasn't really able to turn the early Zyra into a Zoe 3, went for the Lilia instead, and that board is collapsing on the Lee 2. And that is going to be all he wrote. Zyko getting knocked out in 5th place here, and that should be our top 4.
That's just great news for Lytic. 8 win streak, won this last fit as well. Now has all these Aurelias and Lee Sins back into the pool. Can almost surely guarantee if he rolls down an 8 that he'll find everything he needs. Could also just go 9 and risk it a little bit to try and have that higher cap and not just play for a top 4 Weeda, but for a win outright.
Yeah, like getting the win in this game basically means you're already through, right? Which means that completely takes off the pressure in that last game of the day. So I think that's going to be a pretty big indicator of like how your approach to the game of TFT is, right? Because like you also gotta identify when you're in a tournament scenario, where do you get your high rolls enough to push for that ever so important win? Like that is such an important tournament skill, like understanding when you have to kind of be happy with the top 4, when you have to be annoyed that you didn't win the game.
Irelia 2.
Does come into action, and so does the Lee. Finally, Lytic and Lee are united, not only by first letter of name, but also by power on board. And we're gonna get another item upgrade here. Is that enough for Og on the left-hand side, though? On the Ash Warden, lost the previous game, and is now fighting for survival against Clémou's board.
We'll see what this Ashe can do if she can take down this Yorick, but it's looking pretty rough. Most of the front line has already evaporated for Og, and the Ashe is almost all by herself, but Yorick is being taken down at a pretty fast pace. Doesn't even matter. Og, the Greek player, eliminated in this game number 5, sitting around the middle of the pack, and Lytic very much alive. 9 win streak for the Czech player. Clémou with the Yorick also just doing so well for himself. I love the 6 Umbral, 3 Exalted board.
Yeah, and also something I gotta keep in mind here, we've been talking about positioning and minor stuff, like you're talking about the potentials of a second row backliner, right, David? But the way Moshnia kind of approached this fight was the fact he moved his backline so much to the left that the Lee Sin would have to wrap around back onto the frontliner that wasn't put into the air by the Zephyr here. It didn't end up mattering in terms of the fact of winning the fight, obviously, but it did save him a ton of HP.
And we're looking at Moshnia here. You just mentioned him, found that Lilia too, but still not even at the full stacks of the mythic trait. Can she do enough to take down the Aurelia Yorick board? Still not fully upgraded in the backline there, and that ball, watch out, it's going to hit and take down the Aurelia. Good enough for Moshnia to hang in for now.
I love this board from Moshnia. I talked about coincidences early on in the Game 3 analyst desk. Bulgarian player, listen, Bulgarian player, top 3 again with a mishmash Lilia carry board. It was Nico 3 for Catalyst last game. Now it's Moshnia doing it with a mix and match of Dragonlord and Mythic. And again, top 3, very consistent play. Stuck on 8, I think, accepting the fact that, hey, I'm not beating out these 2 players who are win streaking for a million years, but I have a chance to top 3 and just get some clean points for that game 6.
Would you say it was a Moshnia?
Ah, come on.
If you're asking Rita, yes, I will say it was exactly that.
Clémou winning against Lytic, though, I think it's a storyline that's a little bit interesting because, as you said, both Lytic and Clémou were on those win streaks, and that gives us a little bit of an insight on how this could all tie out in the next couple of games. Clémou should survive one more round here, but if Moshnia takes a loss, it's going to be the last one. Opposite side there, beats the ghost copy before. Can he do the same to the real thing? Has to be the question that we're asking right now. And the Lilia, she's just not finding her target this time around. Moshnia will get knocked out.
Potentially a really bad outcome here as well for the likes of Lytic, actually, because the thing is that when you have this Umbral dynamic, we kind of saw it play out just a second ago. If you're unable to kind of like get through the entirety of the board, there is a very high likelihood that this Lee Sin at some point will just get straight up executed by these Umbral units.
We did see a Dragonlord emblem pick up for Lytic, so a little bit of extra team-wide buffs coming through for this entire team. And of course, Duelists, we know that's their bread and butter. They love any kind of team-wide buffs, of any stats or utility is a huge help for Lee Sin and really every single Duelist on the board.
Side by side here. Clémou, level 9, rolled all of his gold. Left-hand side, level 9, 34 gold still to go. Some upgrades still to be found to maybe change the trajectory. Previous matchup, Clémou did win against Lytic, but can he repeat that same success, or are we going to see yet another Duelist board take a first place in game number 5 of our Golden Spatula Cup today? matchup goes on here. Yorick taken down. The Silas trying to do a little bit more of buying time for the rest of the board, but the Aurelia one just has to hurt for Clémou here. It will be taken down.
And we saw a change of approach here as well. Right? The Zephyr being used to knock off that Aurelia into the air, making her not be a non-factor at the start of the fights. Instead of setting up for that Lee Sin wraparound here, but also it kind of comes down to the combination here with the fact that we are also at a point on the side of Blitzig where he does get the taunt, get the stun, from the Dragon Lord trait as well.
And the psychological element to the Zephyr as well, when you have a very clear plan of having the Lee Sin wrap, your opponent is just protecting against that and nothing else, and then you leave. There was no attempt at swapping from the Aurelia because you didn't know it was really a target for the Zephyr. So huge hit. Now we see a big difference. Clémou does swap last second. It doesn't even matter though because Lytic is just that guy. He hits the Zephyr onto the Aurelia, and we'll see now if this Armocom can do anything against Duelists. 2 wins in the last 2 games. Will it be a third in this game 5 under Lytic's control of just a fantastic Zephyr Lee Sin game plan? It looks like it is going to be the case. Aurelia is still alive on both sides, but Lee Sin seems unkillable.
And that is going to be it. Lytic applauding himself here, saying, yes, Duelists did it once more. This time around, I feel like the game plan was so clear-cut for so many players in this lobby early on, so knowing Lytic was going to be that guy that will be running the Duelists no matter what, and then the other player pivoting out of that comp really enabled him in the end to find everything. I wonder how it went if Clémou had found that Aurelia too. You know, a girl can dream of maybe changing the outcome of the fight there, but who knows if that's really the case.
I can imagine the chat already saying, oh, Lee Sin, Duelist, wins again, Bedge, boring. But hey, the micro play from Lytic, I'm sorry. Maybe the other players didn't deserve it, but he absolutely did, both with the wrapping with the Lee Sin in stages 4 and 5, and then at the very end, hitting that Aurelia 2 games in a row against Clémou, a player who is, cool, calm, collected, has won tournaments already in this set, doesn't even matter. So big props to Lytic.
Yeah, definitely agree with that sentiment as well. I think it's great to see that microplay come into the mix now as well when you get the option to showcase it.
We have a break ready before our analyst desk is going to tell you more about what was going on in this game. An interview with ayellowtomato is waiting for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the final game of the day.
Hello, I'm ayellowtomato from Greece. I'm 27 years old and I'm a doctor. My feelings about set 11 are that I'm taking this set more chill because I'm getting IRL diff. But I like this set, it's pretty fun, and the encounters provide more RNG for the audience. I think it's worse for the players because it's bigger variance. I started playing TFT in set 6. My friend was playing it, and I thought I'd give it a try. I feel like the Rising Legends changes in this set are super good for the community because we have double the spots from last set for Worlds, and I think more players will try to compete in this set. I mean, my goals are obviously to go to Worlds, but right now I'm getting IRL diff, so I hope that next set I have more time to play the game and compete more seriously. I'm going to be a little bit biased here, and I think my fellow Greek player TFT AUG is going to be the best. Okay, I want to give a shout out to all the Greek players like TFT AUG, Charu Win, Sixdot, Captain Anchor, and I hope all the Greek players that have qualified to the Spatula Cup do well.
Now we've got a game to break down, but first I need to break down the chat that just happened in the green room, because out of everyone on this desk, I was the one who remembered the word for bangs, a part of hair. So I just feel like something has gone wrong somewhere here, given that I haven't had hair in like a decade. Anyways, back to the game. We had Lytic play this incredible duelist composition, and yes, we've seen it a million times. I know, maybe you're getting tired of it, but I think to David's point, was very well executed. Lytic actually had a kind of rough game for many parts of it, stuck on those 1-star carries, but because of his great augment choices, was able to use those combat augments to find his way through.
Yeah, excuse me when you said that he had a rough start. He was definitely rewarded and compensated with 3 perfect augments that made total sense for this composition. Extended Duel is one of the most amazing things that force you kind of to play Duelist, because the Omnivamp that they get and the fact that they actually are able to stack up their attack speed a little bit quicker because they start already at 2 stacks is amazing. Also, the fact that Unified Resistance, since you want to stack all of Duelists in a single line, gives you some of that front line that the Duelists lack early and late into the game. So just these 2 without even the stationary support that was already able to give him a little bit more tankiness. Maybe with the Locket if he had it. No, he got a little bit cheesy with the Zephyr. So he was able to make use of all of that for his very own self. So that was one of these very little games where you're going to see a Duelist able to get 3 perfect augments for his composition.
Yeah, and running up against Clémoulahagra's Midnight Siphon composition, that was really interesting to watch. Many Umbral emblems available to him throughout the game. One crafted, one from an augment, and one that he was just like, no, I can't, you guys. One more Umbral, I just can't. So instead, went for itemizing that Aurelia, and I think, frankly, if he'd been able to get the Aurelia too, would have been game over. But unfortunately for him, he was going up against a duelist player with more gold. So was not able to get that, was denied it. But I do want to talk a little bit about that Umbral spat on the Aurelia. Love it so much. Gives her executes. She's constantly damaging the whole board. And with the red buff, she's constantly applying damage. So just a really cool combination that we've seen twice so far in 2 days. And I just love it so much.
Yeah, it was very smart, but remember when we said something about the last game that we were commentating together about front lines being kind of fake and that so many compositions now have some sort of backline access? That Yorick does deal a lot of damage. He does buy a lot of time for the backline, but what time are you buying if your backline doesn't exist? And what has backline access? Duelist. What denies that Yorick of casting? The Lee Sin that mana reaves him constantly and kicks him out of existence. And that Aurelia too that was able to destroy his very own Umbral Aurelia before she was able to cook. All thanks to, again, Extended Duel, 6 Duelists, cooking up their attack speed really quickly. So while Midnight Siphon is one of the best hero augments in the game, if not the best after Story Champion, wasn't able to pull it through.
Yeah, we saw 2 hero augments in this game. Neither of them won. One went much worse than the other. Fabulotus with that Drop Blossom. Sad story, but here on our scoreboards, we are coming out of round number 5. Everyone here is gone. Unfortunately, that includes a couple of names that had great early game performances. Our fellow caster Kenobi, unfortunately, counted among them. Human had a fantastic early game. So I'm sad to see that he didn't make it through, but this is where we're looking towards the cutoff. We're on this second page, just below the 32. So we're looking at a cutoff of around 27 to 28, as per usual, and that's going to happen on the next page.
Yeah, and just as Matt mentioned, every single name that you have seen on these 2 pages is on the verge of being eliminated. Again, going from second day to third day, we eliminate half the amount. And that might sound like, it's easy, just half the players, so it's 50%. But it's out of 64 players, we're saying goodbye to 32. I've seen so many names in that list down there. Excuse me, Double 61. Again, just as you mentioned, Kenobi, so many good names that have had massively insane starts today, Horrocks, and still not able to make it through the rest of the day. I'm a little bit sad myself because I saw Talil, and that was like one of the only mana representatives we had. I'm vouching for Arzu. He was on the verge of extension because he was on 33rd. But Arzu, please make it, man. Despite the fact that I'm not going to be casting tomorrow, I want to come in the chat and be biased for someone that still represents mana because you can make it. Just one more game, Arzu, I beg you.
Yeah, I think for for coming into game number 5, the leaderboards have gone from 60% Polish to 30%. So a little bit of a shift going on there, but the Polish player is still just really topping the charts. And Solo Gasong, I'm going to shout him out every time we see him because he's gotten second place now. This is the run, man. Ever since Battlecast, I've been waiting. Solo's been waiting. This is the run. This is the Golden Spatula Cup. I feel it. Don't tell him I said any of that in case it doesn't happen. But I've got the casters to cover for me for game number 6. Mix, Impetuous Panda, and Weeda, take it away.
Listen, you guys, I'm used to caster curses from the casters that are casting the actual game, but getting caster curses from the analyst desk, I think we're maybe taking it a little bit too far. Now, before we go there, before we let this happen, you know, Panda, I won't let you speak because last time you said hero augments, we even had 2. Weeda, any expectations for this game?
Duelists.
No, the wrong answer. Roll back the tape. That's not what we're doing. We're going to be hopping on board with this lobby right here. Imp, Udori, Motive, Krona, Etra, Taplast, Look, and a little bit Pro in here. A lot of names that aren't as established just yet, but that could change this Golden Spatula Cup.
Especially with a big performance in what is a pivotal game 6 for most of our players. Quick reminder for our viewers at home, 27 points is a tiebreak situation. Most of the time, 28 points is guaranteed. Some of the players who are on 19 points only kind of need to hope for a first place and then hope they win a tiebreaker as well. So some players in a much more comfortable position than others.
I hope that you guys have brought your best dress shoes and your best outfits because we're going to go to a Golden Gala this game. All golden augments here, right? So a lot of combat power, a lot of chances to hit those ever so elusive hero augments once again.
I was waiting for you to say it, Weeda, because I've been prohibited by Make, so
that
gladly.
was a very specific augment. Like, I'm just going to say that right now.
It got a second last game. It would be good. That's all I know for now, but we'll see whether or not that is going to be the case. Either way, having Yorick, too, if he can find it that early on, would be insane. Just such a strong unit in the early stages.
Especially with the fact that Midnight Siphon Plus is actually the better version in terms of the stats, and having a Yorick 2, playing around Umbral early on, and then finding it at 3-2, where you maybe already have 3 Yoriks or 4 Yoriks, which happens, I think, quite often, at least in my experience, is why this augment tends to be so good. It just really accelerates the rate at which you find that Yorick 3.
For now, we're just going to be looking at all of these boards. Our Exalted is coming in at the same time. Let me read it out for you. It's Cho'Gath, Syra, Yone, Annie, and Ashe. Now, normally whenever I see Ashe in the Exalted, I get worried, but I think with this combination, it should at least be hard enough to make it work.
Will be a little bit difficult, I think, to put that into the mix here. I'm seeing a lean here from Lookami that I'm not necessarily too keen on. We just saw it in the previous game. This lean, generally speaking, doesn't go too well.
I think it has actually won a few games. Oh, it's time, baby. Roll the rest of the augments, pick up too much candy, force anyone else out of the line. Kog'Maw, show us what you got. No more long shot to get in your way. Just you have the best possible augment for this. I'm a believer.
All right, this time there is no hitting too early, and Etra actually, no! Etra and Taplast, both of them find the Midnight Siphon here. We were just speaking about it for Taplast, and Etra just yeeting into this augment as another player is on it. That could spell disaster.
I know who I'm favoring, David. It's the guy that made 2-star Yorick off the back of that augment pickup coming through. But what are the dynamics that are going to come into play here with the fact we have 2 people contesting on the same hero augment?
You can play hero augment for tempo. It's not the craziest thing in the world to just play a 2-star copy of the unit and just play for top 4, especially in the case of someone like Taplast, who only really needs a 6th place to guarantee he makes day 3. So a lot of this is going to come down to how much risk do I want to take, how much risk do I have to take especially.
Man, I'm stressed out just thinking about this. I don't know how you're feeling. Just knowing that there's 2 players on the same hero augment is giving me the shakes. Now, for Lookami, we still have a couple more rerolls that we can commit to try and get this Kog'Maw Cho'Gath combination online. Cho does come around at least, and we're hopping through these boards, checking in with Taplast. This is the Yorick board we expected. This is the Yorick board we wanted. However,
I had some
there's a
rats in the chat.
one.
What is Taplast doing holding 2 Kog'Maws on his bench? Hello.
Well, he can.
Kog'Maw is not an Umbral unit.
That you would do the same thing.
I would never, Makes.
I also will say, I think
True,
that
you would
David
be
is
holding
one of
3.
I don't think I ever played against a player that gets more annoyed at being contested than David. I still have very fun memories of us two playing in the same lobbies in Alicante during one of our finals, and you like being really mad that I was contesting you for some reason.
Oh, I remember that.
No comment.
Well, we do have more locked-in augments before the pain from past memories crawls up on us. Warden augment coming through here for Little Bit Pro. I think that game plan is clear and cut. We're going to be expecting that Ashe. Just looking over at Taplast once again, trying to deal with Krona's board is going to succeed.
And one big thing to keep in mind with someone like Little Bit Pro committing to Warden into the Ashe line with 2 players on a Yorick augment with a Too Much Candy Kog'Maw player, this opens up for players to maybe play uncontested things like Duelist if they find the right spot for it. So really it's the key time to be scouting in such an important game like this and trying to find what lines, what game plans are going to be uncontested and maybe give you a much higher chance of success if you pick the right direction early on.
Looking at this board here, Krona has slammed a Statics. Now I feel like for the early game, definitely a tempo item that we are used to seeing from sets past, but I haven't seen it as much in the current state of the meta and this set particularly.
No, you do have some lines that do make use of this, like some of the reroll lines about and some like the Cyber can make great use of it, but also it's just the fact that a lot of this comes down to the fact that the augment, the item that he picked up from his support cast was that Sarot pole, right? Which means he was trying to play for a super high tempo line with a 2-star Nico, and for the most part he would have been ahead of the power curve, but ended up hitting into Taplast 2-star Yorick with Midnight Siphon and almost took it down, right? So that is going to be a little bit of a hindrance for this full-on tempo plan that Krona was trying to employ for this game at the moment. But again, it's a great item in the late stages of the game, has great utility, and means that you don't have to spend components on something like an Ionic Spark instead.
Going to be going into the carousel here to try and see what's open. There is a spatula on this Gnar that could be interesting for those Umbral players if they get to it. Etra has the chance here, but Udori denies it.
Very interesting. Udori is a player that has Gargantuan Resolve, could be leaning towards Duelist. Of course, Spatula can't craft a Duelist emblem, unfortunately for me and all the Duelist enjoyers in the world. But you can craft a Heavenly emblem, which was the bread and butter of many players a few patches ago. With Kayn as a star of the show and Lee Sin as a secondary, maybe this could be a Heavenly Lee Sin instead, and having him try and just get all these team-wide buffs to propel him into success.
Very interesting item set here to be slammable as well, right? Okay, that's to go for the Sunfire Cape, but could have gone for something like the Sterix Gauge plus the Titan's Resolve if he had had a better holder of those items here. Again, seems like he's going to be going down a different path though, but again, it's like where we see players kind of like how they prioritize items, like how much they want to lean into very specific lines of play here, and seems like Motive wants to hold himself very open. Sunfire Cape is a very non-committal slam.
Just pointing out that Taplast did lose one game despite having that Midnight Siphon Yorick too early on, and now the only 2 players that are on 100 HP win streak are Motive and Little Bit Pro. We are looking at Motive's board right now. Now I am seeing 2 Tahm Kench, I am seeing a Bard with a bow, S-tier bow. Right now there is a chance, I'm not saying it's definitely it, but there is a chance we might be looking at a potential Bard spot.
Oh, we have starter packs coming through here, David.
We'll see what players have done their homework because these packs are predetermined. You can kind of know what you're going to be getting from Shen. And Motif, as you're mentioning, makes... we haven't seen Bard reroll much at all in the broadcast of the games, at least at this tournament. Very curious to see if Motif just goes for it without really a clear setup for it. No Rage Blade yet, no Wit's End, no Forbidden Idol. Oh, but there is a Tahm Kench too.
There is a Tahm Kench too. I feel like that's erection enough.
Sell the Bard. Play your Ashe, please. Motif, don't get distracted. Don't listen to Max's advice.
Come on. Hey, Bard yesterday. Okay, there was only 7 Bard boards, but it had an average of 2.7. Okay, do not scoff at the Bard. If the spot hits right, there is a chance. Motive says my spot definitely doesn't hit right. At least not for the Bard. I'll go for the Ashe instead. I had a dream. Okay, let me live.
Also, like another interesting kind of consequence here, or like snowball effect of the fact that we chose to slam this Sunfire Cape now instead of like holding our items for a bit, means that we can go for something like the red buff on the Ashe, which is like either that or Rage Spec, generally speaking, seen as like the best in slot starting item because of the fact that you get so much extra attack speed here. So we gotta pray a little bit to the fact that these Crocs does give us a rod and a glove, which would be best case scenario, making use of both of those bows immediately.
And speaking of best case scenarios, hopping over to Little Bit Pro, we're going to be looking at the board that has been streaking for the entire stage 1 and 2 thus far. Very happy and healthy up there, and that's the reason why I'm a little bit worried for Motive, because both of these players are going to be looking at that same direction, at that same angle, and I'm curious who comes out on top.
There's not a lot of gold to work with too much candy for Lukumi. Of course, he's going to have a lot of free rolls to start things off. We'll see if it will be enough. He's on 6 Kog'Maws right now, 6 Caitlyn's as well. The key units, of course, Cho'Gath as the main tank and Kog'Maw as the main damage dealer, and some fairly good items to accompany here this Kog'Maw. No Nasher suits just yet, though.
Rolls coming in here. That's a very nice shot right there. A pair of Malphites alongside the pair of the Kog'Maws leaves us 1 copy away, but now our rolls are starting to cost gold here, and that's a big thing to note there, right? Because you are alluding to the fact that the economy is very low, but we are so far below that generally traditional 33 stop point here for the likes of the Kog'Maw reroll that we are most likely going to have to either commit to 0 or just sit now and have a really tough time rebuilding our economy.
Did miss 1 Malphite as well, I'm pretty sure. So should have had Malphite 3 here. This is the consequence of sometimes holding too many 1 cost, trying to min-max. Oh, I'll hold these Yasuos to get more chances of finding Kog'Maw. It sometimes leads to some errors in the roll downs when you are under time pressure, in a game 6 especially.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was Yasuo's on the bench. To me, it looked like it were all units he was planning on playing, but just unfortunately too many of them sitting on a non-nice number, not being able to upgrade them eventually. We are going to slam that Rabadon's blue buff here. This Kog'Maw at least has 2 items and is going to get another augment right now, as we are going to be going into yet another set of golden augments. Etra instantly picking up the Umbral augment there on the back of that Midnight Siphon. Taplast instead going for TGs, same as Motive.
Yeah, and another thing I want to highlight here about the spot that Lukumi actually finds himself in right now is the fact that with the Stamina Death Cap, leaves them with a very interesting set of components on the bench with 2 swords, a glove, and a chain vest, right? So very complicated components kind of make your way out of until you start getting to a higher level where you can start to build up that second round of carries that you might need, but that's a lot of swords that need to kill when you need frontline items.
For Yudori now, the Kiana holding on to these Gargantua's Resolve. And it makes sense. Heavenly Emblem, you're going to lean a little bit more into Heavenly and not so much into Duelist, but the 4-4 split going to be fantastic. And look at the damage, look at the positioning from this Kiana. As long as it doesn't take the damage right away, this should be a clean fight, but Kog'Maw is onto her already. Doesn't get bursted down.
It doesn't matter because she always heals up, so he can't get that execute off, so he will be stuck on her despite being a Kiana 1 against a Kog'Maw 3. The decision stands clear. She has all of the power and the strength to deal with this one on her own. Easy upgrade on the Nikos coming through here from the shop, and we're checking back in. Look at me. 1 copy off the Cho 3, 1 copy off the Malphite 3, 3 copies away from a Caitlyn 3, and lots of copies away from getting that Nico to a state where she can do what she should. 3-3 encounter coming up on the next carousel might help.
Well, I do even go for on the carousel here, right? Because you're so far away from the Nash's tooth, David, right? Which you really need to ensure that you have that continuous uptime on the ability.
And I'm maybe a little bit hesitant about not slamming the Deathblade. Obviously, it's not ideal on Caitlyn or anything, but there's no other encounter carousels in this stage 3. You have to kind of play 4 Nashers on Kog'Maw no matter what. It's, I think, a bit that you can't really sacrifice. And you also have to go for tank components in the future, so all your next few carousel pickups are not going to be able to kill these swords. So I think it's a little bit awkward. We'll see if stage 4 there's some carousel that gives items in some way, or maybe an augment at 4-2 like Big Grab Bag.
For now, we're going to be seeing what it is, and it is a duplicator round. Nico did come around eventually, and honestly, I think this might be great news for both of our Midnight Siphon players being able to find an easier access into upgrading that Yorick, knowing that you are contested on the line. The duplicator can just summon one up for you and hinders or lowers that barrier, I should say.
It's also interesting for a player like Krona right now, who seems that he's kind of locking himself into either one of those Zoe or Cyber reroll lines on the bench, also holding on to a bunch of copies of the Riven as well. So there's a lot of like snowball effects from these duplicates being left into the game here that could push the tempo at a very weird time, depending on how and when these players decide to roll.
I kind of like it. You know, 2 players are going to be holding 2 costs for sure with the Yoriks. You know, the Nico's going to be held for sure for the Kog'Maw player. A lot of 2 costs out of the pool means it'll be much easier to hit something like Zyra 3 if you go down that 2 cost reroll line as well.
I like it as well. The only thing I was a little bit sus off were the items that are already committed onto the Zyra. They're not the worst items, but they're also not best in slot. So need to maybe go around that route to get that Zoe in there to help with the damage, or maybe something like the fully upgraded Alawi or something like that to buy her some extra time to get that damage out. Checking in with Imp though, haven't spoken about this board too much just yet, and looks like it's yet another player that's on the sniper route.
And look at me, it's like kind of faltering here. They decided to commit that duplicate to pick up that free start choke. Just trying to get some frontline immediately, but a little bit pro, still full on streaking here with that Zoe as the main carry, it seems like.
My goodness, this Follow Bear, the best friend attack speed being so relevant alongside the duelist stacks at the very end there. And a little bit pro, 9 win streak, 9 loss streak for Imp. Obviously, very, very different setups for this final game. Imp on 38 HP, and we're not even done with stage 3 just yet. A pretty precarious position makes.
Absolutely right. I just heard the sound of an upgrade being found, so I'm trying to like, look at our stat feed and see who actually hit, but not getting any hints here right now, unfortunately. Oh, we'll see. I don't know how I feel about the board on the left-hand side. We've kind of seen this story before, like you said. 3 people on the sniper's route is not something this comp supports. You can only really go for the Aphelios as carry-ish unit if you're going for 6 snipers, and that option is not available. So I'm really curious to see what the option for Imp is going to be once he actually decides to commit all of that gold and does something with it. For now, it's going to be enough to go up against Krona.
I'm not sure you wanted this win though, considering the fact that he was on a 9 loss streak regardless. He would have preferred the extra gold to hit the Ash 2 on the 4-1 roll down.
Yeah, I feel like the econ loss would have been much, much preferred in the position right there, but that is just the nature of the game sometimes. There are just players that are just that much weaker in the lobby. We can see Motiv have not really been able to really capitalize that heavily on the Ashes. Has gone on a free loss streak, obviously, but when you look at the spot in the front line here, you're looking at, you know, an upgraded Tom Kent can kind of hold on for a while, even with that Fall Warden in the mix. And do you even like have to like turbo send it for 1? I don't think that necessarily will have to be the case.
I think you have to know for both players, and we're seeing it here for Look and for Imp. Both players 7th and 8th in HP standings need to find their upgrades, and that they have. Caitlyn 3 for Look, Ash 2 for Imp. Are they going to now be stable enough here?
Honestly, that Ash came by real effortlessly for Imp. I was going to say currently on our leaderboard, first, so player with the most HP is on a Warden's line. Player with the least HP is on a Warden's line. And then in the middle we have Motive, who's also on Ash Wardens. But it looks like Little Bit Pro is deciding to go somewhat of a different route. Has seen the signs of several players looking for the Ash, looking for those snipers, and has decided to maybe go for something else. We should check in with that board soon enough. But for now, we're going to be looking at the glory of an Ash 2 Sniper Wardens, being able to now take a couple of wins for Imp, and seeing that, I think you're not too mad about the previous win now.
It's just like great creative play here from the likes of Little Bit Pro, right? Trying to do his utmost to hold on to the streak, and with the Zoe damage ramping up, not gonna be enough.
Yorick, baby. Yorick,
I was there for a second, I was believing I got pulled into the mix, and then all of a sudden, nah, you know what? That is not gonna happen here. Also, I don't think Boiling Point will be a pickup for a Little Bit Pro here. Gets the Inspiring Epitaph as an option, and at that point, it frees you up to kind of go for a lot of rerolls on these augments, David.
So much on the line for this last augment pickup. The chances of these players making day 3 could come down to this final augment choice. and deciding if to reroll to take a risk or maybe just commit to the, a good enough augment, depending on their different positions. For Motive as well, as you mentioned, Make, someone that had to find the Ash 2 upgrade, hasn't found it just yet. Still sitting on one copy, and this is the spot you kind of don't want to be in. No gold to work with, kind of these desperation donkey rolls trying to find the upgrades that will keep you healthy in stage 4.
I'm really curious to kind of see where both of these Yorick boards end, just looking at them right now, currently 2nd and 3rd. Asher, of course, really locked into the full vertical umbral. Taplast, similar story, but is trying to go for, I think, more high-end cap out, later stages, higher level. And for Motive, the question is, can he find that Ash as well that we saw from Imp? Is it possible? 20 gold, level 8. Hasn't found that yet, but there's still a chance.
I'm just waiting for the outcome of this Etra and Fam fight. You see, he's going very deep into the full-on umbral setup here. It is the clash of the titans right now. The Yorick on Yorick action here in overtime.
One more nail.
Yorick wins.
Checking in with Udori. We do have the Heavenly board here, currently empowered by the Volibear most, and mainly in the center stage, still on level 7. Most players have tried to make it to 8, but Udori still holding on to that gold, saying, I'm okay with losing a little bit now. I'll go there just a tad later.
And this loss streak, completely understandable for Udori. He is waiting, ramping up for that 4-5 level 8 roll down, hoping the Lee Sins come his way. Lee Sin won't see him, but maybe Udori will see him, and we'll see how it'll pan out in the end. Volibear doing a lot for now, though, keeping Udori relatively healthy most of stage 3, but this stage 4 has been huge losses.
Checking in with Krona's board on the other side as well. Can see that the gold is still there, so the options of hitting are also possible. For now, it's going to be enough to beat Udori's board on the back of having that Morgana as well. But I'm not seeing as many copies of that Shen, of that Syra, as I would like on this comp usually.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the end goal here for Krona. I think we're going to be seeing some of the more tapped out Sage boards that we have been seeing a little bit earlier on today. But David, you're owing at something here on the board. It's not that Irelia by any chance, right?
As a duelist player, no, definitely not Irelia, who also happens to have a Titans component when you are playing a Gargantuan Resolve, which wants to build, as many Titans as possible. Irelia is part of the puzzle, but now Lee Sin is the key part. I hope we stick with Udori on what could be I think, pivotal roll down, considering he's on 2 lives right now.
Roll down for sure is going to come. Look at that. So many players, 4-5, still sitting above 50 gold. We're going to be seeing rolling all across this lobby right now. Etra with the most to give, 80 gold, and goes for whatever he can find here. Down to 36, is looking for that Yorick to maybe add a little bit of spice to the front line, but also stuff like that Silas, like that Wade, like that Alun to really get this board online.
Yeah, and the big thing to note here as well is the fact that he's trying to make use of this Wade tag to kind of cheat out this freestyle Yorick as a big key component of his board state here. Will be going up against this newly picked up Irelia plus Lee Sin situation going on the side of Udori though.
That being said, 0 gold, or 4 gold to work with, sorry. Lee Sin 1, not ideal. Lee Sin 2 is a pretty big part of the puzzle when it comes to trying to stay alive in a lobby as important as this one.
Definitely not going to be staying alive against Mr. Yorick himself. He comes around like the guy he is. Udori, 12 HP. I was thinking of a word, but I couldn't translate it fast enough. It's okay, we move on.
Next time you say it in German, mate, educate the people at home with some German words. Give us some German idioms,
Like the guy
Wait, are you telling me you're thinking in German and just translating everything to English? Maybe it's best if you just think in English as a caster. I think it would work much better.
No, but sometimes, you're blanking on a word and you only know it in a different language. It's when the bilingual turns in bilingual. Either way, Udori, currently 12 HP, last live, needs to make something happen here. You said it before, David. 1 gold now. We went from 4 to 1. And,
no. I think that was a BG from Udori. Not very sportsmanlike in his frustration. going to be in 8th place, and that's going to be a elimination from that day 3 chance for the Serbian player.
And I look at the board here from
in line.
I mean, the thing about Imp's position here, right, is the fact that he's hit so many things that he already can't really invest his goal even further. So for him, the next natural spike will be to get towards that level 9 here. And we can kind of see that he doesn't necessarily have to invest that much heavier at the moment. Look at me here, taking a huge hit here in terms of the fact that Imp is one of the players below him really vying for those spots further up the table.
Upgrades from Raptors could maybe help solidify the trend that Imp is on right now, help him get to level 9 to slot that Syndra and maybe find a set, really get the absolute Exodia of Ashe Sniper online that he can. We're going to be hopping over to Taplast as well, that's currently leading the lobby. 70 HP and 4-7.
We can see here, David, right, the change of approach we're talking about. You see Etra really going heavy, trying to rely on that Yorick free as an additional point here. But look, as you're talking about, Taplast just needs like to finish top 6 to be guaranteed to make it towards tomorrow. And you can kind of see them as play being much more tempo-centric, not necessarily trying to vie for that upgrade that now has come through on the side of Etra's board.
Exactly. Why risk it all when you really don't have to? There's absolutely no need for Taplast to do that, and his game plan is working out. Currently 70 HP. With this HP difference, I'm not going to jinx him, but I would say he almost has guaranteed a top 6 at the very least, which means he's almost surely guaranteed a day 3 show as well in this GSC number 2. For everyone else on the bottom, they have to really try and fight their way back up. Look especially now finally has the 3-item Kog'Maw, which I think is very important, but also this 3-item Cho'Gath.
Look, lost the previous round on that Kog'Maw reroll before. Is it going to be enough to deal with this absolute behemoth that Yorick Mori is? The answer is no. He will siphon that life right out of him, as we are going to be moving towards yet another encounter that could spin things for a change.
Is it Ari? It's not. It's going to be a treasure armor, right? I mean, this means that people can go looking for BIS for some of these other items, for these other champions here, right? But an interesting thing is going to talk about quickly about the way that Etra is going to play this game out. He's holding on for a mythic angle, most likely going to be looking to put in this wave for the long term. It seems that with the way he's kind of been putting his board together. Meanwhile, David, we see that Krona has gone in towards that Lilia plus Morgana line, but he's still stuck on a Morgana pair here.
We'll see if these last few rolls can do anything to change the outcome of this fight. The Morgana 2 has been found. Nico is an upgrade at this point in the game. You have the ZZ Rot tanking a bit and scaling with the stage as well, so just providing a little bit of extra frontline. But Morgana, not the closer that you want, and Lilia, it's going to come down really to her, but the Kog'Maw, if this Cho'Gath can survive for long enough, if this Kog'Maw can scale, it's a fairly squishy backline to deal with, even with that Unified.
It depends also on where and who that Lilia is going to target. If those balls actually find the Kog'Maw on the opposite side of the board, now the lineup is perfect. Now the lineup is exactly what you want it to be, and they are going to head for Krona, and that will be elimination for Lucu, not being able to turn what looked like a great start into a great finish as well.
Yeah, and a big issue as well for the French player, right? One of the players that had like 24 points going into his final game just needed a 5th or a 6th to be in contention for day 3. That chance has kind of vanished for him, very unfortunately, at this moment in time. But Little Bit Pro has kind of gotten himself a little bit stuck here. It seems like, right, 4 loss streak, not a lot of gold to work with here. And he needs to find that 4th or 3rd place as well. And he's currently bleeding out to a position where he can't even get there.
Edra on the other side.
7 Arcanist will maybe do that to you. You want to try and hit your threshold, but not quite able to do it just yet with 3 Porcelain as well. The Mumu, the Giga Solo frontline tank, lifted up into the air, slammed down from the top rope, and Zoe, the only, well, never mind. She's not even alive yet anymore. A Little Bit Pro takes a massive hit and is now 1 fight away from elimination despite a very strong early game.
And same story for Krona. Left-hand side, Motive dealing so much damage after that level 9 and roll down that just happened there. Krona unfortunately running into him. Krona also looking for a high finish here to maybe secure day 3. First time Golden Spatula Cup contender. Is there a chance for him to make it there? Last upgrades, Carousel giving full items. Nobody going for that Heavenly Emblem.
Well, Yudori would have probably, but unfortunately, he is no longer in contention for the top 4, maybe for the first place in this game number 3, depending on what players need to fight for to try and guarantee their chances to make it through. Lux 3 on the card for Little Bit Pro. A throwback to a comp that was strong a few patches ago, but is no longer really sought after by most of our players.
Now, Little Bit Pro getting rid of that Lysandra here, trying to take the risk, and is not going to get rewarded for that, but when you've exhausted all of your options, you got to try and figure something else out, right? And with so many other players kind of leaning towards that Ashline you normally see with the Spirit Guardians as the first pickup here, you had to figure something out, and it doesn't seem like Little Bit Pro will be able to get it over the line.
Little Bit Pro, right-hand side, Krona on the left-hand side. Both of these players are on the chopping block. They need to turn away any losses that come their way, but are they going to be able to do just that? Frontline for Krona has crumbled in pieces. It is only Morgana, and we know she is not a closure. Same for Little Bit Pro. Both of these players getting eliminated. It's going to come down to the minus HP, but I'm not sure if it's enough for either of them. In the end here with these placements, we'll have to see what our smart admin brains say at the end of this game.
At this point now, Taplast has guaranteed his day 3. Etra still has to play for potentially a first place, similar for Motif, the Turkish player, and for Imp. It's looking much more safe, similar to Taplast had 25 points coming into this game 6, so a top 4 is more than enough. It's now about Etra and Fame and Motif fighting for that first place.
I'm honestly surprised that the Midnight Siphon did support 2 players making it into the top 4. Usually when you see a contest on a line that's more or less narrow as this one, you see at least one go bottom 4. More than often you see both, but both of these players really playing to their outs, saying, nah, I'm not gonna risk anything to try and find this Yorick. I'm gonna play to strongest board for as long as possible and maybe go for tempo instead. Worked out here for both of them, and with that, Imp plans on 7 HP, one last life as the dragon rolls around.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about something like Midnight Siphon. I don't think if it had been the Kobogu, like Loku Pause, for example, I don't think it would have been supporting 2 players, because that is a much more freestyle, been a much more like carry-centric version of the composition. Again, the Yorick, yeah, sure, you can say that it's a carry unit in of itself, but it is one of the things you got to keep in mind in terms of the fact it's just a more of a supportive cast in a wide variety of carry options in the Umbral tree.
And contested is very much the name of the game. 2 Ashe players have found their way in the top 4, and as you mentioned, 2 Midnight Siphon players have made it to Midnights, are finally reaping their rewards. And my goodness, this Yorick is going to do some work on that right-hand side alongside the Elune, just trying to get all that damage on one side and try and break through the opponent's defenses as quickly as possible.
At last, Yorick will fight for survival, at least in this competition this time around. Imp here, last second, trying to switch around the Ashe, trying to find an angle where the damage could work. Did not find Syndra to upgrade into this board. The other side is looking the same though. Motive back here, less items on the Aphelios. And both of these players on the same comp. Can they win against the copy? Imp needs that win to survive in this competition, to survive in this game, get another placement, and make it higher in the overall standings as everything is collapsing onto Motive's Ashe. That was a lot of healing she got there, but it wasn't enough.
And right now the things are coming up. Millhouse for Etra, right? 66 gold, 6 win streak as well. Just maybe looking towards a level 10 even in this position, right? Like, he is so strong. He made that investment into getting that Yorick free when he had the chance. He knew he had the time when he was playing with that way as well. Found that earlier on. Really a good understanding of how to play the spot, play the line, especially when you're contested.
A surprising win by Imp there. I was surprised because the Ashe got ulted twice by the opponent's Nautilus, and still, despite that disruption, the CC still able to win that fight. We'll see now if this Ashe can stay untouched in this bottom right corner, dealing as much damage as possible and trying to outbeat this Yorick with a scaling Rage Blade.
Both of these players need this fight to go their way to stay into this round, and it's looking like this one is going to be clear-cut all the way. Not only the Ashe from Imp, but also the Aphelios doing so much to help this backline, to help Imp stay in here, and that is going to be one of our Midnight Siphon players out, which means Etra has even more chances to upgrade this board, to find something like an Alloon 3 even, with all of that gold that was available earlier on. We're going to be seeing what the case is with that. But now, Motive and Imp both down. One last life. Both players on the same comp. Who's going to come out on top?
Positioning being a big name in the game here, as you can see right there. But again, these side swaps here are so important. I want to get away from these sets and avoid them getting to your ass as quick as possible.
The Nautilus as well is a key unit on both sides, although on one side, quite a few more items, so maybe a bit more survivability, but the set moves the Nautilus all the way into the backline there, and Imp, I think, has now a much better chance of winning this game, this fight. Look at the set go yet again, doing so much. That should be an elimination here, and Imp really taking over the game. We saw him on 4-1, rolling down, hit the Ashe 2 very quickly, and since then, he's been lights out.
Really impressive, to be honest with you, and knowing that you are contested on that line, going for it, and then being able to beat out the other person on the back of really itemizing that Aphelios from everything I can see here.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting as well that puts Motive into the contention of all of that tiebreaker nonsense. Like, how did they do yesterday, right? That's another big thing as well to kind of have in mind when you are playing with these cards that we are here at Rising Legends. David, do you think we're going to be seeing a reroll of this Infinity Edge here, or are we just going to stick it to the set? It seems like the question answered itself before I even got to ask it.
I love Hui being put in, thinking about duplicating something. I think there's not that many fights left in this game. 34 HP for Etra, 7 HP for Imp. Can the Ashe dodge all the CC yet again? Can the set come up close like he did in the last fight? We'll find out very soon. But right away, the set onto the Silas, buying some time, but maybe not quite enough.
A big part here is when the Alloon is going to find that backline, and she does it right now with the help of Hui. Everything collapsing here on Imp. It was a great run, but it is only going to be a second place in the end. Yorick Mori as the one true king of this last game of Golden Spatula Cup number 2, day 2, as our players now are awaiting all of those standings, those tiebreakers. I do want to say we've seen some really great games today.
And Etra and Fama really came in clutch here. He needed a first place to make it through, to guarantee at the very least he makes it through without having to, get down and dirty with those tiebreakers with so many other players. So huge props to him. I can only imagine the OK's business handshake between Taplast and the French player, knowing that Taplast, he played the game he had to, not taking risks, not trying to go for Yorick 3 as well. But Etra and Fama, I think, especially happy to have such a cool-headed contester, making sure that he was able to hit that Yorick 3 himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the greatest thing about this game, right? It's the fact that we got to see so many elements of how you play a game of TFT when you are contested.
And we are going to be talking about all that contest on our analyst desk that will be telling you all about the numbers, the standings, and who's going to make it to day number 3. So stay tuned. We're going to go into a quick break and an interview with Kevin Parker, and then we have all that goodness for you, so stay tuned.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just playing your game without thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day one. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Welcome back, everybody. While we tabulate our winners from the entire day, my name is Niberia, joined by Morgan here to close us out on the last analyst desk of the day. Morgan, that was a really fun game, and we got two people on the same hero augment who both finished top 4.
And who was really happy about that? Of course, our lovely reroll Chan makes getting 2 reroll composition, making it to the top 4 herself when they were actually performing really well with it. Now, something that I was scared about a little bit is that when you contest such a hero augment, specifically that it's a 2-star, there are very limited copies of that, like 20. It could be a little bit hard for one of them to pull it through. But we got so many Nikos that game, and that way coming in clutch at the end in order to allow him to actually duplicate that Yorick and get it a little bit earlier was an extremely smart play from him to be able to get that rank 1.
Well, there were some really cool things happening there that I do want to shout out. The Umbral Crest, obviously, but Wrath of the Moon did a lot of heavy lifting there alongside getting that Umbral Hue. Wrath of the Moon gives you bonus damage the longer you are focusing on one target. It's 4% every second. Yorick's ability does an AoE, but he doesn't change targets for it. So he's still getting that % bonus damage, which makes it so good for this combination. And then, as we've mentioned a billion times, getting that Hue, putting the Umbral Crest on him, saved the game for Etra, who really needed that Yorick 3 as an out.
And not just hero augments that were doing really good this game. Again, we got a very classic Sniper's Ash alongside Wardens being played again. This time we didn't see it with the Warden Crest. This time we didn't see it happen with a Sniper's Crest. We just saw IMP able to actually make it to second place just because he was playing it, despite the fact that, again, that he was contested with motive. And this is something that doesn't happen a lot. You have both of the compositions that are being contested by first and third are the same compositions that are being played as well by the second and the fourth players. So we got 2 compositions, both of them hitting top 4. If that tells you one thing, it is that how consistent these compositions can be if played correctly, even when you are contested. So Snipers, up until now, have proven to be worthy. It is a composition that surely ensures you a top 4, even if you're contested with the right augments and items, if you can pull through until the late game.
Yeah, Imp doing a great job as well. So with our top 4, we do have our standings ready for the end of the day. We have finished counting all of the numbers. So I'm excited to see how this resulted. I know for one that Etro really desperately needed that top finish. So we'll see if that made him over the crest. As we lament our fallen players here, Horo, Hubin, both, who were incredibly impressive earlier on in the day, just not having a great latter half.
Yeah, I find it a little bit strange though that someone like Double 61 and some big names like Kenobi, Lelouch, Loescher, a lot of these players that I really thought would be achieving far more, in fact, are not even making it into day 3. And this is the beauty of TFT. Sometimes you may just never anticipate the answer or who can win. It was a little bit quite tough in order to be able to qualify to day 3. The games were extremely close. You can see that everyone's points are very, very close with each other. There's not been a single player that was stomping throughout the entire day, except, which I don't want to spoil, our first place, which I'm going to give you the honors of announcing, Matt.
Yeah, we'll hold it. We'll hold it. You gotta fake the reveal for the audience. We gotta, pull it out a little bit longer. But of course, that breakpoint, like we were saying, 27 points. Unfortunately, Motive just falling short even with that top 4, as we see Etra barely eking out that top 31st place alongside Estanishing, who we interviewed during the first half of the day. So glad that we didn't curse him. Always a great achievement for us as a broadcast team when someone we interview doesn't get knocked out. It's important to us spiritually. It's a morale boost. So Latik as well, one of those players that had a really impressive duelist game just about an hour ago that really stood out to me. But of course, number 1, my man, one of my favorite streamers, and so glad to see him back in competition. Sologasang, top with 39 points, followed by Kesman, who we have seen on stream pull out some incredible games as well.
Same here, baby. I love Sologasang so much, and he was one of the streamers that I personally watched a lot when it came to me learning TFT in general, because again, I wasn't just given the chance to commentate this game like about a year and a half ago, but I put in a lot of effort in order to learn, and one of the people that helped me through this process was Sologasang streams. I'm gonna be highlighting Setsuko for very valid reasons, because he's sometimes also very fun to watch, but that's another region, none of my business. Speaking about regions, Mena had both Bricks and Arzu make it into day 3, despite the fact that Bricks made it into the 32nd position. It doesn't matter. Who cares? We were speaking about comeback stories, and as long as he made it to day 3, he made it to day 3 alongside Arzu. We got 2 Tunisian players, both of them from the same country, playing back-to-back, able to make it and still represent MENA, which is, in my opinion, such a very huge step, because you spoke about Sologasang coming back to competition. Well, that's the exact same story for Bricks, buddy. Bricks, I remember when we were speaking about like 3 months ago in the last Golden Spatula Cups, that he wasn't going to keep competing, but he's back and he made it.
And speaking of someone who made it, we of course have Sologasang. Our interview is ready. Number 1 for day number 2. Sologasang, how's it feel, my friend?
Hey guys, feeling okay.
Just okay? What's up? What happened?
I mean, the third day is the most important one, right? I mean,
fair enough.
Yeah. So yeah.
Are you going to be taking a break after this and relaxing, or are you just all the way on the grind?
Yeah, I'm visiting my Actually, I ate today at a Japanese place, and he told me I should get first place. I told him I will do it for you. Now I need to go to see him after this.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it.
Man of his word. Again, Solo, it is such an honor to have you right here. Just as me and Matt were saying right before you came here, you happen to be one of our favorite streamers for me and him. I learned a lot from you, and it's amazing to see you back competing. So first of all, congrats. And just as you said, day 3 is what matters the most. So when it comes to these things, how can you balance between taking a nice break and while at the same time you get to study enough for day number 3? How much studying is enough, and how do you do it?
I think you need to have some breaks. Like if you don't have breaks, like for me myself, I have like a headache right? And playing with a headache is probably not the best. So it's important to take some breaks. I've learned this year. So yeah, I mean, like I need to eat something anyway. So
food.
Best time to chill a bit, relax, calm down a bit. Yeah,
food and water generally pretty important, I've heard, for people.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you, Solo, because, I remember when you first popped onto the scene, set 3.5 with the Battlecast Kog'Maw reroll, and I was just like, "This is my man. This is fantastic." But for a while, you were like known as King of Solo Queue and hadn't had those tournament performances. But for the last like 3 or 4 sets, you have been just consistently making it into these deep runs into the tournament. You know, what do you feel like has been the secret sauce? Like, what has made you so able to find that consistency?
I mean, the first season I started tryharding was season 7. That's when I, like, for the first time I checked stats and watched VODs and stuff. Before, I never did. I also never had, and still don't have anyone like to practice with, pretty much. Like, I message write with Tex and Robin and DQA sometimes in Discord. But we usually never sit together and learn, so it's kind of like a question mark. But it helps, but it could improve a bit, like the study group. But yeah, like before, like season 3 was just lucky, I guess. When I didn't really like I never like exchanged any ideas with other people. I just played my own game. But starting season 7, I changed a lot of things. Starting this set as well, like changed a lot. Like actually right now. Right now, like I intentionally take a lot of breaks. Like I don't go like full social mode 24 hours every second day. And it feels it clears the head. Like before, as I mentioned, like I always had a headache like at the end of a tournament because like I didn't take any breaks before. So, but yeah, like that helped the most. Like just having a routine, checking everything stats wise, VODs, ladder. All the new guides, all the new YouTube thingies, like every little bit helps, right? And talking with like, in my case, like with Tex, I talked with Salvi a bit today, helped a bit. I used to practice with Hydra as well, but Hydra trolled a bit.
A bit.
Yeah.
You had to put him on blast on stream. I respect it.
Expose them.
Actually, he was in my chat yesterday and he wished me good luck. And I wished him good luck as well. And he was like, I'm not playing.
Well,
spirit.
Okay, now that you spoke about the balance, and this is something that I really envy you for. You are one of the best streamers out there, and you play a lot of solo queue, and even competitively, you're still achieving nice positions. So how do you find that balance? You said there's some sort of routine. You are the only man that can literally do it all. You stream, you achieve, you get rank 1. What's your secret?
Yeah, I only sleep 4 hours usually.
4 hours? This elite, bro.
You just talked about taking care of yourself for like 3 minutes, and you're like, yeah, 4 hours of sleep, that's fine.
Yeah, like I sleep like 4 to 5 hours, and I take like naps. Took like a 20-minute nap today before the tournament.
20-minute nap? So sleep deprivation is the way to do it, kids. Sleep less.
No, you sleep just before. The full sleep buff just as you start the games. I see the vision.
Yeah, it was like kind of sleepy. But 20-minute nap like worked out. Wasn't sleepy afterwards. I'm still not sleepy right now. But like my superpower is if I lie down, I fall asleep immediately. It's probably because
wow,
it's 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
That offended me so much, man, because now I feel like a cow for sleeping for 12 hours daily. That is my norm. You sleep for 4 hours, like I sleep half my life, man. If I'm 23 now, I've slept like about 12 years of my life. Maybe that's why I'm not winning in TFT. Less sleep, got it.
Yeah, gotta keep up, right? Keep up.
Yeah, Solo's on that grind set. I respect it. But, Solo, speaking of taking breaks, we won't keep you much longer, but you know the tradition for every interview. Anyone you want to shout out, English, German, whichever language you want.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, shout out to my Salvi and Tex. Helped me out a bit here. And shout out to my viewers as well. And thanks to you guys for the interview.
Of course. I'm so glad to have you. Thank you so much for coming on. We always love it. How we going, Solo? Love to have him on. It's always fun.
Yep.
I remember my first interview with him. I went into his chat ahead of time. I'm like, hey, I'm going to ask you questions, all right? And he's like, yeah, that's a dumb question. I'm like, yeah, we'll work on it. So,
he's very chill. He's cool with it. I like how he just exposed Dark Hydra at the end. He was like, he said good luck, and then I told him good luck, and then He just trolled a little bit, and he just pulled that completely out of pocket. Like, after shout-outing the guy, he just absolutely murdered him on the screen.
Look, man, you gotta gas up your friends, and you also gotta call them out sometimes. So I'm glad to see that Solo has been finding success and also, finding those breaks, because we all know we need some time. Yes, it's great to have things serious, but sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you need something silly. Like a social media contest. We have our contest winner for today's contest, and we are going to have it on screen now. Nice. I even nailed the time. We did have everyone predict the winner, and I threatened everyone that if it wasn't fun, I would find them. So, Morgan, do you want to read this one?
I want to read this one. Climbing TFT feels like poetry. Set 11, Golden Spatula Cup, rooting for Gluteus with a double G. Early congrats on 5 years TFT. 4 years I've been playing without a tournament seed. Please, fix win-loss streak. Release it free. Looking forward to the number 3.
All right. I'll take it. Like, I did not expect poetry coming out of Twitter. I said, don't make it too serious, but I like that. That's wonderful. We're getting art. Who expected that we would have artistry in our TFT contest, Morgan?
I didn't. Personally, I didn't. I thought that, contest I would love to participate in? Give me some rap battle. Give me some lyrical fight. Give me some freestyle TFT live casting on these games, and I promise you, no one is going to have a chance to compete.
Yeah, to keep an eye on the status of a TFT rap battle, you can, of course, head over to all of our socials, which, I'm going to be honest, everyone, I have most of them memorized, but as David found out yesterday, one of them just changed. So I'm just going to pull it up and read it straight out. Going to be frank with the chat. On Twitter, I'm not calling it X, at TFT Esports EMEA. At Instagram, we have now changed from Play TFT to Teamfight Tactics. Facebook and YouTube are also Play TFT. And then, of course, the casters. My tag is just Nibiria. You can see it there. And I'm joined here by Morgan Cass over there on the right. And, of course, our lovely, lovely casters who aren't on screen right now. Impetuous Panda Makes with an underscore afterwards. And Weta Cass. Remember, tomorrow's games, we're all done for the day, but tomorrow we start 1 hour earlier at 3 p.m. CEST. So we're going to see you there. I will see you in like 12 to 16 hours. I'm not going to do the math, but I do hope everyone has a wonderful night. We'll see you there tomorrow.